Okay, good morning everybody and welcome again back to the Grand Hotel for our 5th Assembly meeting, Citizens Assembly meeting on drugs. We all remember as young kids being in the car and our parents turned to us and saying, no, we're not there yet, but we're getting there. And that's kind of what it feels like at the moment for all of us, I think. This weekend's Assembly is focused on the area that you'll be aware of in terms of prevention and education, and I know it's an area that many of you have reflected during our previous Assembly meetings you'd like some more information on. So again, we've a range of speakers across a range of areas who'll talk to us. And equally tomorrow, we'll talk about an issue which you have equally raised as important, which is the issue of governance and oversight and funding of the sector and oversight, whatever emerges from our recommendations. Important to remind us all, we've given very significant thorough engagement. You've given very significant thorough engagement overall to this process. We're just calculating there's been a combined 180 hours of deliberations at each of your tables combined throughout the Assembly meetings to date. We've had 120 presenters present to us. We have 50 hours of presentations and we've had 15 dedicated hours of questions and answers. That's very significant and thorough, and I know all of you have done your own research between reading papers or engagement with the sector, and I want to commend you once again at the opening of this Assembly for all that you do. Just to remind ourselves again that the Citizen Assembly process is what it says on the tin, a deliberative democracy process. It's a process for us to engage on an issue that's important for society and policy makers in a very safe space. And there are certain rules and procedures set out for us in that process. And it is that we have that safe space to do it. And we can't be influenced. There is a parallel debate goes on around each of the sessions in the public and the media and political system, and that's all very good because I think we all tune into it and we can all relate to it more, and I've always welcomed that. But there's a line that can't be crossed where it's the political system or advocates put particular pressure on yourselves as individuals or ourselves as an Assembly meeting. We have this safe space. It has to be protected from external advocates, politicians who might seek to influence us in a certain way. Just to say that, and that equally goes for within the Assembly itself, within the 100 members, all of us as Assembly members, we all have one voice and one vote when it comes to October. So there's no room for advocating within the Assembly process either. And I want to commend you all for respecting that process to date, and that's really important because we have to respect each other's views, respect each other's minds as it might change or may not change through the process. I just want to reiterate that once again. But the feedback we've received to date, I have to say, Cathal will touch on it later on, has been very strong. That's exactly where everybody has come to this debate. Every time we look at the metric that says, you know, where are you now in your mind, have you made your view? And it's a very strong feedback that says people, no, actually I haven't firmed up my view, or my view might have changed. So I'd encourage you to keep going with that and respect each other's views through this process. I know it's on everybody's mind is about how do we get to ballot, and Cathal circulated a paper earlier this week which sets out the process of engaging with yourselves, 100 members, between now and the 22nd of October. So I would say to you, we're all feeling, how do you get there? I'm not ready for that yet. That's okay, that's understandable. That's where every Assembly process finds itself. But you will find you come to October, you will have a view, you will come to a judgment, and that's what we ask of you. And again, I repeat, you're not asked to design the end game, you're asked to design and recommend a line of flight where we believe policymakers, government should go. But it's not unusual to feel uncomfortable at this stage of the process, just to reassure you of that. Just closing message for myself before I hand across to Cathal, just two quick things. First of all, it would be remiss of me as Chair of the Citizen Assembly on Drugs not to commend the joint task forces this week in terms of the drug seizure that happened during the week. Very brave individuals working for the state, taking on tremendous courage against, as we know, that we have seen and hear the impacts of the criminal organisation around drugs in this country and the impacts on individuals and intimidation and some of the criminal issues that go on around drugs. So I want to commend the task force on that. Equally, the dilemma for us and the challenge for us is, yes, that's the criminal aspects on our defence forces and everybody else did well. We have to find the space that's challenging around moving to a more health-led approach, which has been a theme coming through presentations so far, the issue of legalisation, decriminalisation, depenalisation, regulation, and moving to a more health-led approach. So we have a complex agenda, but again, I want to close by commending the Joint Task Force again. Thank you very much, and I'm going to pass across to Cathal, and best of luck the weekend.
So, good morning, everybody. I think I'm going to steal, Paul left me 30 seconds extra, so I'm very grateful for that. I want to bring you through in the next 10 minutes 3 key questions. How far have we progressed? Where are we now? And where do we go from here? So, bear with me, and I'll try and do a quick recap. How far have we progressed since February 2023, when the Shannon and Dáil passed resolutions establishing the Citizens' Assembly? Very quickly after that, you'll have seen this before, 20,000 households across the country were randomly invited, or randomly selected and received letters of invitation, including your own households. And you can see the distribution right across every nook and cranny of the country. Following which, 1,500 people, including yourselves, registered your interest to apply. We ended up with 99 members selected through a random stratified selection process. What does that mean? It means that we ensured representativeness of the 99 members of yourselves being representative of wider Irish society. If you look at these 3 key measures, where you're from in the country, we had a target, as you can see, of corresponding to the CSO population profile, and we exactly achieved that target. So the room is geographically as representative as possible of the wider Irish population. Gender-wise also, we had a target according to the CSO stats. That's what we should have had, and that's what we achieved. So again, an almost precise match in terms of the profile of the room and gender-wise. And likewise with age, we had a target for age group, and we achieved that perfectly as well. So look, on those 3 key measures, the room is entirely representative of the wider Irish society. But of course, what's the diversity in the room? As you can recall, back at the last day, this is the very first group photo we had. At that stage, you didn't know each other, and you've gotten to know each other very well in the meantime. So you understand exactly what diversity is in the room.
What a good-looking bunch.
We did, especially the 2 at the back there, Paul. The questions we asked you at the very beginning gave us a little insight, a snapshot into where you're coming from, what were your motivations for joining the Assembly. This is what we found out. A number of you, a significant number, have been personally impacted by drug use. More of you have had close friends and family members impacted by drugs. More of you live in communities impacted by drugs. And more of you, again, or some of you at least, work in a professional or voluntary capacity in drugs-related areas. So there's a wide range of different perspectives in the room. You know that now from your roundtable discussions and getting to know the other 98 members of the Assembly. You know the diversity that's in the room. One thing you all have in common is that you all believe it's important that people's voices are heard in policy making. That was a consistent theme right across the thing. And practically everybody also agrees citizens' assemblies are a successful way of dealing with issues facing Irish society. So those are the kind of motivating factors that explain just how diverse you are as a group of people. But what about the inputs that you've heard, as Paul said, over 50 hours of presentations? There's been more than 120 speakers and panellists, including over 40 inputs by academics, researchers and policy experts. So no shortage of expertise being put into the equation. No shortage either of lived experience, and at least 25 individuals with lived experience that they've spoken about, plus your visits to Coolmine and Merchants Quay, where you met service users in those centres as well. And of course, there's been about 40 inputs from community voluntary and statutory service providers as well. So a great diversity of inputs. And on top of that, almost 800 submissions, as we explained the last week, from a wide range of stakeholders and the general public. So no shortage of diverse perspectives. The work programme that we agreed at the very outset is the work programme that breaks down the terms of reference into a series of agendas for each meeting. And looking back over it last night, I can safely say that we have literally covered every single issue that's listed there. I mean, obviously that's illegible, but you know and have access to the work programme. You'll have seen it at the very beginning. And we have covered the work programme completely in the course of the 5 meetings that we'll have concluded by the end of this weekend. So from that perspective, I'm very satisfied. It's mission complete in terms of coverage. Now, there are issues that have not been covered. Those were clear at the beginning of the work programme, because there isn't sufficient time to, you know, we could spend another year here discussing all the issues that we might like to speak, but time is against us, and so we are on now to the question of how have we done in covering that. So we have continuous improvement, including the feedback forms you give us at the end of every meeting, and that's been really important to us, and I'll explain why at the moment. We also have regular debriefing meetings after each meeting with the facilitators and with the steering group, And of course, we have an open door policy, so members of the Assembly are getting in touch with us individually on a case-by-case basis whenever you want, and I'd encourage you to continue doing that. So, some key statistics. We circulated these earlier in the week, so hopefully you'll have a chance to get them. But members, by and large, we're scoring here 80, 85, 90% plus. We're talking about A to A plus grade territory in terms of members feeling comfortable giving your opinions at each meeting. Similarly, were you given enough time to share and speak about your experiences? The overwhelming majority consistently are saying yes to that question. But there is a small number of people at each meeting who feel that they don't have enough time to share their experiences and so on. So it's not unanimous, but there's, as I said, an A to A plus rating for each of these metrics. Did you feel listened to when speaking? Again, an overwhelming number of you said yes for each meeting. Were opposing views at your table listened to and considered? Really important in a deliberative democracy process where topics as contentious as drugs policy, where there is such a spectrum of opinion. This is one of the hallmarks of a good deliberative democracy process. And I'm pleased to say you again, or we again, score an 80, 90% plus rating for each meeting. So really positive indicators that things are going very well. The facilitator ensuring everybody had equal opportunity to speak, excellent scores there. I, in fact, could hardly be happier with these type of results. Facilitator remaining neutral and unbiased during discussions, again, excellent scores there. Very happy with that sort of results. Ensuring there was respect for opposing views, almost unanimous agreement every meeting that there was respect at the tables. And that's a credit, obviously, to the facilitating team, but to you yourselves for the levels of maturity and respect that you have brought to the process. So I think, again, I could not be happier with these type of results. Now, fairness and balance in the programme and the materials and the presenters. Again, we're getting very strong results from you, the members, that there was fairness and balance in the presentations made and the support material circulated. And I have to say that, you know, there are critics from the outside looking in and watching the live streaming, and they're only seeing part of the proceedings. They're not witnessing what's going on at the roundtable discussions, and they're not privy to the kind of conversations that you're having. As Paul said, a cumulative 180 hours of roundtable discussions where diverse views and perspectives are shared and discussed and debated at times. So the quality, your view, which is the one that matters about the quality of this process and the fairness and balance of this process, is a ringing, I think, endorsement by and large in a very complex area. We're getting the balance right. Similarly, the range of perspectives, meeting a fair and balanced programme. Again, your overwhelming sense is that, yes, there has been fairness and balance, and that's been one of our primary objectives as a secretariat throughout this process, is to achieve that fairness and balance. That's not to say everything is rosy in the garden. We are always pressed for time, including myself right now. There's never enough time.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, thanks, Paul. So time is always an issue, but look, we've worked really hard. You've worked diligently and focused, and we've done the best with the time we have. Would you recommend it to a family or friend? Absolutely overwhelming endorsement that most of you would recommend this process to families and friends. And you've always looked forward, almost unanimously looked forward to the next meeting, and I hope that remains the case after today, after this weekend. So where do we go from here? The workshop on legal frameworks, that's the last meeting, the Sunday. We circulated paper in advance. It was a high-risk strategy because we could run the risk of being accused of sort of not giving fair credit to everything. Really delighted to say all of you, almost without exception, found that the reading material was fair and balanced, and that the range of speakers was fair and balanced. So look, that is a really reassuring indication that we got the right approach last Sunday for the discussion on legal frameworks. I'm proposing that I'm going to provide you an updated paper which takes the feedback that you gave us at the end of that workshop session and uses that feedback to update the document, and we'll circulate you an updated document ahead of the next meeting. So where do we go from here? 1 minute. Yeah. Towards balloting, we're going to circulate an information note. We did circulate that information note earlier in the week. By the 12th of October, we're going to circulate initial draft ballot papers for you to provide feedback on. This is the point where, if you like, the steering group now recedes in terms of its role, and we start engaging with each of you, each of the 99 of you directly, to give us feedback on the draft ballot paper. So we'd like that feedback by the 17th of October, at which point we'll circulate that information note on legal frameworks. And we will also provide additional information on the members' area for a couple of different topics that haven't been sufficiently covered. And finally, on the 21st of October, which is the Saturday of the last meeting, we will come into this room and you will take control of the drafting and finalisation of the ballot papers. So before any vote on questions is achieved, you will spend as much time as you need drafting and voting and agreeing on what the final wording of the ballot paper is. It is the most amazing part of the Citizens' Assembly process. I see Caroline, who was here with us last year, nodding. It is a remarkable exercise in democracy. You will be in control. We'll be at your beck and call to finalise the questions, and then on the Sunday you'll go ahead and vote and cast your votes, and that will determine the results and the recommendations of the Assembly. I'm going to wrap it up there, and we'll give you more information, as and when you need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I hope you see the chair shows no bias whatsoever in timing. So we'll move straight into our planned session. Thanks, Cole. A lot of information there. So our first session, again, perspectives on prevention. And our first speaker can't be here live from the European Management Centre and Drugs and Drug Addiction. We've had a lot of inputs from previously. And our first presenter is Gregor Burkhardt. So he has made a recording for us, which makes my job very easy, and I can stop him if he goes over time. So we'll ask Gregor, please roll it there, Colette, please. Or even Ryan.
Dear members of the Citizen Assembly, thank you so much for listening to me today. I want to talk straight about the main challenges of contemporary prevention. Here is the first one. It is that most people believe that we just need to give warning information to adolescents. Well, it's not. Information is not a key driver of our behavior. Here is what makes people, for instance, drink to drunkenness. These are studies from big European studies, and they confirm what you might know, for instance, that if you're not great in school, it doubles your risk. If you do not really recognize social rules as relevant to yourself, it triples your risk. The same if you have not a great relationship to your parents. But if you believe that all of your peers are drinking to drunkenness, it increases your odds and your risk ninefold. Now, the same analysis run for cannabis had the same numbers on the right, double or triple the risks. But if you believe that all your friends are using cannabis, it increases your own risk by 85. So this is what we call descriptive norms, the perception what other people are doing. And this drives our behavior. Yet, what do stakeholders propose? Individual responsibility. That's what the alcohol industry is saying. You have to moderate yourself. And implicitly, the cannabis industry is saying the same, because here is one chocolate square. You should only eat one per day. But I mean, who eats a square of a chocolate bar? I eat always the entire bar if my wife doesn't intervene. But then it's my fault because I can't act responsibly with moderation. And then they come up with the question of education. You should educate and not interfere in people's private life. Let's look into education. Here you have price, clear thing. You see it's conspicuous and your reaction to it is completely deliberate. But look now on the other extreme of the axis. You have eating environment with all the subcategories. You see, you really hardly realize what's going on and your responses to it are automatic. So how can you reasonably be educated about something you can't see, where you just react upon? These are the magic limits of education. Obviously, I'm not saying that information is useless. Information and education is important for stuff such as fighting pandemics by washing your hands or by making triage of your garbage. But we are dealing, or by, for instance, avoiding harms to others in certain harm reduction contexts. But we are talking here about this kind of impulse-driven behaviors. 3 of them you see here. Here, information is less important. What drives our behavior in these aspects and in these problems is visibility, perception of normality, ease of access. But we always want people to take better decisions, make better choices, meaning to use our agency for deliberate cognition. But the point is, here we have environments that make us fatter and fatter. Also our kids here on the right, we could call that obesogenic. Or environments which are full with alcohol-related cues. You see, you can count them. There are many direct, implicit cues. And here, Denver, Colorado, a lot of cannabis-related cues. So cannabinogenic environments. You react to them. You don't take choices. And this is the point of environmental prevention. We have been missing out, and we don't like it because it has elements where obviously our behavior, or particularly that of the industries, is being constrained. It posits that regulatory, economic, and physical measures have a very strong effect on risk behaviors, let us see on the right. But the point is, it has and sustains these effects because it changes our social context, what we believe, our norms, what we find acceptable. A short example. Smoking used to be something glamorous, recreational, beautiful, attractive people did it. Now it's something that being for people who are caged in an airport. It's clear it's one more substance use problem. Not a problem, not a people who need help, but it's not glamorous anymore. What have we been doing for 25 years? We have been reasonably focusing on better interventions, but they are only mostly on manualized programs. But programs are like electric cars. Nice, effective, if you have the infrastructure for them. The trained teacher, motivated teachers, the materials, the motivated deans who support them, and the money. We have also set up a registry of programs that have been evaluated in Europe. And you see old friends. You see, for instance, the well-known strengthening families, but in European evaluations, it has shown consistency, no effect, no benefit above or beyond business as usual, okay, more than any other social service would achieve. And you have the good behavior game, which is working so well that it has recently been upgraded to beneficial because it works in all countries where it has been evaluated in Europe. But we still have missed something, which are local environmental policies to create and nurturing and protective environments for our kids so that their healthier choices are reactions and not actually deliberate choices. You know well the Icelandic model is overall the lay press. And you see there are some parts that are the facilitators that were already there in Iceland. And on the right, behavioral change elements they have been consistently applying. But these are elements we all knew since many years that they work. You give them leisure vouchers, you give family, you say to families, have dinner with your kids and employ parental monitoring. All things we know that work. Yet, the point is, in many other countries, these behavioral change elements have not been applied when the Icelandic model was rolled out, so that in the exchange prevention registry, it just got a rating of we need more studies because all studies that exist are Icelandic and there is no convincing evidence that it works outside of Iceland. And now came out one study last April from Chile, the first ever, saying no evidence of effectiveness, zero effects. Other options are, for instance, community-led care. The blue text is actually the same as the Icelandic model offers, just they offer that for free. Where you then need assistance is for the red parts, which the Icelandic model does not offer. For instance, all the interventions to address all these risk profiles you have been created and to give them also help with evaluating your interventions. Other options are, for instance, simple local environmental alcohol regulations, like in England. Many studies in England and in Netherlands, which are replicable with transferable results, showing the stronger a local alcohol regulation is to have large effects on violent crimes, sexual crimes, public order offenses, hospital admissions, all the things we care and we are worried about if our kids go out at night. So you have a really economic alternative to it. But something we must have been missing if things have not been implemented as we wanted. The whole thing about decision making. So in Europe, decisions are made strategically at national level, right? But the key point is that the money and the decisions are at local and regional level or at big NGOs in some countries. And here we have the Sloboda doctrine. It doesn't make sense to train frontline prevention staff if your decision makers have not been trained, because the people need to make choices and stop funding ineffective interventions. So these people we called DOPS, decision, opinion, and policy makers. mostly at local level. People who have not been particularly trained in prevention, so like you maybe, but to take decisions about it. For these people, we have created the European Prevention Curriculum. And one surprising finding is that the key thing we achieved with it was to shake the belief foundations of people. So people get confused, and we tell them, yes, that was the aim. We want to give impulse for innovation, tell you of all the things you believe that work, but they do not work, so that they are open to fund new interventions, and also to tell law enforcement people how much we need them in prevention if it's being done properly. And also the other principle is careful. So we use exchange basically to tell people, be careful. Why should you do costly interventions that have no proof of cultural transferability, such as the Icelandic model, or that in our context don't yield any additional benefits, such as the strengthening families programs? The point is, think about your kid, think about the money and what you get for the things that are offered to you. Yes, I come to the point. So it's about cautious and savvy spending. Remember, the perception of others' behaviors drives our own. So what you do in public has as well an important repercussions. Environmental prevention is a great tool to work against normalization without criminalizing individuals, because you change social norms, as I have hoped to prove now. So it's not either regulation or prevention. Good regulation is prevention. So to set up rules, implement them consistently with the help of law enforcement in a non-discriminatory way. Programs are important, they are effective, but remember, you need to create an infrastructure, and not everyone wants to do that. And they are only half of the pie of prevention. The other half are local environmental prevention policies. They are effective, they can be evaluated, and you use existing resources such as police and such as the legal frameworks you have at your community level. And remember that prevention is about the silent majority, those people who do not make all the media noise, such as some minorities do. People who just want to live a normal life and want their kids protected. They have also rights. And be careful what they sell you as being effective prevention. For instance, normally, these are the risk factors for all the problems you might be concerned with regarding substance use. What you might not know, as these risk factors are also risk factors for a lot of other problems that you might be concerned as well. So with evidence-based prevention, you can tackle a lot of problems at once if you do it right. Decision making. So think about prevention as working upstream, so that large parts of the population have a benefit. So that's different from relapse prevention, which is for a tiny minority of people. Remember, prevention, first of all, should benefit massive part of the population, the silent minority. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Gregor, and some interesting insights there around what drives our social context. And just to say that the document referenced around prevention is on the member site now. So I'm going to move straight into our next presentation, which is a joint presentation by Richie Stafford and Karen O'Connor from the Department of Health, setting out under the drug strategy the issues around prevention. And I think Richie is the podium first. Richie, you're very welcome, and again, ask you to keep the time. Thank you.
Okay, morning everybody. I suppose we've probably all heard the phrase that prevention is better than cure. So the fact of the matter is, if we implement prevention well, we reduce the need for more curative interventions. And that's kind of been a theme of the Assembly from what I've seen. We've had Giovanna Campello in the first weekend. She talked about international standards. In weekend 3, we had Jim Walsh. So Jim spoke a little bit about the work that's going on in the department and the need for evidence-based prevention. But I suppose this slide is something you might relate to at this stage of the Assembly, that drug use is a very complex human behaviour. And I suppose there isn't any real silver bullets, as you've seen up to this point, and prevention is a bit like that as well. Sometimes we think we can kind of give young people inoculation when they're 13 by scaring them the life out of them, they'll never use drugs. It's not as simple as that. So when we talk about prevention, I suppose, in terms of different responses, I believe, and a lot of other people believe, that that should be our first response. So We can divide prevention into universal prevention. That's any prevention activities that look at a whole population, so it doesn't differentiate based on risk. Then we have selective interventions, which would profile people based on risk, and indicated, which would be more at the individual level or small groups. So an example here, somebody you might, if you cycle in Dublin, this is a familiar picture, really poor environmental prevention. So when you have poor environmental prevention, you need more harm reduction, so things like helmets, you see signs in the background, that kind of thing. You go to other places where with good environmental prevention, you reduce the need for harm reduction and other interventions. So as preventionists, we're really interested in prevalence data. So you would have heard a bit of this, but I suppose, like Gregor said, we look at a whole population approach. So the reasons why people use drugs are very interesting, but the reasons why people don't use drugs are also as interesting. And that's the kind of silent majority that Gregor talks about. And to kind of make sense of that, we use theories around human behaviour. So one of those is the theory of planned behaviour. So that kind of proposes that our behaviour is a result of our attitudes, normative beliefs, and our beliefs around our own controls. They form intentions, and then intentions might be governed by environmental constraints and our ability to perform different actions, and that results in behaviour. But this goes in both directions. If you cast your mind back to pre-2004, if you had walked into a bar in Ireland, you mightn't have seen the other side of the room because of smoking. But it was something we kind of accepted. The smoking ban came in, changed the behaviour, and now the attitudes and the norms have changed massively. If you saw somebody smoking in a bar now, your jaw would hit the floor. So you can see how it's not that straightforward. Again, going back to prevalence data, the SPAD study is something really interesting around youth drug use. So this is a study that happens every 4 years across 35 European countries. And there's just some of the Irish headline data here. What's worrying for us with the last survey is drinking in the last 30 days and smoking lifetime has gone up a little bit for the first time in a long time. So that's something we're keeping an eye on. But actually, Sabrina Molinaro, who's the SPAD coordinator, she gave a great presentation at the National Drugs Forum. So we might be able to make that available for the members. So in terms of national approaches, Chile is, as Gregor mentioned, is really interesting. So they also do prevalence studies. And what you'll see here is they had a massive spike in cannabis use over about a 4-year period. This coincided with their choice to decriminalise cannabis use. It's not as simple as saying that decriminalisation caused this, but it's around those descriptive norms that there was a lot of debate in the media. Cannabis use went up massively. But what's really interesting is the response. So what Chile did, the first thing they did was they implemented Planet Youth. So Planet Youth it's essentially a survey. It collects a lot of data, but what's important with data is what you do with data. So we didn't see any significant effects in Chile. So they've changed tack, and now they're looking at the Unplugged program, which is another intervention that's mentioned in the exchange registry. Very effective. It's a classroom-based manualised program with good outcomes, and it's been rigorously tested across many European countries. But if they could go one better, if they look north to Peru. Peru just published a study earlier in the year that looked at the implementation of Unplugged. In some schools, just Unplugged. In other schools, they implemented Unplugged, but also they trained decision makers in effective prevention. And what we saw there when they did both in tandem, there was much better results. And that goes back to that point Gregor made about having infrastructure. That manualised programs are fine, but if we put the infrastructure around them and train people in what works, we get better outcomes. And I think even before maybe we look at what's beneficial, it's sort of stopping doing the ineffective stuff. So a lot of what's popular is kind of providing information, trying to scare people straight, testimonials, these kind of things. They don't work, and essentially they don't work because of a thing called confirmation bias. So you might have experienced this a little bit yourselves, that we tend to think we're very rational actors, and that we hear facts and we act based on facts, but really our values and beliefs shape a lot of our behaviour, and we choose some of the facts that we choose to believe in. So so if you think about a scare tactic, that's great if you find drug use abhorrent, that confirms your beliefs. But if you're a young person who is partial to maybe taking some risks, or you know people who use drugs, you use drugs yourselves, that doesn't tally with your real world experience, and you disregard the message. And scare tactics can also kind of arouse an interest in drug use, which is very unhelpful. So we tend to avoid those. The other thing to avoid really is kind of cohorting people who are at risk around a certain behaviour, because you essentially form a group where the behaviour is normalised and then amplified. So in terms of what's effective, it's not always the simple stuff. But I think the exchange registry, if I could kind of point you towards one thing, given the time constraints, is to have a look at that and maybe see what tends to be beneficial and what isn't beneficial. So just flicking forward. So I suppose the challenge for all healthcare providers is to first do no harm. And that's something that we see in healthcare. It's the work of the Assembly here, but it's also the work of prevention, that our interventions are safe and don't cause any harm. So with that, I suppose we have a few recommendations. Like in Ireland, we're quite good in some respects. We're very good at macro
Just
level
1 minute,
prevention.
Richie, if you can. Just conscious your colleague.
So we're very good at things like legislative changes. So we're the first in Europe to introduce the indoor smoking ban. We have minimum unit pricing. Gregor calls us the Ferrari of Europe because we've made massive progressions in prevention over the last while. So we're implementing the European prevention curriculum. We have our own registry, and the funding programme that Karen will talk about is also really exciting. But I suppose one of the problems is that we have no office responsible for drug prevention. Funding streams are quite disparate, so we've no real oversight of standards. People do different things depending on where you live. We have a network of health promotion and improvement officers around the country who have an alcohol prevention remit, tobacco prevention remit. They don't have a drug prevention remit. So that could be something useful we could look at. And then in general, just implementing evidence-based prevention, because if we don't do prevention well, we pay for it in the long run. So with that, I'm going to hand you over to Karen.
Thanks, Richie. Karen, join us, please. Thanks, Richie.
Good morning, everyone. It's great to be here with you today. So look, Richie and Gregor talked to you about some of the key theoretical ideas around evidence-based prevention. What I'm going to do is talk to you about the Department of Health's policy responses, what we're doing now, where we see this work going, and kind of the bigger picture of what we're calling for as well. As the guys alluded to, prevention is a really unique policy area because it has evidence, decades worth of evidence, that tells us what works and how to do it. So what I'm going to get into first is the policy rationale. I think many of you will know now at this stage that we have a national drug strategy, reducing harm, supporting recovery. The first half of this drug strategy did have prevention actions in it, but they were kind of high level, vague, and ultimately that led to them not being implemented very well. We conducted a midterm review in 2001, and the strategic priority one that emerged out of that is on your screen there, but as you can see, we are strengthening the prevention of drug use in the second half of the strategy. Under this priority, we are also working to Article 33 of the UN Convention of the Rights of the Child, which again commits us to implementing measures that will prevent the drug use for a younger population. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what we're doing now, where it's come from, and kind of where we see it going in the future. In 2019, a group of prevention workers from drug and alcohol task forces came together and had a conference. They produced this report, which is the first image you see on your screen. This report had some really stellar arguments for evidence-based prevention and to bring a little bit more coherence and structure to the delivery of it in Ireland. At this point, I linked in with Brian Galvin, who's on your advisory committee. Brian directed me towards the European Centre for Drug and Drug Addiction and a course that they deliver called the European Prevention Curriculum, which you can see there. At this point, the department decided to invest in a number of us undertaking this course at European level. And you can see myself there in Poland a few years ago taking the course with some other national experts. This course really endowed us with the opportunity to form a network of national and international drug policy and prevention experts, including Gregor, who you've just heard from, and Richie here, who you just heard from as well. These experts helped us in the department to devise a prevention funding programme that was geared specifically towards evidence-based prevention. And through further investment from the department, we have been able to allocate 1.5 million towards prevention projects that I think really represent the future of evidence-based prevention in Ireland. So a little bit more about that programme. It's running for 3 years. The programme has funded 5 key projects, all represented there with the logos on screen, and these projects will each get 100,000 a year for 3 years. The projects are implementing prevention across a number of different settings: schools, universities, community, nighttime economy, and deprived areas. These projects are also bringing together stakeholders from across the sectors, from the Department of Education, who you'll hear from next, from the HSE, from NGOs, and from drug and alcohol task forces. And we have some posters, I think, outside on the wall here, where you'll be able to learn a little bit more about these projects. And Clontarf Task Force will be here with you tomorrow to talk more about their project. These projects were picked because they're innovative, they rely heavily on evidence, and because they're implementing international evidence-based programmes like Richie and Gregor spoke to you about in an Irish context, which is really, really important. They really are really wonderful, so I do encourage you to go and have a look outside there. So look, that's kind of what we've been doing so far. So I want to talk to you about maybe our bigger picture, where we're going. Obviously, the department is working towards better prevention. So we're doing 3 key things here to implement this. We're going to work on a guidance framework. And a guidance framework, this is going to aim to really bring some more coherence to delivery of prevention across Ireland. It's going to address issues of standardisation and competency also in the delivery of it. And it's a health-led document, but we are going to work with stakeholders across the sector in its publication. The second part, obviously, is the funding programme, which I've talked to you about already. And we did this so we could ensure that evidence-based programmes could be initiated across the country. And the third part is we are working and will continue to work with our European partners and European experts, including the European Centre for Drug Addiction, the European Society for Prevention Research, and work under the European Prevention Curriculum to ensure that everything we're doing in the department stays in line with the best possible evidence and practice base that's out there. Through doing all this work, we really hope to endow a better understanding of evidence-based prevention across the country, because to be honest with you, sometimes prevention across the country hasn't been delivered in line with the best possible evidence base, and it's really important that we really stick to that, because if we do, the longer a programme like that works, the better payoffs we'll have, obviously primarily in drug use, but in cost impact of drug use as well, because as Richie alluded to, prevention is better and quite often cheaper than the cure. So, the bigger picture here, what am I calling for here today? I am calling for evidence-based prevention to be made a key pillar of drug policy. The work we've been doing that I've talked to you about, it's the first step that we see in the right direction, and we're going to evaluate it at the end of the 3 years and scale up in terms of what has demonstrated a positive impact. But really, prevention, it should be the key part of drug policy, regardless of the legal framework, which I know you guys are debating here, because it sends out a really strong public health message. We're telling people that we care first and foremost about their health. And then on top of that, it's not a nanny state. We're not telling people what to do. We're just giving them the information and the strength to make strong decisions about their health.
Just 1 minute, Karen. Thanks.
Thank you, Paul. Nearly done. So look, that's my key message here today. It's an important area to work in, and it's important because it addresses issues before they might even arise. We will save money, but we may even save lives. And that's what I'm calling for here. Evidence-based prevention, key pillar of drug policy. It's not an ideological choice, it's crucial. So look, thank you very much for your time, and thank you.
Thank you, Karen, and some strong messages again from Richie around environmental prevention, and thanks again to Karen for some demonstrating some innovation that's going on from a policy perspective around the whole issue of prevention, and thank you both. Now I'm going to ask Celeste O'Callaghan to take the podium from the Department of Education to set out some of the policy approaches from a Department of Education perspective.
Good morning, everyone, and I'm delighted to be here this morning to talk to you about the work the Department of Education is doing in relation to drugs prevention and education. First of all, I think it might be useful to just give an outline of the role of the department. So the department serves over 1 million children and young people and their families, and our purpose is supporting and facilitating children and young people to realise their full potential through learning and through a positive learning experience. So children and young people are at the centre of what we do, and we value their voices, and we're currently undertaking a major project to enable them to more meaningfully participate in the development of strategies and policies by the department. The other piece to mention is our priority on health and wellbeing in the education community. So we have a wellbeing framework, which is a whole school approach and a preventative approach to support health and wellbeing through the curriculum and through school policies and practices. This morning I'm going to talk really about 2 areas in particular. One is the curriculum and the other is supporting schools in the delivery of education for children. But I suppose just briefly to recap there for people the stages of education from early learning through primary and post-primary to further and higher education. The primary and post-primary areas are the responsibility of the Department of Education, and that's also obviously the place where kids are when education is compulsory from the age of 6 to 16. But actually, increasingly, we have 18 and 19-year-olds now in senior cycle, so it's quite an age range. So to talk about the curriculum, and the area of the curriculum that's relevant and where drugs misuse education is found is in social, personal and health education, or SPHE. And it's really timely to talk about that with you today, because we're in a programme of major update at the moment on SPHE education. And briefly, where we are right now is that at primary level, schools must provide SPHE education, but the curriculum has been around for quite a while. So at the moment, an updated curriculum is being developed, and next year that will be put out for public consultation to gather people's views on what it contains and what it's proposing. At junior cycle then, again, all schools must provide SPHE, but we have the new updated curriculum in place from this September, so that's a really welcome step forward, and I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. And then at senior cycle, which is kids from the age of 16 to sort of 18, 19, so transition year, 5th year, 6th year, schools are encouraged to provide SPHE in accordance with the SPHE senior cycle framework. They're not obliged to do so, and we know that a minority of schools actually provide it. So there is a new senior cycle SPHE curriculum drafted, and that is actually out for public consultation currently. That's designed to be taught in all schools. So the consultation is open at the moment to the 18th of October, so we would really be encouraging anyone who has an interest to input to that consultation on the website of the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment. But I suppose that's where SPHE is right now, so where are we going? And I think what's really important, and it ties a bit to what Richie was talking about when it comes to scare tactics and warnings, the new curriculum is not going to be about scare tactics or about, facts and warnings. What this is about really is a positive approach, so affirming young people's capacity for good decision making and supporting them to develop the emotional and social skills that they need, and also critiquing and questioning the cultural and social norms and behaviours that they see around them, and taking a practical and real-world approach, so discussing real-world scenarios and building strategies for themselves to manage situations, and to consider simple things like how to stay safe when they're out socially and so on. So that's the kind of approach that's being taken in the new curriculums. And what's really important to say as well is that's being done in an age-appropriate way, so it has to be appropriate to the stage of development of the children. So what you can talk about in an SPHE classroom for 12-year-olds is going to be different to how you might tackle similar issues, but in a more age-appropriate way for 17 or 18-year-olds. Just briefly then to talk about the new junior cycle SPHE curriculum, because that is the one that we have in place now. And you can see there on the slide 2 of the learning outcomes in the Making Healthy Choices strand, and that, I suppose ties to the skills-based approach and the critiquing approach that I've talked about. But with a new curriculum like this, what's really, really crucial is that teachers have the confidence and the competence to teach this in the classroom and to facilitate the discussions and the exploration of the learning outcomes by young people. So alongside the introduction of this, there's a training seminar that has been designed for teachers, and that was introduced from earlier this year, and that'll continue over the course of the coming year. And alongside that as well, another key piece is the development of classroom materials and resources to help the teaching of this, and that's an area where the HSE has worked closely with the National Council for Curriculum and Assessment and helped to develop and actually developed those resources, including one for junior cycle called Making Healthy Choices. And they're all available online and can be accessed by teachers and support them in the teaching. I'm going to move on now to the other area, which is supports for schools and keeping students in school, essentially. So drugs misuse prevention education and SPHE is for everyone. But obviously we have areas of concentrated educational disadvantage, and we have children who have particular challenges. And so we have a deeper and more targeted focus on supporting these students to stay in school and to realise their potential. And the data show that there is a correlation between higher levels of drug use and earlier school leaving, and I think Gregor touched on that in his list of risk factors as well. So keeping children in school, school retention and completion is really important in this space. And obviously, in the broader sense, for helping children to realise their full potential. So one of the ways in particular that we do that is the DESH programme, which is additional funding and supports to schools in areas of concentrated educational disadvantage. So that's an area of very strong focus and very significant investment by the department. And one aspect of the supports that I particularly want to mention is the homeschool community liaison coordinators. So the coordinators, they work intensively with and they support parents and guardians. So this is about supporting the child's educational journey and educational achievement by working with the key adults in their lives. So the homeschool community liaison coordinators will be the link between schools and parents and students, and then also linking out to the community and family support services, and that is very much focused on trying to support the family to ensure that the child doesn't kind of, I suppose, have the school challenges that are sort of seen separately from the home context. The other piece to mention then is a further programme called the School Completion Programme, and that's targeted at children in primary and post-primary who are identified as particularly at risk of early school leaving. So those are the particular supports, and really it is all about trying to keep children in school. The final piece I want to mention then is just some other areas of collaboration. I think the North East Inner City Initiative is one that is particularly targeted, and the Department of Education is very involved in that. I think you're going to get a presentation on that later on, and you'll hear more about that. Obviously, we work closely as well with the Department of Health on the National Drug Strategy, and there's some funding for local drugs task force projects. So I think what I'd say on both of those is it's the cross-governmental piece and the cross-departmental piece that is really important, that we need to work in alignment with health and with other government departments so that the pieces match up and that we're making a collective and integrated effort
Just 1 minute,
to address
Celeste,
this.
please. 1 minute.
Thanks, Paul.
Okay.
The last thing just to mention very quickly is Know the Score. And Richie talked, I think, a little bit about Know the Score earlier. That's a teaching resource that supports the delivery of senior cycle SPHE. And the reason I mention it is that the work we're doing now with the HSE is in the evaluation of Know the Score. And I think what we've talked about is the importance of the education and the interventions we make being evidence-based and having some evidence that they have impact. So the evaluation of Know the Score will be a really important piece to help us support the broader SPHE teaching and ensure that what we're doing there is actually effective. So I hope all of that has been of some benefit to you to inform your deliberations and that you've got a sense of what we're doing. Thanks very much.
Thank you,
Thanks for your
Celeste.
attention.
Thank you, Celeste, and a good timely insight into some of the revisions being looked at in terms of the SPHE programme, but also some of the target-focused programmes that are going on. Now, next, I'm going to ask Dr. Michael Byrne from UCC, who's involved in some research with a range of researchers into the whole issue of prevention, including Professor Jan Ivers, who's spoken to us previously. Dr. Michael Burns from UCC, so you're very welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm really delighted to have this opportunity to perhaps challenge the cerebral cortex that is collective in the room on the issue of drug use. And I'm bringing it from a third-level perspective, I think it's really important that we reflect on the things we focus on according to what our backgrounds are and what our jobs are. What I'm going to share is the data from a very comprehensive survey called the Drug Use in Higher Education in Ireland survey, which is a rather heavy tome, and for reasons of the rainforest, there's not one for everyone in the audience, but you can download it from the internet at dewey.ie. But in terms of the importance of getting the data, the overall aim of the DEWE project was to get better data to better inform policy. So I think it's a wonderful opportunity that you might have some better data so that you might be better informed to inform policy. So in essence, what you see and what I see may depend on our own perspective. And that might be that you will focus on the things that are really clear to you and are on the surface when you actually really miss that which is lurking beneath. And how big an issue is for you may depend on how close it is to you. We know from these two that something being small may simply be that it's quite far away from your daily responsibilities. Equally, if you see it as being far away, you won't realize how big it might be. So I thought if I shared with you the data, well, then we'd be starting from a common, uncontestable starting point. But of course, we know even data can be interpreted differently according to your perspective. So I want you to be challenged to consider from your own perspective whether data confirms your biases or challenges them. I want to acknowledge the members of the research team, very fortunate in UCC to be supported by our president and our deputy president and Students' Union. And this was a multidisciplinary team joined by Professor Joanna Ivers, who is well known to you, and assisted by Professor Keenan and Professor Cannon. It arose from recommendations in a framework which does exist from the Department of Education, issued in 2020, and we all know what happened in March 2020. This was February 2020, and the framework recommended that robust data be collected, and the Dewey survey was born. There are 7 areas we want to collect data in, and I'll only report briefly on 3. The other 4 merit considerations, so I'd strongly encourage you to have a look at them in your time. So I will look at the prevalence, we will look at the harms, and we will look at briefly the motivations for drug use. The first thing to say, this is actually the most comprehensive data set on drug use, in not only in higher education, but in young people in Europe in the past 20 years. There's over 11,500 responses, and I'm not really a scientist, but I'm reassured that's actually a really, really comprehensive data set. 21 of our 23 HEIs participated, which is really to their credit. 60% were female, slight overrepresentation. 4 out of 5 were undergraduates. The median age was 21. Slightly overrepresentation of those who were registered with our disability support services, and 90% were EU students. The response rate was 29%, which for an online survey is actually a really respectable response rate. So I think this could be considered to be really reliable and robust data. Of course, that depends on your perspective, and of course, I authored the data, so I would be biased, wouldn't I? So just with regard to the overall findings, so 43.2% of those who completed the survey had never used drugs. 1 in 5, 19%, had used drugs more than once, had used it perhaps once in their lifetime, but not in the past 12 months. 1 in 5 had used drugs in the preceding month, and 16% had used it in the preceding year, but not in the preceding month. If we look by gender, males were more likely to be drug users across all categories. So in terms of about 1 in 6 females and 1 in 4 males had used drugs in the month preceding the survey. They were current drug users. There was a higher rate of current drug use about those who identified as non-binary, and that confirms other data from other surveys. In terms of by year of study, drug use increases from year of entry through first year, second year to peak in third and fourth year. And that's actually contrary to other data, which suggests that drug use falls off in third and fourth year. So 1 in 6 first year students, 1 in 5 second year students, and 1 in 4 third and fourth year students were current users of drugs. And that's perhaps a bit surprising for those of you who haven't seen these data and don't work in third level. In terms of the drugs being used, I use a mnemonic CCEK, so it's cannabis, cocaine, ecstasy, and ketamine in that order. And interestingly, this order of prevalence or preference of drug use was across all 3 categories of drug users. And over 50% of those who used drugs had used cannabis. The interesting thing there is about 1 in 4 had used cocaine, and cocaine has displaced ecstasy from being the second most prevalent drug being used by our students. Of course, after alcohol, which is the main drug of choice for all Irish society. Just contrast with the data from half a generation ago, 20 years ago, a comprehensive study was done called the CLAN survey. And I think the most important change here is cocaine past 12-month use. That means they'd used cocaine at least once in 12 months. It was 5.8% in 2002. In 2021, nearly 20 years later, that had nearly trebled to 15.7%. That means 1 in 7 students had used cocaine at least once in the preceding month. preceding year. Actually, 1 in 10 students had used cocaine in the preceding month. Just to focus the rest of the presentation on the group which we considered at the highest risk, which are what are described as the current users. That is, they had used drugs in the preceding month. And this category of drug users are those who suffer most harm. So one of the most interesting findings was, when do those people who end up using drugs regularly start taking drugs? Well, the commonest age of first use is actually when they come to university, 19 to 21. But you will see, if you end up as a current drug user, for a significant number of people, they start their drugs at the age of 16 to 18 or under 16. So you'll see there 1 in 3 16 to 18-year-olds had started cocaine and ended up as current drug users. 1 in 4 current drug users had started cannabis before they were 16.
Just 2 minutes, Michael.
So this next slide might be one of the most challenging. What's the main reasons for use? So we gave our students 6 options. And the commonest reason for use is because they enjoy it. And that's actually not necessarily a palatable thing, because most of us believe that if we work in healthcare, it comes from trauma, or we're disadvantaged, or to relieve distress, and absolutely it does. Interestingly, for cannabis, it's the one substance for those who ended up as current drug users that they use it not just for fun, but to relax. So they're self-medicating. It's not a zero-sum game, and over half of current drug users are at moderate or substantial risk of harm. Half of current drug users are at moderate or substantial risk of harm. And if we ask the students, is it having a positive or a negative impact on your life? If we eliminate the 0 position, the null position, the teal colour there, for almost all categories, the students who use drugs monthly say it has a negative impact on their life, except, interestingly, socializing and actually mental health, which is a paradox in that they appear to be self-treating on occasions.
Just 1 minute, Michael, please.
Our students tell us overall it's having a negative impact on student life. Only 7.1% of the students believe it has a positive impact. 53% of our students tell us it's a negative impact on student life. And as to their desire to change, well, our current drug users, 2 out of 3 current drug users do not wish to change their drug habits. They don't consider it to be a problem. They consider they don't use it too often. Cannabis isn't harmful, and it's fun. So over 1 in 2 students have ever used a drug. 1 in 3 have used it in the past year. 1 in 5 using drugs in the past month. 1 in 2 feel drugs are a normal part of student life. Over 1 in 2 feel drugs has a negative impact on life. Less than 1 in 10 says it has a positive impact. And 1 in 2 current drug users who are students are at substantial or serious risk of harm.
Finish up, Michael, please.
So, Gurmila Mahagav Galer.
Thank you very much. I know Michael probably had a very interesting recommendation slide there that we make sure everybody gets to see, as indeed all the presenters had towards the end of their presentations, recommendations that they would like to see come from the Assembly. So perhaps in the Q&A we can pick some of that up as well. So I think it's over to yourselves now for just about 8 minutes. I know it's tight to have a discussion at your table, think about a question or two, and again I'll go randomly across as many tables as I can, and we'll get to as many tables throughout the day. Thank you. You too. Well done. y'all to come back. Facilitators, can we close at the table? Okay, if our Roman micers can start, and we're going to go to tables 2, 8 and 14 in the first instance. So table 2, please, firstly, and I'll take the 3 questions together and we'll try to get through as many as we possibly can. Can I just say as we kick off, our panellists are joined by Annette Honan, who will support questions around the education centre, the education sector as well. So, table 2, please. If you're ready, if you're not, we can go to someone else. Okay. Table 2.
In regards to engagement with education or prevention, does that really reach the people who need it, the people that are marginalised in society? Do they actually engage with the prevention? I need to ask maybe Karen or Connor.
Thank you very much. Very clear question and well directed. Table 8, please.
So what studies brought you to the conclusion that the magic mushrooms are a party drug and they are used for fun and they are addictive, when it's a well-known fact that they are actually treating addiction and they are also treating depression?
Thank you. Again, very clear. Anybody in particular you want to direct that question to? Table 8? It's okay, I'll handle it. Table 14, please.
Good morning. Thank you for your presentation. Could we just ask Dr. Michael, please, does he think that random drug testing in colleges would be a deterrent for students?
Thank you very much. Again, very clear questions. Can I just go to the first question, please, the panel, education and prevention, particularly for Karen. Are we sure that it's reaching marginalised people and engaging with marginalised communities and individuals and people? Karen?
Yeah, well, look, universal prevention is aimed at everybody, and with that, it goes into a number of different settings. It goes into, like, we have a project that we are funding that is in a school, that is in a DESH area and a healthy community area, which is a deprived area as well. So, we are considering that in the development of these programs, and we are specifically kind of trying to bring things along to that area. Richie, do you have anything else to add on that?
Yeah, I'd echo what Karen says. Like, I suppose we do have some targeted interventions, and we'd see that in different levels of social policy, and I suppose people living in deprived areas do need enhanced interventions, but the best value stuff is universal prevention. Like, again, Iceland would be the model for having success in reducing adolescent drug use, and they don't pick and choose who gets the intervention. So the leisure vouchers, no matter whether you're rich or poor, you get it, and that avoids stigma and it kind of improves socialisation. So we kind of look at universal prevention first, but we do also have targeted interventions that reach marginalised communities.
Yes, Celeste, or indeed your colleague, Annette, do you want to make any comment on that?
I'd just like to mention on the curriculum side, the prevention piece and the education piece is actually mandatory for that all children have access to SPHE. And Celeste had mentioned this, social, personal and health education. Is this unique space in our curriculum where every child in Ireland in primary and in junior cycle has access to SPHE. It's one of the core parts of the curriculum, and within that, education around substance misuse and all aspects of making healthy choices and the kinds of skills that are important to do that are a really core part of that curriculum. So therefore, in that sense, all young people have access to education and prevention in this area. Up to 16, that is, because when they get to senior cycle then, Celeste also mentioned that from then on, social, personal and health education is actually not mandatory, and schools may or may not choose to timetable SPHE within their curriculum. So the new and updated curriculum that's out for consultation is actually asking that question of, should it now be mandatory? And I wouldn't like to be putting words in your mouth, but if you were to propose that, it could be quite helpful at this point in time, because otherwise, students really come to a cliff edge, and their education in this space then, it's down to where they are in a particular school, whether or not this area is actually attended to them beyond 16. So that's just something I'd like to flag. But otherwise, it's important to know that we do have a very strong and robust curriculum there up to junior cycle that addresses these important areas.
No, thanks. That's very helpful, Nat. And I guess the challenge is always things can be mandatory, but it doesn't necessarily mean they land or they connect or engage with people. So that is, I think, where some of the question might have been coming from as well. So, Celeste, do you want to add anything else further, please?
No, I think Annette has covered that really.
Okay.
Yeah, we're happy. Thanks, Paul.
So, unless any other panelists, okay. Next question going to go into the issue of magic mushrooms and what evidence brought to conclusion that it's a party drug where there is, as represented, evidence of it being therapeutic or supporting issues of depression and other supports. Michael, was that on your presentation? Sure, it was.
Most drugs have both therapeutic and other opportunities associated with them, and we know magic mushrooms or mushrooms or whatever we want to call them have been used and are used in therapeutic settings. The reasons our students take them for them largely is for fun, and that's what they've told us. No doubt that some would take it on occasion to relieve distress, but the data tells us that the reason they take it is for fun.
Can I just, sorry to catch you on the hop here, maybe Professor Johanna Hivers, if you're at the back there. I know you're doing some research in relation to the issue of magic mushrooms and third level. Is there anything else you'd want to add just to what Michael said? If I didn't catch you on the hop. I know I did, sorry about that. I saw you on your phone, so I had to intervene there, sorry. Am I joking?
Thank you, you've eyes everywhere. I think I'd just bring it back to what I always bring it back to. So I am doing a study being led by my colleague John Kelly, looking at psilocybin for cocaine users. What I would bring it back to is that it's very much an emerging science, and I think that we're approaching it in that measured way that we should, because we've learned from giving substances to treat other substances that it doesn't always go well. So yeah, I'd say that we need to be measured about it, and I would say watch that space. It is an emerging science. We know that from other jurisdictions, but yeah, let's not jump full feet into it either.
Thank you, Johanna. Sorry to catch you there. But probably warn for the rest of our observers to make sure we're tuned in case I call you in too. Sorry, Michael, table 14 had a very clear question again, was the whole issue of potential of random drug testing be an issue around prevention. And again, some of the other panellists might have a view on this.
Yeah, so I think the question was, would random drug testing be a deterrent for students? I think the short answer is no, although I'll qualify that, but obviously drug testing may be a deterrent for some students, but you know, they may well be the wrong students. They may be the students who do not want to offend, the students who do not want to be detected, and the students who perhaps don't take drugs in the first place and unlikely to take drugs in the first place. And I suppose the other thing just to challenge ourselves is, why would we introduce random drug testing for students when it doesn't exist for society in general?
Thank you. Any other panellists want to make comments? Don't feel the need to?
I just echo that, you know, these kind of punitive interventions, they can actually increase risk sometimes. So we know things around sniffer dogs at festivals and that kind of thing. And you kind of have to question, what does it serve, random drug testing? These kind of zero tolerance approaches, they deny people opportunities for support. So they're actually quite unhelpful. We're just trying to catch people on the hop, and there's no real purpose to it. So, yeah.
I think there would be many unintended consequences, such as, you know, have been described there, that the students would not engage in preventative strategies, and it would become a cause célèbre amongst the student body that our only response was, drug detection.
Okay, thanks to you both. Table 5, 9 and 13, if I can take in that order, please.
Hiya. There's an emphasis on spending more money, but what we want to know is what's the effectiveness in schools. Should we have more experts, real life experience, more school counsellors, more student mental health issues?
So can just to help the panellists, the effectiveness in schools, and should we have more specialists or experts, is it, in the
Yeah, real life experience.
Okay, very clear. Thank you. Come back to that in a second. Table 9.
A question for Dr. Michael Byrne. Were students asked why they don't use drugs, those who don't use them? And was trauma given as an option for reasons to take drugs?
Okay. Thank you. Again, very clear. We'll come to Michael in a moment. Table 13.
morning, everybody. Our question is quite simple. It's what is meant by the exchange registry, and can you develop a little more about it? Because we only touched on it at that time. We'd like a little more. It seems to be a relevant part of the conversation this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that would be for Karen, that one, but I'll come back to that in a minute. So firstly, table 5, the effectiveness in schools, and should we be using more people with real life experiences in the delivery of the programme. Celeste?
Yeah, so I suppose I might talk, there's a couple of things there, and one is whether we do bring in people with lived experience. I think that it's really important that the SPHE curriculum is addressed in the way that's intended. So it's all about equipping children and young people with the skills that they need, to the social and emotional skills, to deal with the situations they find themselves in and to deal with the world around them. What we are trying to do with that is the positive approach, and to stay away from, I suppose, too much of a focus on like what might be perceived as a sort of a warning to students, or, you know, this could happen to you kind of approach. Now, that's not in any way to dismiss the type of intervention that they could have, but I think it's really just to keep it in that positive space. And we have to be very mindful as well that, like, schools will all have, there will be different school contexts, and every class will have children in it with different backgrounds and different experiences in their own lives. So there has to be a sensitivity as well in that, and an ability for schools to kind of respond, for the teacher to respond to the class that's in front of them actually, and to you know, to ensure that what's there is appropriate for that class, for those children and young people at their age and at their stage. I think there was a piece in that question about maybe supports more generally for schools, am I right? And I think it might be just worth mentioning the wellbeing framework, and I mentioned that earlier briefly in the presentation, but it is a whole school preventative approach to ensuring kind of health and well-being in the school community. So within that, for example, there's a wellbeing office based in the National Educational Psychological Service. So that's kind of coordinating all wellbeing matters, and there are different structures there and different supports for schools through the National Educational Psychological Service. So where there's kind of difficulties or mental health issues, there's a particular support there for schools. Hope that answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely affirm everything you said there, Celeste. And just, I suppose, in a nutshell to say, the evidence shows that the most effective model and approach in school-based education in this area is for teachers within the classroom to be the facilitators of conversations with young people, because they are provided, of course, that they are well trained and equipped and confident and competent in this area. So more training and support for SPHE teachers is really, really crucial and is urgently needed, I'd have to say, because the alternative is that we have people coming into schools, some of which are very excellent, but obviously not all, and therefore there's sometimes unintended consequences. You can have people going in and sharing their own stories, for example, and you mentioned that earlier, Richie, that often can lead to young people having, you know, either been triggered by that in a negative manner, or maybe thinking, oh, this person actually came through this and it's okay for me to take drugs and I'll come through at the other end and maybe I'll be out telling my story. So there's all of these unintended consequences. So it's all about the teacher in the classroom, and also when the person walks out the door, there's no follow-up then probably. You know, so we need sustained education in this area. So it's not just a once-off intervention, a 1 hour person comes in this Friday and by next Friday it's forgotten. So there is obviously a role for the drugs, for experts to come in, but it has to be very carefully, judiciously chosen people who can complement what's happening in the classroom and not as a substitute.
Can I just ask off-piece to Karen and Richie, just from a health perspective, do you see any value in lived experiences going into some of the programs that you use? I presume it does a lot.
It's tricky. Like, lived experience has value, but it's essentially it's a person's story. Can other people relate to that? Sometimes maybe yes, but it depends on how it's delivered. It can sometimes glamorize drug use. It can arouse an interest in drug use, and again, like for the reasons that were mentioned, it's not particularly helpful. It doesn't. There's no follow up after it. You know, if a child goes home and ruminates, they're left to the internet, and when you go on the internet to look about drugs, you can find anything generally positive about drugs. So it's we tend to discourage it. There's much better things we can do in schools, and that's really where we should focus our attention.
I think this is an interesting, you know, topic and dilemma, because a lot of what we've heard through lived experience here certainly informed us through this process. And it may not necessarily relate in terms of education sector, but I'm not sure of Eamon Keenan, who's worked with us on a few things. I know he's an interest in this area too. Dr. Eamon Keenan, yeah, sorry.
Thanks, Paul. I suppose.
Maybe you can stand up if you like, just so everybody can see you. You're small.
I was
You're
standing,
small like
yeah.
myself.
I suppose in relation to this, my concern about the use of people with lived experience coming into schools is that sometimes that can be used as a tick box, that the school may abdicate responsibility for introducing the evidence-based prevention work that you've heard today by saying we're getting in somebody with lived experience. This is like the shock tactics. This is going to put the kids off, and we've done something in relation to drugs for our population. When they really need to be getting the teachers trained, the teachers incorporating the information into the curriculum and doing prevention work in that way, as opposed to the lived experience person who has their own merits, but it's not for the school environment, in my opinion.
It's very interesting insights overall there. Table 9 had a question around, was it tested why people don't use drugs, and also was it tested the issue of trauma being a reason why people may have used drugs, if I've represented the question correctly. Michael?
Yeah, yes, so that was an important finding, and 3/4 of students said they don't use drugs because they've no interest in drugs. The next most common category of reason for not using drugs was concern around physical and mental health and well-being. And it then fell in terms of concern around financial and legal consequences. So actually it's a lack of interest in being intoxicated through drugs was the main reason. 3/4 of students who don't use drugs chose not to use drugs. And there was a second question then as to were the students asked around the option of trauma, so as to the reasons for using drugs. And I think it is really important, and again I'd commend you to have a look at the report, but students were given 5 options to pick as to their main reason. And they could pick more than one, by the way, okay? So the options they could pick was to enjoyment or fun, to fit in, the concept of peer pressure, to relax, actually use it as a relaxant, other, you could put any other, and the one, I suppose this would be under, is emotional distress. And emotional distress, I suppose, would cover trauma. And just to say, and if you look at the graphs, emotional distress doesn't rank more than, single-digit percentage for any drug or any category of drug users. So whilst there's no doubt the lived experience of those who do take drugs and end up sometimes in addiction would be a background of trauma, for the data suggests that the majority of our students take drugs for reasons other than trauma and emotional distress. And that's something that I think this Citizens' Assembly needs to know.
Again, very helpful insight. Can I just go to Karen on the issue of the exchange registry and people having an interest? Was that for yourself?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Love a straightforward question. The exchange registry is a registry that was put together by the European Monitoring Centre for Drugs and Drug Addiction. Gregor, who you heard from earlier, who's the prevention lead in that agency, was really key and instrumental in putting that registry together. But what it does is it brings together prevention programs that have been evaluated in a European setting. And it's a big list of them. You can search it through by family-based prevention, school-based prevention, and what it does, it's a list, and it shows you what the evidence of the European evaluation shows. So it goes from likely to be harmful to beneficial, or likely to be beneficial, or more research needed. So it's a really useful tool, actually. It's something when we were running our funding programme that we encouraged everyone to look at and try and bring these programmes into an Irish context. The other thing about that is actually the Department of Children are doing their own one now at the moment. It's called the What Works Hub. And it's a registry of prevention programmes that work and that are in Ireland. They don't have anything about drugs on it just yet, but we are going to work with them to get evidence-based drug prevention things up on that hub as well. So look, we're moving in that good direction in Ireland too, which is really positive. So thank you.
Thanks, Karen. And Carl just reminds me there is a link on the members area of their site, Citizens' Assembly site, to the exchange registry if people want to get some more information on that. It does sound something of particular interest to the Assembly. Okay, can I go to tables 1, 6 and 11? We're tight on time. I'll take the 3 questions as quick as we can. Table 1, 6 and 11.
So we had a few questions, but we'll just limit it to one. We talk about the main, Dr. Michael Byrne talks about the main reason that third level students use drugs is to have fun. And I think everyone in this room likes a bit of fun. And we also heard in previous meetings that the overwhelming majority of people that use drugs come through a filter or a funnel system, and they come out the other end, and they don't get trapped in this scenario, this problem scenario we talk about. So our question is about how you align this fun then with this criminal underworld that's going on without getting into shocking messaging, and how you would tackle that in education, in health and in policy in general. Thank you.
Thank you. Table 1, very clear again. Table 6.
We've heard a lot about the schools, and that's been very interesting. This is for Karen. But when is the right time for a parent to bring up the subject of drugs with their children?
Very good question. And table 11.
Hello. What metrics are being used to judge the effectiveness of prevention programs? And another very small question. This one is for Celeste. There's a school of thought out there that bringing experts, and I'm not saying people that live the experience, but experts into schools as a team to discuss substance misuse is more effective than actually training our own teachers. Maybe a combination of both could be provided. Thank you.
Okay, that's an interesting one that's coming up across tables. I'm going to ask the panellists just be brief in response, and I'll try to get through as many as we can. So the first one was the issue of how do we align this issue of which the evidence demonstrated most people taking drugs for fun with the understanding of the whole criminal aspect of it in the underworld without taking a shock approach to it. Again, I'm going to go in first instance to on the education side to put you into that. Annette or Celeste, do you want to just come at that?
I might let Annette talk about that, because that's where kind of the age and stage appropriate piece
Sure.
comes in.
Just briefly, Annette,
The
if you
first
can.
question here was in relation to the complexity. And this comes back to needing trained and qualified teachers in the classroom, because none of these issues are straightforward or black and white. And we don't need teachers going in and pretending that they are either. So it's about seeing the grey in life in general. And when we're teaching SPHE, there's a lot of grey areas. So really skillful facilitation and not going in and just preaching and being judgmental. That doesn't work with young people. I've done consultations over the last 4 years up and down the country in relation to what young people need in this area of education. And they keep saying, we don't want judgy teachers who are telling us what to think. And teachers who recognise our world and the complexity of it. So I think that's the straightforward answer. It's all down to teacher professional development. And then on the other education piece was around the outside facilitators. It isn't, again, it's not a black and white either or. Yes, there is scope for outside facilitators across in this area. You can imagine how helpful it is for a teacher, for example, when they're doing aspects of relationships and sexuality education, to bring in perhaps an expert in that area, or somebody from a rape crisis centre, whatever, to talk about domestic violence, and equally in relation to drugs education. And there's a fantastic team of people around the country in the drugs and advisory I've got the term wrong, task force. And they are skillful and equipped to go into schools as well and support teachers. But once it's in a supportive manner, and it's not to substitute or say, well, that's that box ticked, as was mentioned down the end of the hall earlier. So it's to complement and support rather than to substitute. And that's how it can work really, really effectively then, I think, to bring in your outside experts as well.
Okay, and tomorrow we do have a case study from Clondalkin about using other people, other skills, and how with lived experiences, how it might help. Secondly, Karen, can I go straight to yourself? As I love this question. When's the right time?
I'm going to defer to Richie on that one.
When's the right time for the parent to engage on this issue?
So I suppose if we're looking at kind of family-based prevention, it's a life course thing. There's no right time. Okay, so I think it's about keeping communication lines open with your children. So it's really about when's the right time that they come to you, so that if a child feels comfortable talking to their parents about drugs or other risky behaviours, that there is a line of communication. There's no set time. Again, it's going back to the idea of an inoculation at a certain point in a child's life. That works with vaccinations and stuff. With this kind of thing, it can be different for different children, so there's no set time. What you're better off having is an open relationship where you can talk about these behaviours with your child, and they'll tend to come to you first if you have that.
Now, we were all hoping for a specific answer. What age is it?
There actually are very helpful guidance documents for parents that have been developed by the HSE, how to talk to your child about drugs and alcohol. And the Barnardo's website has really helpful guidance and documentation in this area as well. So for any parents out there who are interested, those would be two go-to places, I'd suggest.
Okay, no, thanks. And then finally, table 11, the second part of the question has been answered, but and randomly across the panel, just any views on the metrics or how we measure the effectiveness of prevention programs? So, Karen, maybe any views?
Richie again will be an expert on that one, sorry.
No, I suppose it's like evaluating anything. We've different sort of rigours of evaluation. So kind of the gold standard are randomised control trials. So we can, like I think I shared a study in Peru where they did a randomised control trial among schools who just did the Unplugged programme and then schools who did Unplugged with the universal prevention curriculum. And they could see a difference in outcome when they look at prevalence rates. So it is possible to evaluate it. But I think prevention is tricky because evaluations tend to need to be longitudinal. So it can take a number of years, because if you intervene with, let's say, 12-year-olds, you mightn't see any real patterns of change for 10 years. And that's expensive. Good prevention is invisible as well. It's things that we don't notice around us, the environments, the cues. It can be tricky to measure, and that's kind of the challenge for prevention. But it is possible. And again, if you go back to the Exchange Registry, it will link you to all the studies that were used, and it will only rank evaluations of particular quality. So if it's a poor quality evaluation, it doesn't go up on Exchange. So if you'd find out a little bit more on that website.
And any of the other panellists want to make a brief comment? Celeste?
Just briefly add, I mean, I just think that's a really good question, because evaluation is so important to give us an evidence base for what we're doing and to make sure that what we're doing has impact, or that we can in some way demonstrate that. I mentioned in my presentation the evaluation of the Know the Score materials, and some of that, and as Richie says, different ways of evaluating depending on what you're evaluating, but in that I think that will include engagement with young people in focus groups on how they perceive that, the impact that resource has had for them as well. So there's lots of different ways of evaluating, but I think it will be to try and demonstrate. I suppose you have to start out knowing what you're trying to achieve and then try and measure against that. The other piece to mention is, and I talked earlier about school completion programs and the interventions that happen to try and keep students in school. So we can see that the school completion rate has increased, and I think the graph that I had there showed that school completion has increased quite significantly in recent years. So there's sometimes there's an external sort of outcome that you can see, well, what's happening is actually effective here.
Okay.
But it's, different responses for different interventions, I think.
Thank you. And I know we've eaten about 3 or 4 minutes into your deliberation time, but we will make it up at the tea break, I've no doubt. I think it was a really good, engaged Q&A and discussion on some of the issues that's been hovering around for the last few Assembly meetings. Can I ask you to show your appreciation for the panel? Thank you very much. So over to your facilitators. You have between now and just around 11 o'clock or 5 minutes more if you need to, just have a deliberation on what you've heard this morning and any key facilitators facilitate to learn what we might do better, differently, etc. Thank you. To our next session again, continuing wider perspectives on prevention. I'm going to call first to the podium and we'll introduce our panellists as they go through, as they are ready to present. So Professor Breda Smith, who some of you may know is the Chief Medical Officer based in the Department of Health, I'm going to give you a public health perspective on the whole issue of prevention. Thank you, Breda.
Thanks very much, Paul, and hello, everybody. My name is Breda Smith, and I'm the Chief Medical Officer. I'm here today because drug use is a significant public health problem in Ireland. After I graduated, when I was deciding to specialise, and what I was deciding to specialise in, I did a 6-month clinical job in infectious diseases. At that time, I had worked in Africa on voluntary services abroad, and I had witnessed abject poverty. I had worked in New York while on a J1, where heroin addiction was rife. However, the greatest culture shock I experienced in my life up to that point in time was this infectious disease job in Dublin. This was Ireland, but I was experiencing a completely different language. People were talking about FI and the joy, all terms I'd never heard about before. It was a completely different environment. Children were stealing to smuggle drugs into parents in prison, in hospital. Sexual assault at a young age was common. There was physical assault. There was also prison sentences in the Mountjoy, and this was very common. It was a different perception of normality, and it was certainly a different perception of normality that I was accustomed to in the west of Ireland at that point in time. I realised that health was not just about the health system, but it was also about the wider determinants of health. It was about education, housing, employment, nutrition, parenting, and also security. I chose to specialise in public health after that, and I went on to do a postdoc fellowship in UCLA in drug abuse research. So many of you throughout the Assembly will have heard the lived experience that has been shared with you. Shannon, a young girl from the travelling community, Fionn, whose mother died at age 22. We know now that the profile of drug users in Ireland has changed significantly over those 30 years. Drug use can affect us all, from all social classes and from every county in Ireland. But it affects those more severely in deprived areas. The harmful impacts of drugs on public health are many. Substance use is responsible for a considerable number of premature deaths. There are 409 drug-induced deaths in 2020. Every drug death is a family devastated. Drug-related hospitalisations account for approximately 53,000 inpatient bed days each year and over 200 day cases. 70% of our hepatitis C cases are IV drug users, and the risk of HIV is 25 times greater in IV drug users than the general population. There's also increased risk of HIV and Hep C linked to injection of stimulants such as amphetamines and cocaine, and this is because of the increased frequency of use and sharing of injecting paraphernalia. Mental health is also a significant problem associated with drug use. Dual diagnosis is well recognised, and also there's the coexistence of mental illness and drug use. There's also been a steady increase in our admissions to psychiatric services associated with drug-related causes over the last decade and a half. The data available on cannabis use is of great concern. 1 in 5 adults who use cannabis are likely to have a dependence on it, and 1 in 3 young people likely to become addicted if they use cannabis weekly or more often. The strength of cannabis and its potency has increased by 57% in the 10 years from 2011 to 2021. Also, the profile of cannabis use has changed over time, and people are using it more frequently, many daily. Cannabis can cause addiction. We have 45,000 people with cannabis use disorders in the latest data. And in 2022, the HRB report that our under 18s account for 80% of new presentations to our cannabis addiction treatment services. Hidden harm is the experience of children living with and affected by parental problem drug use. Children suffer harm in a number of ways as a result of compromised parenting, which can affect the child's social, physical, and emotional development. The latest drug treatment figures available show that in 2022, almost half of cases in drug treatment were parents. Here you can see how on the pathway to problem drug use, different factors come into play at different stages. When someone starts using drugs, the key influencer is their environment, their perception of normality. What is normal to them? What is normal at home? What is normal in their community? However, when a person decides to continue in their drug use after their first experience, personal characteristics become a stronger influencer. But we also know that our personal characteristics are informed by our formative years at home, by our environment, by our community, by our networks. It's only at a much later stage do we see the pharmacological effects of a drug become influential in predicting problems with drug use. So when we think about this, the perception of normality, it's the influence on the pathway of substance use. Legalizing a drug and increasing its access is a form of normalization, and thus will change the perception of normality. It decreases the perception of risk associated with drug use. Sorry, it won't move. Okay, thank you. So the next 3 slides are based on our health-led approach, which involves a primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention. Every public health doctor will tell you prevention is better than cure. And I agree with that, and this is also true for drug use. I'm not going to go through all these programs because I know some of my colleagues already have touched on some, have introduced them all to you with our secondary harm reduction programs and also our recovery programs. And I know Paul will be ringing the time bell, so I don't have the time to go through them all with you. But what I will talk to you about next really is how do we engage people who use drugs with this health-led approach. It starts early with our home environment, our friends, our colleges, our communities, and our organisations. But we also know now that the profile of our drug users have changed since the 80s. Over a third now are cocaine users, and we have a third opioid users. In 2022, cocaine use increased by almost 26% from 2021. That's in 1 year. So we need to adapt how we engage with drug users to ensure they engage with our health-led approach. Stigma acts as a barrier to those who wish to seek treatment, so we need to change the narrative regarding drug treatment. The Health Diversion Programme is a very good example of changing our narrative and the diversion from the criminal justice system to our health programmes. These schemes represent a vital link for the person who uses drugs to the health services and a potential path to recovery. And these schemes are also have a greater impact in deprived areas.
Just less than 2 minutes, please, Brita.
So our health system reform, Sláinte Care, gives us the opportunity to give the right place in the right care in the right place at the right time. And this also should apply to our drug treatment services. The development of our new RHA, Regional Health Structure, is an opportunity to provide drug services at a regional level on an integrated basis. It is the opportunity for better integration between primary care, mental health and social inclusion services, but also including local authorities in the discussion and the seamless integration into the wider determinants of health at an RHA level.
1 minute, Brita.
I'd like to bring you back now when we talk about the public health implications of drug legalisation to one of my earlier slides. When someone starts using drug, the key influencer is their environmental factors, their perception of normality. what is normal. So legalisation will increase use and the normalisation of drug use. So what is the peer-reviewed evidence telling us from other jurisdictions that have legalised drug use? Well, from Ontario and Canada, data from 2001 to 2019 tells us it increases the prevalence of cannabis use and the profile of the use to daily use. It increases also the prevalence of cannabis-related problems, including ED admissions and hospitalizations. A 2021 research article that focused on adolescent cannabis use concludes that high and low frequency cannabis usage are associated with significant increased risk of schizophrenia.
I have to ask you to finish, Breda, please. Sorry, no.
So finally, there's no silver bullet. We need a multi-layered public health approach with primary, secondary and tertiary prevention. And also in public health, we base our decisions on evidence.
Thanks, Breda.
Thank you.
Do have finished. Thank you very much. Okay, Professor Catherine Comiskey now from Trinity College Dublin is going to give some wider perspectives on research she's been engaged on, both from an Irish and an EU perspective as well. So, Catherine, you're very welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Citizens' Assembly. I appreciate that you're here at a weekend listening to us, and I don't want to talk at you. I want to talk and tell you some stories. So I'm Catherine Comiskey, and I'm a professor in Trinity College, and I have been doing research in addiction for over 30 years, and started off looking at HIV and AIDS, and I'm continuing that work. I'm also involved at a European level. I've been involved with the European Drugs Agency for 10 years, and I've been the chairperson of their scientific committee. And I don't express a personal opinion. Everything I'm going to say today is evidence, research-led. So being also a teacher across 30 years, I'm going to just make 3 key points that I have learned that I would like to share with you from my 30 years. And those 3 key points, I'm delighted to see coincide with some of Professor Breda's points. Tackle stigma. We have a health-led drug policy. Do we have a stigma-led drug policy? Tackle stigma. At Citizens' Assembly, there's only so much you can do, and we really appreciate it. I appreciate your time. But, you know, you're going to be looking at top-level decisions. Tackle stigma. That's one thing I've learned. Have progressive policies. I'm not telling you what progressive policy. You're the ones that have taken your 6 months to be here. You decide what you think is the best progressive policy. But I will say to you, be progressive, be brave. And finally, being a researcher, I believe in independent research and education. So it's people like me. People will share data with me because I'm not a guard, I'm not a healthcare professional, I'm a researcher. Have independent research and education. They're my 3 points for you to take away. Why do I say tackle stigma? This is a study I did with Dr. Karen Galligan in the Southeast. And this was John I met, who had a very, very difficult life from a young child. If John's family had not been stigmatized, John could have been helped at a young age. That same John, I will be positive, because a lot of the stories are very negative. When I met John, he was now out of Dublin. He was living in the southeast. As we sat in this beautiful little room in a treatment centre, he bent down, he rolled up his trouser leg. I'm going, what's happening here? To show me where he was shot when he was 17. I'm a researcher, okay? I'm not face-to-face, all the time. This was quite shocking for me. But John, this day, because he's gotten excellent treatment in an environment of non-stigmatizing treatment, was, when I met him, expecting his second child. So there's a positive end, but look at that story. Look at that child. He was failed because of stigma. With the work with Karen Galligan, we also, and again, this is not me, this is not Catherine, this is the numbers. I have a PhD in biomathematics, looking at epidemiology and HIV and AIDS and measles and all of those things. This is the numbers speaking, not Catherine. And the numbers say that for every person we know, we have estimated there is just under 1 child. So every person known to services, there's just under 1 child. At the moment, the estimate for the number of people using heroin and opiates in Ireland is around 20,000, maybe it's 19 something. That's maybe around 19,000, 18,000 children who are in an environment where there are opiates. Just think of the stigma. Those children know what mum and dad are doing. Those children can't go out and say it to anybody. That's the numbers we're talking about because of stigma. Have progressive policies. I was delighted to see the Know the Score programme. You'll see one of my posters outside there as well. I'm going to be looking at the evidence for the Know the Score programme. In terms of intervention and prevention, it's really difficult to get emergency department room data. It's not centralised like inpatient data, but myself and one of my PhDs, Dr. Marie Hyland, we looked at 11 years of emergency department room data for young people. And I've just pulled out 2 case studies here. This is Oisín, and you can see Oisín was 15 and he's using alcohol and diazepam and cocaine. And this is where you're ending up, in the Children's Hospital in Tala. This is a story of Kira. We have 1,200 of these stories, children ending up in ED. All right. So what I want to say here, and this poor Kira, I mean, this could be my daughter. I have 3 daughters and 1 son. All right. And they're all adults and young adults. So I know what's going on. I have seen the prinks and the whatnot. All right. So, I'm a mother as well as an academic for 30 years. This is what's happening with young people. So the message I'm giving here is that we need to have prevention earlier. There are positives. We also interviewed 360 children, teenagers in DESH Band 1 schools, and we said, what protects them? Positive school environment, not a stigmatized. You go in with dirty uniform or your homework done, you're in trouble. They should be supporting that child. Trauma-informed schools, no stigma, informing the teachers and so forth. Education, research. These are what we've seen delays the onset of alcohol and drug use. And then it's not just about young people, older people. The older people. We've done a study with Dr. Dave McDonough on people who've been in treatment. The average time these people had been in treatment was 11 years. All right, I remember meeting a man once, and he said to me, Catherine, I used heroin for 2 years. I've been on methadone for 10. So these are people who are still struggling. And what we found, that people, even though they're getting their lives back together, that their childhood experiences are remaining with them into adulthood. And these are some of their childhood experiences. They're called adverse childhood experiences. You can see what some of these people have been through. But do you know what was the most important, one that affected them most? When we did the research, and again, I know there's numbers, don't mind the numbers, just listen to the message. The most strongest factor that impacted upon them as adults was feeling unloved. Not physical abuse, not sexual abuse, not the parent being in prison, was that child feeling unloved. Unloved in a family or in a society or in a school and being told they were no good. And that followed on to their adulthood. And we thought that was really powerful. And again, all of this research that I'm talking to you about today is published. It's peer-reviewed, internationally. It's been through. They've checked the results. They've checked the methodology. They've checked the ethics. And they've said, yes, Catherine, your conclusions are correct here. These are all published works. So I'm going to just remind you of my 3 points. Tackle stigma. Have progressive policy. I'm not going to tell you what to do. You're the ones listening to the evidence. Make your own decisions. And independent research evidence. And this is a true story of a lady, I'll call her Patricia, who I found in my data over this period of 30 years. I went through all the different data sources I had over a number of years, and I said, was there anybody who's turned up a couple of times? This was one lady that turned up in my data in my various studies. When she was 7, she was sexually abused. Thank you. When she was abused, do you think nobody knew? Somebody knew. But that child was not protected because maybe the mother or father were using drugs or alcohol. There was stigma to sexual abuse. As a result, that child, when she was 15, when everybody else was doing was called then the intercert, she was injecting drugs. There were no clean needles. There was no needle exchange then. But we have it now because of progressive policy. Then when she was in her 20s, she had her first same-sex encounter. So she was obviously, a gay woman. But again, it was illegal. But we have same-sex marriage now because we have progressive policy. At the age of 24, she had HIV. Again, that was stigmatized, but not anymore all right, because we have moved on as a country. We have progressive policy. So I'm going to say to you, be progressive in your policy making decisions. Do not be afraid. These are my 3 messages based on 30 years of research. Tackle stigma, stigma-informed policy. Plus health. We've got health. Thank God we do. It's great. Tackle stigma. Be progressive. Look, that lady was let down. Let us never let down another Patricia in this country again. Thank you.
Well done. Well done, Catherine. Some very clear messages there, and you're winding up, and you win the gold star of the day so far for finishing just before your time. So well done. Professor Mary Cannon now is going to join us. Professor Mary Cannon is working on the advisory support group, a consultant psychiatrist based in the Royal College of Surgeons Ireland and Beaumont. Mary.
Thank you very much. It is an incredible honour for me to be part of the advisory support group for this assembly, and also I'm delighted to be able to speak to you today about a topic that's really close to my heart, the topic of prevention. Not just because I work as a psychiatrist, but because my research has been in the area of young people's mental health. And I firmly believe that we need to take a developmental approach to mental health and substance use. It has been shown that most adult mental health disorders, including substance use, people have already had a mental health problem, a severe mental health problem before the age of 18. So we need, if we're talking about prevention, early intervention, we're talking about a youth focus. Breda Smith touched on types of prevention. I'd like to go into a little more detail about this. She mentioned tertiary prevention. This is giving people the best possible help to improve their outcome and promote recovery. And we have heard a lot about this in the Assembly. We had Johanna Ivers talking about recovery capital. We've had site visits. These are people who are giving wraparound care, which is what you need for tertiary prevention. You need not just the good treatments, you need the employment benefits, you need the education help, you need social, financial supports, housing supports, okay? Now, the next type of prevention is secondary prevention, and this is what we know as early intervention, catching people before they fall off the cliff edge, if you like, of problematic substance use or mental health problems. And again, we've heard about this throughout the Assembly. The key thing about secondary prevention supports is they need to be accessible, there needs to be no wrong door, they need to be integrated so people don't fall through the gaps. We have heard about the work of the drug and alcohol treatment task forces, about general practitioners, adolescent services. This is all part of secondary prevention, really, really important. But primary prevention we're kind of, I suppose, dealing with today, and I'd like to talk to you about this. This is keeping people away from the cliff edge, stopping people using substances. And this requires a different kind of approach. This requires a public health approach, a public mental health approach. This is a whole society thing. We need to drive down levels of risk factors in the community, enhance protective factors. We need to focus on young people. We need coherent public health messaging. And I think this was mentioned this morning. We need very strong messaging coming from on top, a clear message. And we need education, but it's not just going into schools. This is education for the whole of community, the whole of society. It can't just stop when people leave schools. Two important things to remember about prevention. There's the prevention paradox, which is actually you can make more gains by focusing on reducing risk factors in the whole population and shifting the population curve to the left than you can by just focusing on people with the condition, the ones at the most harm. You can actually reduce levels overall better. The other issue, and I think someone mentioned this morning, the issue of unintended consequences. We must always remember the majority of the population do not use drugs. So any policies we make should not increase risk for the whole of society. We must take a whole of society approach here, as well as focusing on people who have the condition. How do we start thinking about prevention? I think we should look to international comparisons, to countries that have low rates. Now, this graph here shows rates of cannabis use disorder worldwide. The red countries have very high rates in young people. The more blue the country, the lower the rates. So we should be not looking to countries with the red countries, we should be looking to the blue countries. This is the SPAD survey, which was mentioned earlier this morning. The lowest, these are rates of cannabis use in young people over many years. And you can see the lowest rates there are, that is Iceland. So let's have a look at Iceland and see what's going on there. They had the highest rates of substance use 2 decades ago. Their young people were binge drinking at epidemic proportions. The government decided they needed to do something, and also local communities. So they implemented the Icelandic prevention model, the Planet Youth model, which has driven down substance use. They're now the lowest in Europe. I think it was mentioned this morning, the key elements are data collection and devising interventions, more data collection to see if they're working, devising interventions again, tweaking the interventions. This is a constant iterative process. In Ireland, this has already come into Ireland through the efforts of the Drug and Alcohol Task Forces and the Education Training Boards. It's been running in Galway and Mayo Roscommon for a number of years. It's now started in North Dublin, Cavan and Monaghan. And I've been involved with that. We get some interesting information on risk and protective factors. I'm talking about cannabis use in young people. 7% have used cannabis in the last, these are transition year students, in the last month. This is about the European average. The risk factors are other substance use and also peer pressure and peer use. Protective factors, the strongest ones were parental supervision, parental attitudes to drugs, and also another protective factor was a young person believing that drugs are harmful. So we can see the potential for intervening here in terms of social messaging and education. We have some interesting preliminary results on young people who have not touched any substances by the age of 16. What factors are associated with this group? Interesting ones are access to public transport, participation in sports, again, parental factors, and also parents who can afford basic necessities. And this leads me on to some of the work that Catherine was talking about on this very important area of adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs as we call them. These, Catherine went through some of these. We have 5 to do with the young person themselves and 5 to do with their parental familial environment. I just want to point out again that parental problematic substance use is actually an ACE, and we need to bear that in mind when we're talking about hidden harms. In terms of outcomes of ACEs, the key thing about them is if someone suffers multiple ACEs, so more than three ACEs during their childhood, they are at higher risk of problematic, both physical and mental health use, but the highest effect is for problematic drug use. You can see the bottom line there in adulthood, 10-fold increased risk if you've had 3 or more ACEs. And we had a lot of talk about this in the lived experience panels and the effect of childhood trauma. So we need to prevent ACEs. And how can we do this? I want to talk to you about the work of a very inspiring figure called Professor Sir Michael Marmot in the UK. He has taken a health equity and social justice approach to this. He said there's clear evidence that policies can make a difference. This can come from top down. If a government, if the local leadership believes in this, then things can happen. He has had influential reports, Fair Society, Healthy Lives, and then the Marmot Review 10 years on. He has devised a set of Marmot principles. The key one here, the first one is give every child the best start in life. And what's happened, he's been trying to influence, you should look at him on YouTube or in his talks, very inspiring. The UK government haven't quite taken it on board, but interestingly, some cities have said, we want to be a Marmot city, Coventry and Ghent. We want all our policies to embed these principles within them so that every child can get the best start in life, so that create fair employment and a good work for all, racism, discrimination. You can have it read through those, they're very inspiring. So we've all heard, as Paul mentioned this morning, we've been riveted to this, the MV Matthew, this ship coming towards Ireland with hundreds and millions of euros worth of cocaine on it. As we heard from the legalisation session, we cannot stop the supply. There's an endless amount out there. What we can do is try and stop the demand, take the handle off the pump. And this is a key tenet of epidemiology. John Snow, back in 1850, there was a cholera epidemic raging in a part of East London in Soho. People were dying. No one knew how cholera was distributed. Everyone thought it came through the air.
Just
but
2
he
minutes,
noticed,
Mary. Just 2 minutes. Take it.
Okay. He noticed that they'd all used water from the same pump, the Broad Street pump. And even though there was no scientific evidence at that time, he got the handle taken off the pump, and the rates of cholera went down. We need to do that kind of approach. We need to take the handle off the pump and stop driving the demand for drug use. So that, I suppose, trying to give you a flavour of the idea of prevention capacity, which is that we can change the whole society, community, to allow the best outcomes for everyone, for our young people and for older people, for families. And this is not done by focusing just on the individual. This is done by focusing on the individual within their family, within their school, within the broader society, within our government. And this is, I'm not going to deny, this is a complex problem. We've heard it described as a wicked problem. Complex problems require complex solutions. And, it's a mammoth task ahead of you. And I have so much respect for the work you've all been doing since this assembly started. And I have no doubt that you will tackle this and come to the best possible outcomes and solutions. And I wish you the very best of luck with your deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mary, and thanks for keeping the time and interesting perspectives on a whole of society approach and some messages around that too. Next, can I ask Professor Dennis Cusack from the Medical Bureau of Road Safety. Apart from being a medical doctor, Dennis is also a barrister and a long experience as a coroner. And he's welcome, Dennis.
Steve, good morning. Thanks for asking me to be here. Everybody's told a little bit of where they come from. So I've practiced as a doctor, a lawyer, a coroner, I'm head of a forensic toxicology unit, and I was in charge as Professor of Forensic Medicine in UCD. Why do I say that? Some might say, well, you must know an awful lot. And I probably do. But what I'm saying to you is actually, the more you know, the greater the doubts in your mind about what is and is not going to happen. And I say that to you. You'll have had about 60 to 70 speakers, 100 hours of listening to people. God help you. 120 speakers. God help you. And soon you're going to be asked. So it's like what our parents used to say to us and we say to our kids. You know it all. When you come to the decision now, come to the exam, step back, look at the big questions. So don't be afraid. If I were you, I would be, actually. So, some of the things we're talking about here are, you're being asked to consider a lot of things. I've been asked to speak about road safety and drugs driving. I'm actually going to be naughty and speak about a bit more. You also have to consider the criminal aspects of supply and misuse of illicit drugs and prescribable medicines. We have to think about safe and healthy driving. You have to think about healthcare, psychiatric and mental health considerations. You have to think about traumatic and violent deaths and self-killing. And it's up to you what you think about social and recreational uses and decriminalisation or legalisation, particularly of cannabis. So, I'm going to look at the public health aspects, death and injury prevention, drugs and road safety. I was before the Joint Oireachtas Committee on Transport just 3 days ago. You don't need me to tell you we're on the way up again with deaths. Terrible. That's the graph. Going down, now we're up. But let's not despair. Part of it does relate to alcohol and drugs. We have a vision zero, but we know alcohol contributing factor in about a third, drugs a contributing factor in about the same. And we've now surpassed the total of deaths for 2021. And I think even more important, in some ways, people's lives have been shattered. So that's one aspect of drugs. Preliminary drug testing, if you want for prevention, we now test for drugs at the side of the road. Just like alcohol, for a few drugs, we actually have levels above which, if you're found with those levels, it's illegal to drive. We have a medical exemption for medical cannabis, but it's still an impairment. If you have that, it can be an offence. They're the levels. Don't bother with those. If you have the slides, you can look them up later. But we do measure for cannabis, cocaine, and heroin product. If you have those at those levels, it's an offence, just like if you're above 50 in blood for alcohol. To remind you, we actually do have medical use of cannabis for spasticity associated with multiple sclerosis not responding to other medications, for nausea and vomiting associated with chemotherapy, and for severe refractory treatment-resistant epilepsy. I was actually involved in drawing up the medical exemption certificate, and actually it hasn't been used very much. So there is already a recognition that there may, in certain circumstances, be legitimate use of medical cannabis. Drug driving prevalence. Just look at the graphs. What we're looking there, cannabis, benzodiazepines, opiates, and cocaine. Someone was talking earlier about the cocaine. If I were an economist, if I want to know how the economy is doing, I look at cocaine use. I've been tracking this since the 1980s. When the economy is down, cocaine is down. When the economy is up, cocaine use is up. Cocaine use is up at the moment, and Ireland is relatively wealthy. The new device. This may also be prevention. I have it here. You can literally, the RD or anybody can slip it in their pocket. That's the size of it. It's like an antigen test, and it'll detect cannabis, cocaine, benzodiazepines, opiates, amphetamines in just by this little test in a few minutes. Some of you at the back mightn't even be able to see it. That's how small it is.
Carl's going to go through the test in a moment. It's all right.
And in the last year, since we had this new device in December, you can see there again, it's cannabis, cocaine in particular, and benzodiazepines. So, I want to also deal with prescribable and over-the-counter drugs and give you a brief summary. They're also a real problem, and they mirror the taking of drugs and medicines in society. We need to be vigilant. Now, I'm going to put the cat among the pigeons if somebody hasn't done it already. I think the title of what you've been asked to do is perhaps, it could be fine-tuned. You've been asked about the harmful impacts of illicit drugs. Could I suggest to you that you consider the harmful impacts of illicit and improper use of drugs? Really, it's not whether the drugs are licit or illicit, it's how they're used. And I'm going to give you an example. In fact, this is the biggest list I'm going to give you. Licit drugs, prescribable drugs, they're not illicit. Benzodiazepines, Z drugs like Zimifene, Zopiclone, pregabalin, medicinal cannabis, morphine, oxycodone, fentanyl, which has come, even the Taoiseach, I think, has mentioned it again in the last 24 hours, and codeine, sulpidine, Feminax. They're all licit prescribable, but if they're used off prescription or bought on the street, they're as big a problem as some of the others. So maybe you need to think about not just illicit drugs, but the illicit and improper use of drugs. And patients, for anything, be it driving or otherwise, make sure they take their medications in accordance with prescription. The RSA, and we advised on these, have brought out excellent leaflets about using your medications safely. And if you want more information on drugs and medicine, our annual report at 22, frequently asked questions, and I was on a panel of about, we had about 25 people from 11 countries, and we produced fact sheets on cannabis use for driving, but actually it goes across the board. Why am I concentrating on cannabis? I think this is going to be the most difficult question you have. Some of the others are clearer. One thing I will say that now is moving on about deaths and unnatural deaths, and here I am broadening my brief. I've been a coroner for over 30 years. I've seen terrible deaths and tragedies. I've met with families. It's an inquisitorial process. It's not about blame or exoneration. And time again, we make recommendations, many of them relating to drug use. And this wonderful list, as a forensic doctor, I've been at conferences, we're actually quite a cheerful bunch. But we deal with homicide, self-killing, accidents, drowning, road traffic collisions, accidents at work. And also, when they happen, sometimes people are injured, whilst one person has been sadly and tragically killed.
Just 2 minutes, Dennis. But
you've already had drug-related deaths talk. I think my colleague Dr. Susie Lyons will actually be addressing us again at the coroner's conference in a few weeks' time. Fatal poisoning can cause direct death. Actually, alcohol. If you've got 400 or 500 milligrams of alcohol in your blood, you may not wake up again. Indirect cause, it contributes. So it may mean you crash, you drown, you fall down the stairs, and you've seen the reports. In 2020, you've heard it again this morning, 409 deaths. Often in combination with each other, drugs and alcohol. And again, hanging, road traffic crashes, falls and drownings. And as a matter of fact, cannabis very, very, very rarely, in fact, it really doesn't cause death on its own. It's usually in combination with another drug or what it leads to in terms of the person. And remember, cannabis and alcohol depress the system. Cocaine, methamphetamine, amphetamine, speed make you more of a risk taker. So, with all of that, sometimes we talk about vulnerable groups and at-risk groups.
Just 1 minute, Dennis. Thanks.
And in all of your deliberations, actually, again and again and again, and it's not to take away the risk of other people, but it's actually young men under 35 years of age. They are at the greatest risk. You, of course, do not forget women and other age groups, but sometimes if you want to get a message across to prevent, you have to aim it at the group most at risk. So I hope in that short time I have given you an overview and perspectives. I wish you the best, and I'm going to end now to see if I can get the gold medal. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Unfortunately, we've only one gold medal every day, so it's just gone out there, but we'll give you one tomorrow. Look, no, and thanks for sharing a wider perspective, as you say, beyond the exam question we asked you to do, because I think your knowledge is quite well received in the hall here today. So thank you very much for that, Dennis. So now, as you know the format, we have 10 minutes for you at your tables. Consider what you've heard, prepare some questions, and I will go, just to give advance notice, we'll be going back to tables who haven't had a chance in the first session, so I'll go for tables 3, 7 and 12 in the first instance. So over to yourselves. Thank you very much. Those at the tables. Okay, I said we're going to start with tables 3, 7, and 12, please. So if you can start with table 3. I think that was the order I said before we broke. So table 3.
With all your experiences throughout your years and careers, what is the biggest challenge, in your opinion, to the implementation of a preventive policy?
Thank you, and thanks for standing up. If I can just ask each of the tables just to stand up as you pose to questions. So the greatest challenge to prevention, I'll come back to that to the panel. Table 7.
Hi, this one was for Catherine, but for the panel in general. How can we destigmatise drug use with our current health-led approach that is currently criminalised by our society?
Just 1 second now, good question. Okay, and table 12.
Good morning, everyone, or good afternoon. Quick question for the Chief Medical Officer, Breda Smith. Breda, can you tell us how much money is allocated in relation to drugs, in relation to charities, and in relation to mental health services, because they're both linked? And also, very cheekily, can we ask the question then, in relation to if there was one national body, would that work where there's splinter groups out from the current people that are working on the daily basis there? Because what we've heard for the last number of months is that people don't know where to go when they need the service and they need the help. So there's obviously something there. Okay. So it's really about a funding issue. How much money is allocated, and both for mental health and for drug services and charities in the country at the minute.
Thanks very much. Just if I can, and really can feel free to comment, but on the first question around the allocation and the funds and the money, we do have Jim Walsh from the department in here tomorrow to specifically present on that. So if you don't have that to hand, we'll cover that tomorrow, Breda. So just on the first question, the greatest challenge to prevention, and it was kind of one that will fit across the panel. So maybe can I go to Catherine first, just briefly?
Yeah, happy to talk about that. Thank you. If you look at all of the other policies, for example, the needle exchange, same-sex marriage, I think the citizens weren't ready, and when we were ready, then those policies were brought in. So I think there was fear, we weren't ready as a community, but I think we are now ready. So in my opinion, from the research, it was fear and not being ready, and I suppose fear of doing harm. But from my research, we need to bring prevention in earlier. So from looking at 11 years of emergency department data on young people going into emergency departments, they were all, initiating alcohol and drug use at a much younger age than when we're initiating the prevention. So we need to bring it in earlier. That's my opinion.
You obviously made a strong message around prevention in terms of public health. Any comment?
Yeah, I absolutely agree. Within prevention, and I know I didn't get to go through the slides with you because I was very, very aware of Paul's bell. So, but within that, primary prevention is a really key element of that, and that is the health education and health promotion. But like that, the effectiveness of primary prevention is ensuring that your materials are bespoke to the population that you're delivering it to. So like that, they have started a program, but it hasn't been scaled, and the priority is to scale it in national schools, and that's a program called Know the Score. There's also there's also a program so that's in schools. There's also a program being commenced now in colleges called eShield, which introduces an app called My Use, and it signposts people to information that's appropriate to the questions that they're asking, but also signposting to services and support networks. But also we have to recognise that there are people that also use drugs in our society that actually don't speak English, because we have lots of non-English speaking people. So it's really important that all of our materials within our prevention programme are translated and that they're culturally appropriate for all the populations that are in our population that are using drugs. And that's to prevent the initiation of drug use. But likewise, it's really important that secondary prevention is also easily accessible. And actually, I'll come to that really with regards to some of the answer to the next question that has been posed.
Thanks, Breda. Mary, again, some of the greatest challenges to prevention, greatest barriers. Any comments?
Yes, it's a very good question. I think a lot of the mental health and drug, we're a bit late coming to the game in terms of prevention. I think the oncologists, as Breda said, have been way ahead of us in terms of let's find the risk factors and reduce them. Heart disease, for years, rather than just focusing on better heart transplants and stents, cardiologists decided to get out there and get the population to, reduce their blood pressure, reduce their cholesterol, and that's made the difference. We just haven't, mental health somehow hasn't had that perspective. Maybe, as I was saying, we need more of a mental health to be integrated with public health a bit more. And the other thing I think is lacking is, and someone mentioned this morning, the lack of a clear body, perhaps with oversight for the public health messaging in terms of issues like this. There seems to be like one campaign for tobacco, which is very good, and then alcohol, but we're lacking a coherent message when it comes to drugs. Not entirely sure why, but I think that would be really, really helpful.
No, thanks, Ian. Dennis, do you want to make any comment on your experience?
The challenges, well, I'd actually challenge you to challenge the relevant ministers. Finance, health and education. And I'll deal with each of those.
And justice?
I'm going to leave that for a little while. Because too often we actually think that law solves everything. Laws can be very good. So you've now diverted me on to justice. But actually, it's the underlying problems. Laws can actually complicate things. Laws can backfire. Laws can distract. You actually go back to the primary. So let me go the first to the finance. As you've probably been hearing, you can come up with whatever recommendations you want. But if the resources are not there, your recommendations will go the way of every other report and every other recommendation. So resources. And in order to identify the resources, you have to go back to find out what are the risks. And that's why I said, and I was waiting for somebody to say, hold on, you're being very gender-based. You said young men under 35. And the reason for that is to challenge you. Identify what is the biggest number of people at risk. And if it were young women under 35, then you go for that. So you put resources where they're needed. You also put support. And one thing I didn't say, and Paul said I could say anything else during this time, take drink driving and drug driving. Yes, we've got to bring people before the courts to actually prevent them, hopefully, on the road danger themselves. But there's a small number of those people, and as a doctor, I want to see also medical and psychological rehab programs for the small number of drivers who have drink and drug addiction. Yes, maybe they have to have their license taken from them, but we've got to support them. We've got to be not just punitive in a criminal system. We've actually got to, sometimes, carrot and stick. The stick is you're convicted in whatever. The carrot is we're offering to help, and you've heard some of from the court service, some of those. The second thing I would actually go for health, and I would link it to public health medicine. This is a public health issue, and again, that's where resources. We learned with COVID about public health, that public health has to come out of being one of the poorer relations, as general practice was and still is. So prioritise which part of medicine. And thirdly, education. I'm a firm believer, and I'm not an expert, but I saw a fantastic slide this morning. Everything I saw in a coroner's court, particularly with tragic self-killing, it goes back to that person was not given the way to value him or herself. Self-value, and that actually I think translates into feeling loved. So let's get the message at a very young age, value yourself, you're worth it. Regardless of what's happening in your home and the terrible things, you are worth it. And that because it leads to a decrease in alcohol, it leads to a decrease in drugs, and it makes people value themselves. And also, let's see, at what age should we be actually introducing to kids about cannabis and drugs, and alcohol? And despite the fact, I want to bring in a bit of realism. You talk about the challenges for drugs, People are saying we have programs for alcohol. Is there anybody here who really believes that we have got on top of the alcohol problem? We have policies, we've central committees, we've recommendations, we've the Royal College of this, that and the other. We pour money into it. So let's not fool ourselves. We've got to fight hard with recommendations for money, resources, education, support. But it's going to be a long road, a long, long road.
Okay,
so
Dennis.
they're the challenges.
No, very good. And a natural round of applause there, so well done. That doesn't happen too often, so well done. If I can go to Table 7 had a good question, and it was posed for Catherine, but I'll call some other panellists as well. And it was how do we start to try to destigmatise, and I'm trying to rephrase and paraphrase, with a health-led approach that we currently have in play that can lead to criminalisation. We done okay? Thank you. So, Catherine, do you want to go first?
Thank you. Great question, Table 7. Thank you for that. I mean, if you take a look at that case story of Patricia, she was stigmatised, but she wouldn't be now. You know, so she was in a same-sex relationship, she had a baby young, and so forth. So society has developed. We have broadened our mind, we have more education. So I think in terms of stigma, it's about not tolerating stigmatizing language. I mean, it really bothers me when I see words, you know, that define people by drug use rather than by people. Like, I don't even like saying them, so I'm not going to say them. We need to say these are people who use drugs. All right. One of my family has cancer at the moment. We don't say she's a cancerous, do we? That would be so offensive. She's a person who has cancer. All right. So we need to watch our language. I'll come back. Pardon? It's not illegal to have cancer. No, it's not. No, it's not. No.
Yeah, that's the point I was trying to bring up. Sorry to interrupt you.
By accepting. I read a really good paper during the week where it said we all accept that substance use is a societal problem. You know, lack of education, deprivation, you know, intergenerational, but we put all the blame on the individual. And that's where we need to shift the blame from the individual to society. We need to say within society, we are not going to use this language. We're going to educate our young people. I mean, if somebody has colon cancer, we don't say, you didn't eat enough fibre. We don't go around blaming them, do we? You know. Well, that's up to you to decide as the Citizens' Assembly how you want to proceed. But I would say...
Adele, apologies. Mm-hmm. I want to keep it open. Adele, do you want to clarify as well?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I was just... I'll stand up. I was trying to say that in my head, my opinion is that there is a correlation between stigmatisation and the criminalising people for doing these things. So I was trying to see, I didn't really understand how we can, in any way worthwhile, destigmatise something if we're criminalising people for it. Like the cancer analogy you made, or we were saying at the table that, like, we know it's a bad thing to not wear a seatbelt, so that's why it's stigmatised. Like, it works in some instances, but it clearly doesn't work here.
Yeah. So decriminalisation is not the only answer. You know, it's education. It's, you know, not tolerating the language. It's, you know, supporting people where they're at in poorer societies. You know, it's really, it starts from all. I mean, the media. You know, calling it out if somebody uses that sort of language. It's really, you know, destigmatizing and decriminalisation. It's not one or the other. You know, it's not a consequence. It's part of a whole package. And it's up to you to decide how you think that package should go forward.
I think, Adele, your point is it's much harder because it's criminalised?
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like, it's the only example I can think of where it's something bad, but we're trying to destigmatize it. You know, like that you're in prison for something that everyone's saying, oh, it's okay, and we won't call you like names or anything. It's just a bit confusing how we're handling it societally. I'm not saying. Thank you for your answer.
And the reason, sorry, just before I bring in Dennis, the reason I'm very happy to keep this open between the floor and the top table is the whole issue of stigmatisation has probably been a common theme at every assembly we've had, whether it's people's lived experiences or policy makers or everybody. So I'm happy to keep this. Dennis.
Paul, just very quickly, I think they're fantastic points. I've steered away deliberately from the criminalisation, legalisation, but I'm actually going to wade in now at my peril.
Here, I hear.
Stigma is disapproval. I did my Mr. Google. Disapproval. Could I challenge you again? You know, we have different drugs. People who use cocaine don't have the same stigma as people who use other drugs. So stigma actually isn't a universal concept. Now, do you get rid of it? The whole point about, and that's what I'm saying, laws don't actually solve things. So making something a crime or not making it a crime actually may not be the question. But you do have to ask the question, why is something a crime? Can it be handled differently? And God help you, you have, I think you've got to decide, when I put up legalization versus decriminalization. We are live. I wonder, does it actually make a huge difference? Now, it can, if you legalize something, it can lead to unintended consequences. But don't get too hung up. I think what you've got to say is, do we want to keep in a punishing sphere something that is a societal problem? Maybe that's the way to do it, because I think you've got to, there are very, very complex questions and unintended consequences, the difference between legalizing something, as they've done in Portugal, and decriminalizing something, as they've done in Holland. You know, so I think, and you corrected me on that, because legalization.
They haven't actually legalised in Portugal. They've decriminalised.
They're actually I think certain drugs, maybe in the driving sphere, that they've done some there. But in any case, this shows you've got to be very careful about, because I think there's a difference. So maybe it's about, do we want to make it a punishment for people with a health problem rather than a health issue of support and rehabilitation, and at the same time keep our eyes on the guys who are making commercial profit out of this, who are not the people who are sadly addicted. So you've got very complex questions to ask. And I don't know whether Table 10, that answers your question.
Dennis, just for, I call Table 10, and we did have a really good discussion. The only one comment I would put at our last meeting on the criminal justice and legal debates was that try keep thinking, for us as Assembly members, what does we want to achieve? And definitions aren't always the answer, you know? So what do we want to happen? What outcomes do we want? And, you know, definitions are sometimes confused. Table 10, we're giving you...
Can we introduce a COVID-style ongoing public health education campaign on the consequences of all drug use?
I hear you sneaked in another question altogether. I thought that was... But we will ask the panel. Can I move on? Sorry, I think that was a good debate. Unless any of the other panel members, because I know we've differing views on the panel, which is the whole purpose of this, and I've no doubt differing views on it. Any other panelists want to make any comment of this issue of stigmatisation while there's a criminalisation aspect to it?
Yes, I tend to agree with Catherine. Really, we're conflating two things that aren't actually need to be conflated. This, I don't know if you're interested. This green badge I'm wearing today. This is the Sea Change campaign. It runs for the whole of September. This is the last day of September, so I thought I'd wear it. It's about destigmatising mental illness. Now, no one's saying mental illness is illegal or a crime. But there's huge stigma attached to mental illness. So I think you know, we just need to be careful about making too simple kind of solutions where things are actually more complex than that.
Okay, Table 10, I was going to come to you next in terms of a question as well, so, and indeed Table 4, I think they're the last two. We have to, but I'm just going to sweep up a few other ones that came through we wouldn't have addressed. A question came up around from Table 12 of the one national body or oversight. You know, would that help? Is that missing in terms of oversight of the issues, complex issues related to drugs? Rita, do you want to take that one first?
So I think that we actually are in a very fortunate position at the moment, because we're in a position of reform with the health system, with Sláinte Care. So we are in a position whereby there is going to be reorganisation of our regional health areas into regional health authorities. And with that, there's going to be a greater emphasis really with regards to integration across the services. So this is, I suppose this is what is the design that has been put forward with regards to all of our health services, and it's going to be very important that our drug treatment services are part of that. But I think having outlined, as I did, that, you know, it's not just about the drug treatment side of the services. It's also about the wider determinants of health. It's about the integration between those services, then the primary care, mental health and social inclusion services, but also the local authorities with the wraparound services for housing, education, support networks. And it's the cooperation between those two and the effectiveness of that discussion and the outcomes that actually really will have the greatest impact with regards to all aspects of the preventative programme or the health-led approach, which is primary, secondary and tertiary prevention. The next thing I just wanted to address also, which was by my panel member here with regards to public health. You're absolutely right. Public health play a key role in this. And post-COVID, there has been significant investment in public health, particularly with the Crowe-Haworth reform. So now we have specialist public health consultants in the area of health improvement, and there's one in each of these regional health areas who will have the responsibility for health improvement across all of the lifestyle risk factors, implementing at a local and regional level what is being identified as policy nationally. So there's going to be not only that we're so used to a top-down approach, but now this is the coordination of a bottom-up and the top-down approach, so that it meets, so that there's better implementation of all of the elements that are being identified within the harm reduction programs. And also, and I think what is very important is our recovery programs, our tertiary preventative programs with the rehabilitation of our ageing people who use drugs with their own chronic diseases. Like we see in I cited the drug-related deaths with directly related to poisoning, but actually there was almost an equal amount that weren't directly related to poisoning, but they were related to cardiac disease and also hanging. So mental health, once again, is a really important element within the health of the people who use drugs, particularly those that have a long-standing problem with drug use. The question then about one overarching body, so there will, within this structure, there will be a National Health Improvement Office within public health, which will also be linking then with the Health and Wellbeing Programme, and that will be the national approach and that is the current policy with regards to all of the lifestyle risk factors, and drug use is one of these lifestyle risk factors. But I do agree that there has to be increased emphasis and increasing the support through the public health network in each particular region, and they will all be networked. And it is important then that the local drug and alcohol task force are networked into those structures, so that there's a very clear voice with regard to drug use and drug services, both preventative, harm reduction and their recovery programs.
Okay. Thank you, Breda. Sorry, I'm going to go to table 10 and 4. Now, table 10, I might just ask you to repose that question again. And then table 4, I think at that stage I've got to every table this morning, but tell me if I haven't. Looks, yeah, table
Thank you.
13. Have I not got to 13? No?
Sorry?
Sorry, table 10, please. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we introduce a COVID-style ongoing public health education campaign on the consequences of all drug use?
Thank you. Very clear question. Thank you. Table 4, and I know table 13 might want to make a comment. I'll come back to you. Table 4.
Well, I've been nominated to ask this question. So, when drug use is decriminalized, drug use goes up. So, where do these people come from? Are they people who didn't use before, or are people now just being more honest about their use?
And sorry, Frederick, can you just clarify when you said when drug use is criminalised or decriminalised?
When drug use is decriminalized.
Decriminalised.
Decriminalized. Drug use is up.
Okay. Okay, two very different questions, and I want to call various panel members. I won't call Breda on the first one because it's naturally where you would go to Breda because she's lived in this for the last few years. But a COVID-style approach in terms of creating awareness and campaign and education. Mary, maybe first.
Me?
Mary? I'm just naturally not going to breathe.
Yes, yeah, no, I think it's a great question, and I suppose it was really, I suppose, a revelation to all of us during COVID how I suppose the health authorities and the government can crank into gear and actually give us a really clear message really fast. Remember those yellow posters everywhere? And it was just the power of the message. It's not that simple with drug use. And as you know, you go around the room here, you'll get different opinions from everybody. And I think that means the government or the public health authorities are a little tentative about giving a message because I suppose in some ways they don't want to upset people too much about it. But the one thing we could give a clear message about is harms of drug use. I think that is somewhere where we're on solid ground. There's a lot of evidence now. So and for years the other issue we have to remember is the power of lobbyists and the power of industry. This has prevented for many years. I mean, you mentioned about the alcohol, Dennis. The reason the clear messages about alcohol haven't got out is the sheer power of the industry. I mean, this has been working against it for years and years. As soon as you get an addictive substance and an industry together, it's like rocket fuel. And this whole thing takes off, and it's very hard for public health to rein that back in. So we need to be very careful there. It took years with tobacco, and we're finally getting on top of it.
Catherine?
Thank you. It's a great question. I mean, I would love to see something like that, but I wouldn't focus on the harms or on the consequences. I would focus on the positives. We all know young people are going to experiment, and so we have to give them information, and harm reduction we know works. So giving positive messages. We know from the research that if children are in a positive school environment, if they have destigmatization, if they have access to sporting facilities, and one thing we did pick up on was if they enjoy reading, believe it or not, they all protect against early introduction of alcohol and drug use. So I would love to see absolutely a COVID-type positive reinforcement of this is what, yes, there are harms, but here's how you can reduce the harm and protect yourself. And we know that, like if my daughter is going to Australia next week and she said to me, I'm going to go for a bungee jump, and I'm going, oh my God, how am I going to stop her? I'm not going to say your eyes, retinas are going to be detached. She's still going to do the bungee jump. You know what I mean? All I said to her is, well, just come back in one piece. Young people, are going to experiment. We need to give their educate, 6-year-olds. They know what's going on in home. Let's give them credibility. Young people know. Start young, positive messages. Protect them.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you.
Dennis, briefly.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, but COVID in 15 seconds, 2 meters, mask, vaccine. Very straight message. One virus, SARS-CoV-2. Drugs, cannabis, one group. Cocaine, different effects. Heroin, codeine, over-the-counter, people taking it because they get addicted through backache and other aches and pains. Fentanyl, we may see. So whilst it's great, I think it is going to be more difficult to get a focused message. And quite rightly, alcohol, you would think, one drug, but we're still not on top of it. So education campaign is fantastic, but it is going to take, I think, a lot more nuanced message. And maybe the message has to be, look, these things are harmful, but it hasn't worked with alcohol. So we have to think and target. And correcting myself, Canada was what I was thinking of in legalization. They legalized the use of cannabis a few years ago. I'm still waiting on a number of spheres to see what have they done, how have they got their message. And it hasn't quite worked out in the way expected. So I think maybe you've had talks, where have other countries gone with education and public education campaigns, and maybe it's already been done. I'd love to know.
Thanks, Dennis. Breda, briefly, just a comment on this COVID-style approach. I want to get back to table 4 and table 13 for a comment.
Thanks very much. I think it's great the way that COVID has recognised that health education works. And I think that that's one real powerful message from a very traumatic experience we all had during the last 3 years. In trying to build on what we know now, and it has reinforced the knowledge, people's knowledge of preventative messages. I would have to agree that it is not just, it's not one simple message. You know, there is, I think that each drug has different harms, so it has to be tailored to the needs of the of what the message you're trying to give. But what is really important, and I think it also has been raised by the panel earlier, that you meet people where they are, that you send a clear message in clear language to social media, because that's where a lot of the younger people are, and that's where a lot of the problem drug use is also. That you translate it in a way, and also in visuals, in the language that's used, animations, in the way, through their student networks, through their social networks, so that it's accessible, because the principles of effective health promotion is the settings, so that it is, you don't have to go to look for it, but it's actually reminding you. And because behaviour change is difficult, you know, it is difficult, we all have to be reinforced. You know, are we always washing our hands 10 times a day now? No, we're not, because we've kind of moved on. But so that message has to be reinforced again for winter. You know, so just the simple, you know, simple human behaviours, they're very difficult to maintain and reinforce all the time. And that's really the importance of in trying to make it bespoke and in the right settings.
Okay, thank you, Breda. No,
Could I just say the problem with COVID
very
was
briefly.
it was acute, it was time limited. We knew we were going to get out of it even though it goes on. Drugs is going to be a lifelong societal battle.
I must say, when I was in it, I never knew when we were going to get out of it. Anyway, look, just on table 4, and I'll probably just go 2 panellists on this one because we're eating into your time at the table. The issue, it's been presented here previously that decriminalising drug use leads to increased use, and the question I think Frederick Verpo's right is that fact, or is it just that people are more prone to admit? Yeah, Catherine, I was going to go to yourself and Mary, and then...
Thank you. Yeah, I want to come in here. The European Monitoring Centre have done a very good paper on this, and they have looked at different legal systems, legalisation, decriminalisation, prohibition, and so forth. And they have found no difference between any of them, no change, so no pattern of change. So I would actually I would question that assumption that decriminalisation increases drug use, or prohibition decreases drug use, or legalisation decreases or increases. They have actually found no pattern. And I actually have the little graph in my head because I was trained in mathematics, and it's a great little graph if you want to look it up. They've looked at them all. It doesn't actually affect drug use in any pattern.
I'm sure we might have differing views. Anybody else?
It's not
Mary?
my view.
No,
it's
no,
numbers.
Fine, absolutely.
It's not my
Mary?
view.
No, I'm aware of that data, and it is very interesting. I suppose the only caveat I'd have to that is that it conflates all age groups, that particular data, and there has been analyses carried out just looking at young people, at adolescents, and they're showing that actually it does have an effect. That the more lenient the legal framework, the more likely it is drug use will increase in the young.
Okay, and just for, again, so everybody has the evidence or the information, we'll get that report. Brendan Hughes from the MCDDA presented it the last meeting we had, but we'll get that report so everybody can read it. Can I just go to table 13? I think, Brian, somebody down there wants to make a comment. Not sure if it's related to this or anything.
Hi, our question is actually just based on the drug driving testing methods for Dennis, please. We have a document in the resource area called Cannabis Laws in Europe, Questions and Answers for Policy Making, and it states that a sobriety test alone, which is our current method, would effectively create a system of prosecuting anyone who is detected driving after any consumption, small or large, in many cases many days later. We know blood is a bad marker for THC, as THC stays in the blood for a minimum of 30 days and in saliva for 3 days or so. So currently in Ireland you can be convicted of drug driving for having any amount of cannabis in your system regardless of impairment or intoxication. So would we be better looking at a field impairment test, which I know some other countries are looking at as well, pupil reaction Romberg test, the walk and turn test, etc., to assess actual impairment or intoxication?
So table 13 win the prize for the longest question of the session so far since April. Dennis,
May
this is
get
yours.
the prize for the longest answer.
No, please don't.
Very, very complex question. I have to correct you on a number of things. First of all, sobriety testing is part of field impairment testing. We already have it. The 2010 Act, we actually have impairment testing. It's not being widely used. We have the pupillary, the Romberg, and so on. What we're talking about is actual levels. THC in blood is actually a very good marker of recent use. Yes, there are some physiological, for people who use it on a long-term basis, it can stay in the blood longer. The same, though, you maybe said of alcohol. People say they've driven the day before and they still have levels over 50 or 20. So it's I think you've raised some very, very good and complex questions. But to say that that blood is a bad marker for THC is not entirely correct. There's actually a paper that I'm quite happy to share with you. I haven't brought it with me in case someone did bring it up. But the whole point about it is we're trying to actually save lives. We're not prosecuting people until evidence. And the levels set out, in fact, in the annual report, just as with alcohol, the majority of people were way over. The mean was, for blood alcohol, was 160. The limit for ordinary driver is 50. In terms of cannabis, THC acid, it was between 5 and 20 times the level. So it's not just people at the lower limit. Similarly with cocaine and benzalkonium, they were multiples. So it's a very complex question. It's very good. And my biggest nightmare is always that a person who should not be prosecuted on the evidence is prosecuted, loses their license, maybe their livelihood. But we could spend a day talking about that. But let's not lose sight of the message. These drugs impair driving. There is always a compromise. For example, even when we set the alcohol limits, as you know, it was 2 or 3 pints were okay. Now we know, in fact, impairment starts certainly in around the 20 and above, and certainly by 50. So we could spend a citizens' assembly talking about the drugs and driving, and your points and your questions are very well made, and I think very well researched. You obviously have a very good knowledge of the complexities of it, and I'd love to chat with you, but I'm going to get hauled off the stage.
Thank you very much. Yeah. Look, we have eaten into your time, but you do have 20 minutes or so at the table, or if you decide to stay longer, the break is at 1 o'clock. Can I just ask you, we had a really good panel discussion, I think, here, very diverse views, very mixed views, which is what this process is about. So that's show your appreciation for the panel, and thank you. Please take your seats. We're now live. If you can ask you to sit down. Thank you very much, and thanks for being on time again. It's appreciated. We have a difficult agenda. Okay, we're going to kick straight away into the afternoon session, continue with the whole team of prevention. And first up from our panel, I have Roger Mehta. Roger is an addiction counsellor who does some specialist work in schools and prisons. Okay, Roger, over to you.
Yeah, thanks a million, Paul. My name is Roger Mehta, and I'm an addiction counsellor, psychotherapist from Clonmel. I'm also a trauma survivor, and for 16 years of my life, I misused and then abused alcohol, street drugs, and finally prescription medication to cope with the effects of chronic childhood trauma. I'll be 25 years clean and sober in a couple of months' time. I went back to college. Oh, thank you. God bless you. Amen. What I didn't know at the time when I was ill was I was suffering with what is termed as dual diagnosis. What is dual diagnosis? Well, some people start out with a healthy development of their brains due to positive biological, psychological, and socio-environmental factors, otherwise known as the biopsychosocial model. But if they misuse or abuse addictive substances, then this can turn into an addiction. They will then inevitably suffer from anxiety, depression, paranoia, psychosis. It can even trigger schizophrenia. Some people start out with a mental illness, and because unbeknown to most, they are self-medicating with substances to manage their poor mental health. They can then become addicted, which will even exacerbate the mental issue that they were trying to manage in the first place. So there are 9.2 million people in the US who are suffering from dual diagnosis. According to WHO, there has been a 13% rise in dual diagnosis in the last 10 years. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I was born in England, the eldest of 3 boys. My father was Indian and my mother was from Tipperary. I believe that my father suffered with undiagnosed bipolar disorder. Now, with no treatment or medication, it left us living with a very unstable, violent father for 8 years before me and my mother and my brothers had to move to Ireland. My father died 4 years later at the age of 39 from alcohol abuse, trying to deal with the disorder. Due to domestic violence, my mother was put on anxiety tablets, but she needed psychiatric care, which wasn't there during the 1980s. She died abusing alcohol at the age of 42, trying to manage her complex post-traumatic stress disorder. My brother, Jay, also struggled with complex PTSD, and due to the lack of mental health services, he also died from alcohol abuse, having just turned 40 in 2009. Self-medicating with substances to cope with my complex PTSD has had a lasting effect on my health. I've had a total of 8 operations due to cannabis misuse, which left me registered disabled for a time. There is a definite argument, though, for the need to legislate medicinal cannabis. I found recovery in November 1998, but I struggled greatly with my mental health for the first 10 years of my recovery. I was very nearly going back drinking until I contacted the Rape Crisis Centre in Clonmel in 2008. Nevertheless, I have worked in the community since 2000, both voluntary and professionally, without my trauma affecting my clinical work. There is still a lot of stigma around mental health. People are not talking about it, and there's a whole stigma, but I'm going to break that stigma and say that I struggle with my mental health. I still do, but I can still work. Research, Research on music has been shown to benefit your mental health. Since I was a child, music has always been my escape and my happy place. I've been a DJ, radio broadcaster, singer-songwriter since I was 16 years of age. Hip-hop is a global phenomenon that has just celebrated its 50th anniversary last month. The lyrical content of hip-hop music addresses themes such as poverty, trauma, depression, and anxiety, and addiction. By sharing their personal narratives, hip-hop artists encourage open conversation about mental health and dual diagnosis, inspiring others to seek help and get support. And I'm going to give you a little bit of one of the videos that I use in the workshops. This is Eminem. With the Eminem video, with the performance, with the lyrics, we can safely take a look and explore issues such as family breakdown, domestic violence, childhood trauma. We can also look at the effects on low self-esteem, low self-worth, dual diagnosis. Eminem has been through drug addiction himself. Okay, so I have delivered these workshops all around the country, including Mountjoy Prison, since 2014. I have now worked with an estimated 16,000 people around Ireland since 2009. The Harmony workshops have been the only psychoeducation program on preventing and managing dual diagnosis in Ireland for the last 14 years since I have been running it. The pen is mightier than the sword. A rap composition and performance workshop is part of the program. This is one of the raps written by an inmate on the medical unit of Mountjoy. Writing and performing the raps in class is a cathartic experience for many people on the program. I also do this in schools and treatment centres with students, and I give out badges on managing dual diagnosis. You'll be glad to know there's a badge for everybody in the audience tonight. Yay. Okay, there has been a growing awareness over the last few years on how hip-hop music is helping people deal with dual diagnosis, providing a vivid commentary on social angst, malaise and mental health. There are 2 doctors in the UK who are also working with hip-hop in the prison services over there. The Harmony workshops came first, though. I would like to say that the program...
2 minutes, Roger, but
okay.
You're okay, you're doing well.
Okay, the program has been endorsed locally by the HSE Substance Misuse Department and was shorted for the Social Entrepreneur of Ireland Awards in 2013. There is a huge burden on society with dual diagnosis. With my years working in Mountjoy, our prisons, I'm very sad to inform you, are full of people dealing with trauma and substance abuse. The impact of childhood trauma, or ACEs, as it's known, is not only having a huge impact on dual diagnosis, but also the physical health of populations. Evidence-based programs need to be funded. I know this isn't the forum for funding, but the Harmony workshops receive no fundings. I've been on my knees for years trying to run this program. Schools don't have a lot of money. I'm thousands of euros in debt. My car is 15 years old. Yeah.
Just 1 minute, Roger.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's impacted on my personal health and caused a lot of financial stress to my poor wife sitting over there to keep this going. but I'm so passionate about psychoeducation for dual diagnosis because it's not out there on the scale. Look, mental health and addiction services need to be integrated if we are to stop the stigma, the suffering, and the heartbreak of dual diagnosis. Thank you all very much for listening.
Well done, Roger, and we always admire the likes of yourselves who share personal experiences and that apart from your own skills. And I actually met Roger in Mountjoy where he was doing, I was on a recent visit there where he was doing one of his programs with some prisoners there on the day. Okay, I'm going to move on, and Dr. Ian Marder from Maynooth University, and Dr. Marder is going to talk to us on the issue of restorative justice. Thank you, Ian.
Thanks, Paul. So, hi everyone. I'm a criminologist at Maynooth University, and my research is in the areas of policing and criminal justice reform, and also restorative justice and victim services. And I teach criminal justice, drug policy, and drug policing, among other topics. I'm here with my colleague, Dr. Cian O'Cahor, at the back there. You may have seen us speaking and writing in the media recently, where we've been advocating for members of the Assembly to hear more international evidence on the merits of different regulatory models, and also more evidence on the impact of policing and punishment on human behavior. So we will be here all day to answer any questions you might have about that, and our submissions on those topics are also on the members area of the website, thanks to CAHL. But this talk will be on restorative justice, which is a process whereby a victim of crime and the person responsible are offered the chance to communicate, whether in person or indirectly, like mediation. So you can see a picture of people in a room there talking about what happened. That's also what a courtroom is, right? Is people in a room talking about it. But unlike a courtroom, what this involves is the people most affected by the crime deciding together how to address, repair, and prevent the harm that was done. It is also voluntary and facilitated by a professional. And importantly, this is something you can do at any stage of the criminal justice process and with any type of crime. So, if someone drunkenly damages a car, or hits someone, or steals something from a shop, then the assault victim, the car owner, or the shopkeeper can be offered the chance to meet them. They get to say how the offense affected them, maybe ask questions, ask why they did it, and then explore together how to make amends and prevent it from happening again. So in situations like this, maybe this could happen instead of prosecution. But of course, if the crime is very serious, then the person might be sentenced at court to either a community or a custodial sentence in prison, and the victim can still be offered the opportunity to meet them, whether during or after the sentence, even going into the prison and talking to them, having that same conversation. This is how it affected me. I'm curious. I have these questions. Why did you do it? Seeking maybe understanding, remorse, or reassurances. So there's a lot of evidence on this process, and the key point here is that it helps both people. The research shows that restorative justice helps victims to feel better, to recover from crime. It has very high levels of victim satisfaction compared to the court process. What we also know from the research on victims' experiences at court is usually a very damaging process for the victim of crime. Criminal justice ultimately is not designed to meet victims' needs, even all going well. Restorative justice also supports prevention by involving people in deciding how they can stop offending. So if people need drug treatment or mental health treatment, or if they need to make amends to a victim, or even to reconnect with their own family, any possible combination of things you can do, restorative justice enables this. And crucially, people are more likely to follow through with outcomes where they were involved in deciding them, as opposed to outcomes that people feel are imposed on them by courts or other professionals. So they consent to these decisions. And in contrast, the research clearly shows that criminal records and sending people to prison often make reoffending more likely. So restorative justice should absolutely always be offered for offenses with direct victims. It can also happen for crimes without direct victims, such as drug possession. So what you're looking at here is a video recreation on YouTube of a process that exists in Ireland. It's not used a lot, but what you can do in, for example, drug possession, is that the court can refer someone who's been charged to this process in between conviction and sentencing. And in lieu of there being a really direct victim, like in an assault, the person who has been charged can meet with volunteers from the community, professionals representing the state, and so on. Again, having a really similar conversation about addressing and preventing harm. But again, there's no necessary victim, direct victim in this situation. But one thing I would say is that if you were to recommend the decriminalization or legal regulation of drugs, and I am absolutely of the view that you should definitely be doing that, then you don't need restorative justice for drug possession. Because right now, someone ends up here because drug possession involves law breaking. But restorative justice is not really about who broke the law, how do we punish them. It's about addressing and repairing harm and meeting people's needs. And what the research shows is that the main responsibility for the harm caused by problem drug use lies not with the individual person using, but with the current legal framework. Or in other words, the criminalization of drug use causes harm. It is absolutely a harmful thing to exist. As we heard this morning about stigma, that is what that is. Criminal law is absolutely designed to stigmatize. Great question about how can you have less stigma under criminalization. It is designed to stigmatize. So under decriminalization, where drug use causes harm, you would have a health response, like with alcohol now. Now again, if a person commits an offense with a direct victim, right, burglary, violence, and so on, if that's because of problem drug use, then you can offer restorative justice within the criminal justice context. And that can be either without going to court at all, where appropriate, or perhaps during or after court, where that's appropriate too, like what happens now with alcohol-related crime. So this will meet victims' needs. It will help prevent reoffending by helping people to address their underlying issues with drugs or alcohol. And I've seen fantastic restorative processes in my own research where people's offending and other problems in their lives are a result of their problem drug use, and meeting with their victim or even their own family and community representatives help them understand the harm, understand their own problems, and motivates them to change. Punishment absolutely does not provide that motivation. So, the decades of research on this in criminal justice, in policing, in criminology, shows that the current law, where the possession of drugs is criminalized, does not deter problem drug use, and it makes public and individual health worse. The current law does that, actively causes that. So restorative justice, if you think of it more broadly as a philosophy, values, a way of doing things, it does not say that people caught with drugs should be punished or stigmatized. Quite the opposite. Restorative justice would say that we have to repair harm. So under a holistic model of decriminalization where you recommend investing in health services and all these different things, the restorative justice there would be to repair the harm to the very communities and individuals that themselves have been harmed actively by the war on drugs. So in some countries, for example, where they're looking at decriminalizing or regulating drugs, they're also looking at expunging or removing the criminal records from the people who have been, they now accept, wrongly, unjustly criminalized in that process. This is absolutely something that we should do here. Thank you so much. So my last slide. Number one, recommendation, I'm not going to beat around the bush, offer restorative justice for all offenses with victims, whether caused by problem drug use or not, frankly. Secondly, the absolute minimum legal change that I would hope you guys will propose is decriminalizing drug possession to stop the criminalization of people who use drugs from causing harm, to stop the criminalization causing harm. And finally, to provide reparation for the people who are harmed by the war on drugs as part of your holistic recommendations on change. And you heard last time that justice has to be cruel. that it doesn't matter anyway because only 11,000 people are prosecuted last year for drug possession. But to that I say, absolutely not. It's the injustice that has to be cruel. How can justice be cruel? Injustice is cruel. Restorative justice as a way of doing things requires compassion and a recognition that we should give people the opportunity to achieve their potential and contribute positively to society, recognizing that change is possible. And a very final point, whatever you recommend will definitely be watered down, 100%. So please don't be afraid to ask for lots of change if you believe that even some change is warranted. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you, Ian. Some very clear messages. Particularly interested in the restorative justice and what role it could potentially play in a decriminalised environment as well. So thank you, Ian. Very clear. Our next piece is actually a video. You remember we had some reference, Judge Anne Ryan, previously to the District Court's referral programme in Cork. And Judge Owen Kelleher is on this video, and Joe Kirby from the HSC, and Declan Reardon from Coolmine. So we can roll it there. Ryan, please.
What happened first really was that when I started, there was no cocaine coming before the court. It's only in the last few years there's been a dramatic increase. And I noticed that when there was assault cases before the court, that cocaine, particularly among students, was a major factor, and it was becoming a very big issue. And I was conscious of the fact, because I had given some talks in the university and in the schools about the consequences of a drug conviction, that the consequences of Class A drug conviction like cocaine are huge for the accused. In the district court, it's up to 12 months in jail. In the circuit court, it's up to 5 years. But that really is only the tip of the iceberg in one sense, because it affects the CVs and the Garda vetting for all these people. So it was because of that I felt that there was a need for making it a bit different from cannabis, because as you all know, in cannabis you have to have 3 convictions before you can get a jail sentence. Cocaine is Class A, you can get a jail sentence on the first day, although that would never happen really, but you can. So on that basis, having regard to the amount of money that they were spending on cocaine, 100, 200, 300, 400, I decided just to pick kind of a figure that I felt would be costly to the accused in one sense, of €750. What happens then in court, if it's the first offence, I would say, well, I give you an opportunity to avoid a conviction, etc., and everyone takes it. Everyone takes it. Nobody has not taken it. When the first case of possession comes up, say there's 20 in a row, I can do them in a quarter of an hour. If the first case comes up, I make the small little speech about the 4 points, how it will affect you if you have a conviction. I only make it once, and everyone takes it then. I don't have to say it each time. So it's a huge success from my point of view, because a lot of my colleagues have ended up trying not to give a conviction, trying to do this, adjourning, lists get clogged up. They don't get any help. What I want is to give them help if they want it, and they all take the help. The reason I think it's a success actually is that these people who were before the courts never realised, 1, how serious it was, 2, that they had a serious problem, and 3, that if they get convicted, they could lose their job and their future, and they're willing to do anything then.
As Judge Keller alluded to, he's leading the programme, and the referrals come directly from Judge Keller. So the first piece of work we did was actually develop a referral process from the court to the HSC at the time. And to be fair, our colleagues in probation services got on board, and they actually facilitated the referrals from the court itself coming to us in the HSC. So initially, when this started, we used existing HSC resources. We had a HSC addiction counsellor, Bill Kelly, actually, who gave of his time to this project in addition to his own role. Very soon we became aware that this wasn't sustainable, given the amount of referrals coming and just our commitment to the project. So we set about constructing a dedicated SARE worker for Judge Keller's courts. We approached Judge Keller around the fines that were being paid, and we put a proposal together to Judge Keller to use that funding, to use the fines, to actually fund a dedicated SARE worker for his courts. He agreed, and we set up that structure then of actually going and finding a legal employer to host and recruit the SARE worker role. Coolmine were approached, they agreed, and we developed a job description and recruited a dedicated SARE worker. And again, the funding coming directly from the court system just to give clarity on how that works, an individual pays their fine in the court's fines office, and then that money and that funding goes directly to Coolmine. And then obviously the HSC, we meet with Coolmine regularly in terms of governance and monitoring service level arrangements, so that court's fund is there, and that's how we keep track of it, and that ultimately funds the full-time worker. So I suppose just to acknowledge that if someone has difficulty paying the money or the fine, that doesn't prohibit them accessing a health service. Obviously, Judge Keller has just alluded to there's scope, there's discretion, but from a HSE perspective, you know, that health service, that intervention is available to all. And if Judge Keller, you know, directs that they can't afford to pay it, it'll happen anyway. And that's an important piece for us, that we're not seeking to put barriers to health services. Just to reiterate that. To date, we've had 189 individuals come through the process, which is a good number. And I think for the Assembly to keep in mind that was right through COVID. So nighttime economy, festivals, concerts, all shut down. So I would say if COVID hadn't happened, we would have significantly more referrals through the system. Probably the most important point for me to say as well is that, kind of similar to what I was saying in the June Assembly, this SARE worker is part of that integrated structure, those services. So 11% of the people who came through Judge Keller's system needed specialist onward referral to a drug and alcohol services. So needed specialist referral onto our Coolmine hubs. So this worker is integrated into that system. Like most projects we do in Cork and Kerry, we always seek to get an independent evaluation of the project. So we contracted with the School of Public Health in Trinity College Dublin, and the principal investigator there, Professor Johanna Ivers, led a team to actually capture and collate the data and actually see, is this programme working, and what the demographics are. So at this point in time, after 189 people coming through, we have 93% attendance. So that's really saying people are motivated, they want to engage with the programme, and to be quite honest, we're delighted to have an alternative option to get a health intervention, pay a fine, and actually avoid further conviction or interaction with the judicial system. So 93% attendance is significant. As I said, 11% needed on referral. That's a very important 11% for us. And broadly speaking, looking at the demographics of, I think we've 81% of the people were employed, 7% were students. It's a cohort who wouldn't normally probably come to our services or mainstream services. So we were providing significant health interventions across the cohort who perhaps may not have come to our door in the first instance. But all in all, in terms of the programme, the structures and the systems, it's worked very well. I have to say, and I suppose we were lucky in that we were aware of the national diversion programme model that was being developed and the use of the SARE model for that. So that helped us really formulate the health side of this and just to integrate it with Judge Keller's courts.
SARE is designed so that it can help a wide range of people. It can be very beneficial to someone who may just use drugs recreationally but needs to have some education about the choices that they're making. Furthermore, it can help people that have a substantive issue with drug and alcohol use to allow them the opportunity to explore that, to see what options are available to them, and if they choose, to be assisted to get help. We use a standardized assessment tool to have a kind of comprehensive insight into exactly what's happening for someone. So that won't just cover the issue of drug use or non-drug use. It will address their mental health, physical health, socioeconomic status, quite a lot there actually, so that we can have paint a better picture as to exactly what's happening for someone. And that person can also reflect on what's going on for them at that time. We could be the first person that someone opens up to with regard to an issue such as their mental health. They could be suffering from depression and never had the opportunity or the inclination to speak to a professional about it. Now, we can demonstrate to them that they can be helped and that it's not as scary as it would have been in their imagination to have conversations about difficult topics such as mental health. At the moment, we're seeing cocaine use increase dramatically in the region to the point where it's very normal for people to know people are using cocaine, to see people going into pub toilets using cocaine, regardless of whether it's in the countryside or the city. Now, with that, it can lead people to think that this is okay, that it's normal, and that there is no harm to be derived from using it all. But what we can do is we can help people to make an informed choice about whether or not they either want to stop using or continue using. Now, that's up to them, but we'd like to make sure that people are able to make an educated, informed choice about what's happening for them. My final thoughts for the Citizens' Assembly are that we're in a unique position here to be able to help people to make informed choices about their drug use. The more information people have about what they're putting into their bodies, the better choices they're going to make. That's what we've seen work.
I believe the Citizens' Assembly would have a huge role to play in this. I could speak at a judges' conference and it wouldn't have much consequence. But if the Citizens' Assembly make statements and give facts like Joe's given earlier, and they are backed up then by the experts like yourselves, then I believe the judges will be far more open to considering making changes. Judges don't like to be told that you should do it this way. It is a discretion. So if you're asking their discretion, the expertise should be used for them to enable them to make their discretionary thoughts.
Yeah, so my thoughts for the Citizens' Assembly is, again, when there's strong partnership across multiple agencies here and in conjunction with the courts, that we can get good results. There's 189 people who've benefited from Judge Keller's programme. That's 189 young people predominantly who didn't get a conviction, who got a health intervention and who got an onward referral if necessary. That's a significant cohort. So my message to the Assembly is, you know, we can do this. We can have a health-led approach. And I suppose from a Cork perspective, we were just very lucky to have a pioneering judge who supported this programme. I think the willingness on the health side is there, the model is there, the infrastructure is there. It's just about getting the Assembly maybe to provide further expertise and guidance on how we move forward.
Thank you. And I think some kind of strong messages near the end there, in particular in terms of the transformational opportunity that we have as the Citizens' Assembly members on this issue of drugs to make a difference, whatever way that is. But it is an opportunity that can't be underestimated. Okay, I'm going to move now straight away to Nicola Corrigan. It's a nice segue in from that presentation. And Nicola is the Social Inclusion, from the Social Inclusion Office in the HSE, but is going to give us more insight into the SARE programme as well. Nicola, thanks.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. That was a really interesting presentation from Cork and fits nicely with what I'm going to talk to you about today, which is the SARE Screening and Brief Intervention Programme and what happens within a health diversion programme. So I'm from the HSE National Social Inclusion Office and I'm the lead for the SARE project there, and I've been involved in the health diversion programme implementation group since 2019 as well. So health diversion you'll have heard about from colleagues at previous assemblies, so I'm not going to go over it again except to say that the intention is that if a person is found by An Garda Síochána in possession of drugs for personal use, that they're offered the option to attend the HSE for a health intervention, and that health intervention is the HSE's SARE programme. So last year the HSE began working on establishing a SARE service in each of our community healthcare organisation areas. We secured funding for 9 practitioners and we developed standard operating procedures and job descriptions for those. We worked with Queen's University in Belfast to develop an outcome framework to monitor and evaluate this programme. We have engaged software packaging for recording, and we've been working closely with the HRB on the National Drug Treatment Reporting System. So what is a brief intervention? Or rather, where am I? Oh yeah, I'm losing myself. So the 9 SARE practitioners, we have 2 already in place and we have 7 who are in the process of being recruited. And what they're going to be doing is delivering the intervention to people who choose that option. They'll also be working to establish local referral pathways in their area. And you heard from Joe Kirby there how important it is to be able to link with local services, make those onward referrals if necessary, and then reporting via the HRB and to ourselves on outcomes. So what's a brief intervention? SARE, what is SARE? A brief intervention is a motivational conversation. It's a very short motivational conversation with somebody about their drug and alcohol use. And it can take place in a variety of settings, and it can be delivered by a variety of people, and it can take anywhere from 5 to 25 minutes. In this context, it'll be delivered by the SARE practitioner, and we'll likely allocate an hour for that. We know from the EMCDDA that a brief intervention is a tool to prevent substance use and reduce the risk of escalating into dependence or harmful use. It works well as an intervention where you don't know the nature and extent of somebody's drug use and they walk in the door, so you can see why it's a fit for something like health diversion. And it is not a long-term treatment programme, it is an early intervention and prevention tool. Are screenings and brief interventions effective? There's many studies over many decades showing that brief intervention is a useful tool in comparison to people who don't receive any intervention. I've given you some there, I'm not going to go through them, but the last two are more recent publications that do mention brief intervention, particularly in the context of the criminal justice system. So SARE specifically, that was developed pre-2009 by our colleagues Jim O'Shea, Paul Goff and Ruth Armstrong. It's a HSC brief intervention, and it was developed for nurses originally in acute settings. But as we know from brief intervention, it can be applied across a variety of settings. So it's been expanded since then, and we have many trainers delivering SARE to many different types of people across the country. But in this space, we now know it's the health intervention that will be offered for the health diversion programme. And it's based on motivational interviewing. So it's a collaborative conversation between the practitioner and the person exploring their own drug and alcohol use. So the structure around SARE is support, ask and assess, offer assistance and refer. And we're going to take just a brief look at what happens there. So when someone comes in to the HSE for their health intervention, the first thing we want to do is try and establish a safe space for somebody to be able to talk about their drug and alcohol use. And we do that by using a very open and friendly and person-centred style in line with motivational interviewing, being respectful, asking permission all along the way. Is it okay if we discuss this? Is it okay if we discuss that? And supporting the person to examine their own drug use and their own reasons for change. So, ask and assess. So we don't know who's coming through the door, and we know that people are more likely to discuss change when they're being asked rather than being lectured to. And we do need to elicit what's the nature and extent of drug use. So there's a number of ways we can do that. We can do that via an evidence-based screening tool like a DUDIT, the Drug Use Disorder Identification Test, or it mightn't be appropriate, you have to read the room, it mightn't be as formal as that. Maybe we'll ask a question like, how many times in the past year have you used an illegal drug or used a prescription medication for non-medical reasons? Or it could be in the context of the conversation, can you tell me a bit more about what happens when you use cocaine? Offering assistance, the emphasis here is on the offer. So we can go through options, we can give harm reduction advice, we can talk about what's available in somebody's area, and ultimately it's up to the person themselves to decide what their next step is. The final part of the SARE, of the SAOR, is refer, and it is important to point out at this stage that up until this point, the brief intervention in and of itself may be enough, and for the vast majority of people, the brief intervention is enough for someone to begin to reframe their own drug and alcohol use and have a think about it in a different way. But for the small cohort of people who do need onward referral, and studies generally tell us it's around 10%, and I heard Joe Kirby saying in Cork it's 11%, then we need to discuss those options with them and see what it is they want to do. Everything obviously is with consent. Do they want an onward referral, and to where? How do we know if someone may need a specialist service? We'll know from the screening questions. If we haven't done the screening questions, we'll know. These are very skilled practitioners. If someone is presenting as being unwell, or if during the course of the conversation they've talked about, let's say, repeated visits to A&E with injuries or self-harm. Also, it could be none of the above, and the person themselves might say, actually, I think I'd quite like some help with X, Y, and Z, and we'll make an appropriate referral onwards. So the SARE, really just to sum up what happens when someone comes in, you're supporting the person, you're providing a safe space to allow the person to talk and have a chat. We're asking and assessing, we're figuring out what the nature and extent of that drug use is with the person and what it is they'd like to do. We're offering assistance, so we're giving a menu of options and letting them know what's there and what we also have an opportunity to give some harm reduction advice and to reinforce positive behaviours there as well. And then for that cohort who do need onward referral, we can link them with the right support. So I want to just conclude really with looking at monitoring and evaluation, because Brief interventions aren't new, and SARE is around for a very long time, but the health diversion programme will be new to Ireland, and SARE in this space is new. So we really need to monitor the efficacy of it in this space, and we've that set up now. So we've been working with the Health Research Board, who've been really supportive, and they have set up a field on health diversion in the National Drug Treatment Reporting System, and we're continuing to talk to them about how we might use that, particularly for people who might need an onward referral. We have also the Queen's University Belfast piece that I spoke about that we concluded last year, and they've developed an outcome framework for SARE, measures and outcomes that we can use to measure its efficacy in this space, and particular to this space. And they have 17 questions in that, covering recent drug use, average consumption, the impact of drug use, their knowledge of the impact of drug use, and quality of life. So what they recommend is measurement at baseline, so when the person first comes in, and then follow-up measurements possibly at 3, 6 and 12 months.
Just 1 minute, Nicola, just saying that.
Thank you.
1 minute.
So we'll be following up with them, and we'll be doing that via the software package and with their consent, so that we can really see how SARE will be working in this space. So with that, thank you very much for your attention.
And thanks for finishing on the measurement piece, because it was a subject of a few questions earlier on. How do we measure success in terms of prevention methods? Okay, so we're going to take a different approach at this panel discussion. We're going to go straight to the floor. Some of you like to have a discussion first. Some of you like to just go straight to the floor at random. So I'll work with the roaming micers. So if you can just put up your hand, and we'll get to as many as we can. I'm going to take 2 questions at a time. Just keep it to 2. So can I ask anybody to put up their hands? Yeah. Okay, can we just start table 12, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. And I have 2 questions. And the first question is for Roger and Meta. When we talk about the dual diagonal and the screening and the brief intervention system. So we know that people with mental illness, most of the time they do not aware that they have a mental problem themselves, and they do not aware that they need support. In this case, right, and at the early stage before the screening, and how do we identify this problem, and how do we kind of identify, especially for kids or the special group of people need support, and what are there any actions being done, and is this program for SARE or dual diagonal system, is that involved in the evidence-based programs that we mentioned before, along with education programs, etc.
Okay. Thank you, Zane.
And my second question.
Sorry, Zane, can I just keep it to 1 question for now per table, because there was 2 questions there. I just want to get a few questions in from each of the tables, to be fair to everybody. Table 10, I think, had their hand up there. Helen?
Thank you. Can you tell us something about the outcomes of the programs you've been running?
Helen, specifically related to SARE or Roger, or was that both?
Anybody who's been running a program.
Okay. Anybody in the world, or anybody in particular?
What is your evaluation of your program? How many? We know how many people go through, but what happens to those people from the brief, particularly from the brief interventions?
Thanks, Helen. Okay, first question. I'm going to put to Roger first. So Roger, it was around the areas in, if I'm doing it justice, dual diagnosis, early interventions. How do you identify? What's the triggers? How do you make the interventions at the right time?
Okay. So how do you identify dual diagnosis? I think in the first place it's a mental health issue to start with. So I think people would start presenting with mental health issues that could be antisocial behaviour. It could range with a lot of things like ADHD. They're just a whole bag of mental health disorders that can start with that. So that's one thing that I'm very interested in, because from a youth perspective, if you can get to that before they start misusing drugs or alcohol. So a lot of young people would be just trying to manage that. So I suppose if you can start with first identifying it and then saying, look, you could be at risk. Like most teenagers, as you know, when I go around schools, 85% of the students are already drinking alcohol at 15. So that's why that I think it's imperative to get into schools when they're young, so they can make informed choices and get the help before they start leaning on drugs or alcohol.
Okay, thanks, Roger. I'm going to ask each of the panel maybe on the next one, which is Helen's question just around outcomes. How do you measure effectiveness or outcomes of various programmes that you will have each referenced, whether it's restorative justice or SARE or indeed the dual diagnosis? Maybe, Nicola, we'll start yourself first.
Yep. So we have put in place an outcome framework that we worked with Queen's University Belfast on, because we're really conscious of measuring outcomes for people, and which will tell us the efficacy of that intervention in this space. So we are looking at consumption levels at baseline, and then we are using the National Drug Treatment Reporting System is already in place, and I know you'll have probably heard about that through the HRB. They look at recording treatment episodes, and each of our SARE practitioners will be completing treatment episode records for their interventions, and that will allow us to look at where those referrals are going. It's too early to say what that treatment outcome will look like for people when they enter treatment. I mean, we know around 10% may need onward referral, and for the vast majority of people, the brief intervention in and of itself will be enough.
Just in terms of restorative justice, any evaluation, any assessment, measurements?
Yeah, thanks for that. Yes, so restorative justice evaluation is slightly complicated by the fact that it's voluntary, so you have to have an evaluation program that controls for the voluntariness. So some of those highest quality studies that I referred to before, what they do is that of all the people who are offered and agree to participate in restorative justice, of them a subset are offered restorative justice in practice and the rest are not. And then you're controlling for the fact that it's voluntary. And it being voluntary is important because agreeing to participate in restorative justice from a perpetrator's perspective could be indicative of a willingness to go down the road of reducing reoffending anyway. So what they look at then is either reconviction after a certain number of years or self-reported reoffending, and they try and look at desistance rather than just reoffending. So de-escalation of offending, by which I mean less serious offenses, or even deceleration of offending, by which I mean more gaps in between offenses. So these are all things that we look at when we're looking at evaluating reductions in reoffending.
Ian, can I just ask you, you have also some information in terms of the benefits for the individual?
For the victim?
The crime victim, yeah.
For the victim, yeah, okay. So two of the major studies there that I pointed to, one of them was in the UK, and that looked at cases which went to the equivalent of the circuit court. So a small percentage of the most serious cases, things like persistent burglary, aggravated assaults, more serious violence, and so on. And that found an 85% victim satisfaction rate. So even with serious crime, much higher satisfaction rate than with court. And then for victim recovery, one of the studies there was a randomized control trial at the University of Cambridge. That was the one that was called Angel and colleagues. And that one looked at burglary, aggravated burglary, and robberies, and aggravated robberies. So again, what that one looked at was reductions in post-traumatic stress symptoms. So you get two groups of victims who are as close to identical as groups in all their characteristics, apart from the fact that one group participated in restorative justice. And then you compare their post-traumatic stress symptoms, levels of different types of symptoms over time, because you'd expect post-traumatic stress symptoms to reduce over time. So you need a control group of people who did not receive restorative justice, and then a group of people who did, and it's comparing the group that did to the group that didn't, not just the reduction overall.
Thanks, Ian. Very interesting. Roger, effectiveness of programs that you're engaged in.
So I would evaluate the programs that I do. I've been evaluating them from day one. when I finished my honours degree in 2019, I was hoping to go on and do a master's in research on the efficacy of the Harmony workshops in Mountjoy Prison, but then we had this little thing called COVID, which just threw the whole thing up in the air. So I never got to do that master's. But as one of the speakers down there that was on the panel this morning said, I would love to do, I think it's very hard to gauge. I mean, the feedback that I get from the evaluations that I do in treatment centres and schools is very positive. I get a lot of emails and phone calls and social kind of media. My program is not a silver bullet program, in that it's going to like stop people from kind of taking drugs. I think when you're dealing with dual diagnosis, it has to be an integrative approach. So I'm definitely open, and I would love to do a bigger piece on research on the Harmony workshops to see the efficacy, because it does seem to work, but I know it is evidence-based as it is so far, but I'm always looking at making the program better.
Thanks, Roger. Okay, I'm going to go back to the floor again. Again, I'm not trying to restrict it to one per table, so if there's somebody at the same table, don't feel restricted. Table 9, I saw two hands, but yeah, one of you first, and then go ahead.
Thank you. Mainly for Ian, I think this question. Would you be concerned, or I would be concerned, that withdrawing legal sanctions from people who are addicted to drugs would have the effect of normalising drug taking and making it seem as though it's all right? Now, there seems to be evidence coming from Portugal at the moment that there's a slight rethink about what they've done, that areas are finding that people are gathering and having drug parties on lawns, playgrounds, public parks, and when the residents ring the police say, well, they won't come out, there's really no sanctions, we can't do very much. Now, if I'm taking drugs and I'm stopped by the police and they have section 29, and they can search me, I would have thought that the sooner that happens, the better for me, because they could direct me, to services or to Judge Kelleher's programme, or bring me through the courts, or indeed to prison, where resources could be put into the prison to help people. Now, I want to address just the thing about the criminal of this thing that would be hanging over somebody who ends up in jail and so on. Now, as I understand it, Senator Ruan has a bill which has gone through the Senate. It has got all-party agreement, all-party consent, and it's to go through the Dáil, I would expect. And that would mean that after a period of time, people who have been unfortunate enough to have a criminal conviction, they can have it mitigated after a certain period. And I'd be certainly all for that. But I'd be very concerned about having a free-for-all and just taking all sanctions. And just to finish, the COVID laws were very well kept, but by goodness, the guards were out. I never saw more guards around. And there were sanctions, and the sanctions were pretty stiff. So anyway, that's my point. I'd be a bit concerned about that.
Thank you very much. And well met. Well, sorry, I know there was another person at your table. Was there another hand up at table 9? Adrian, sorry.
Yes, sorry. My question was more based to Nicola. We were just wondering, how long does a referral take if a person needs a referral? And then basically the timeline from on guard arresting until they get to the intervention, how long, what timeline would they be looking at going forward?
Thanks. I'm just saying we'll take one more question, table 3, because they were particularly for people. Table 3, Alana.
My question ties in there for Nicola as well. It's around, you said you have 9 of those SARE workers that you've got funding for. How many do you envisage you're going to need across the country? And how many people will they be able to deal with? And just, sorry, another quick question on that. What's the criteria? So Adrian was asking there about how long it takes for them to get to a referral. But then what's the criteria? Do they have to attend? Do they have to engage? What happens if they don't, I suppose?
No,
Thank
very
you.
good, Lana. Thanks. So 3 questions. First one to Ian first was the issue in terms of withdrawing legal sanctions and, you know, issues around normalising drug taking, etc., and the concerns around that, and examples of Portugal related. So Ian, can I put that with you first?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for those questions. That absolutely speaks to the heart of why it's essential for you to have criminal justice research expertise on this. So, in relation to that, first of all, in terms of Portugal, Portugal are having problems with drug use. They're having very similar problems to the problems in other countries where drugs are criminalized. So the evidence does not suggest that the legal model in Portugal of decriminalization is the cause of the issues that they're having in Portugal, because the problems there are very similar to other countries where drugs are also criminalized. In terms of whether the police can do anything if something is going wrong, the police here are never concerned about engaging in public order questions. So if people are having some big, you know, party outside and they're causing problems, they can still be dealt with in other ways, right? If there's other offenses going on there, aside from the say that they're having a party with alcohol and they're pissing loads of people off and maybe they're damaging things or neighbors are having problems, that's a public order question. So the police can absolutely intervene in that if there's a public interest and an interest of local victims in doing so. Withdrawing legal sanctions from people who are addicted is not going to incentivize more problem drug use. I know it's really counterintuitive, and I know that there can be a lot of fear based on the assumption that criminalization deters problem drug use, but that's really not what the criminological research suggests. Deterrence is about the certainty of being caught, not about the consequences of what happens if you are caught. Because if you assume that you're not going to get caught, or you don't care if you get caught, then whatever the deterrence that's in place, it's not going to change your behavior. So the sanctions really is not having an impact on behavior, apart from the fact that the sanctions can lead, as you say, to a criminal record, which makes it more likely that someone will engage in antisocial behavior in the future, even if they are eventually expunged, and I absolutely support Lynn's bill on that. And secondly, prison. It would be absolutely great if prison was a place where people could get the help that they need. But we absolutely know, and this is not just a problem in Ireland, this is a problem all over Europe, around the world. It would be great if prison was a place where people get the help they need. Prison absolutely makes all those problems worse. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicola, just 3. There's 3 elements to the question, Nicola. How long for referral? 9. Approval for 9. How many would be needed, in your view? And the criteria for selection and monitoring.
Yeah. Thank you for those. Okay, so just to point out, I suppose, from the get-go that this is the health diversion programme isn't in place yet. We know that, and we've gone ahead to set up operationally so that it's ready when health diversion starts. So you're asking about the time from arrest to referral. While we're waiting for the health diversion programme legislation, those SARE workers are going out and making those connections already with the local Gardaí. So we would hope that that would happen as soon as possible and that the mechanisms will be in place to allow for it as well. And I can't put a specific timeline around that. It will look different in every area as well. It could be in a fixed base in some locations, it could be via outreach in others. That's very much how it fits with local services, is a key part of this. And likewise with, you had asked, the other part of your question was around time from the SARE brief of intervention into onward specialist services for those 10%. And look, we don't estimate it's going to be much more than the 10%. We know there's 40 years of studies about the efficacy of a brief intervention in reducing and stopping escalation of harmful drug use. But we do have key performance indicators around how long someone should be waiting for treatment, and this will fall in with that. So it will happen as soon as possible. And again, those SARE practitioners are based very much within existing services, so they'll have all those pathways already worked out by the time health diversion comes into place and already have in a lot of cases. Then the other one you had asked about how many SARE workers will we need. We have funding and are putting in place 9, so we have 2 in place and 7 in recruitment, and we'll monitor how they're used and what the demand on them is. It's very, very difficult to know at this point, because it does feed into your other question around criteria. If someone has to attend, someone doesn't have to attend, they're given the option. And if they do attend, their level of engagement is a matter between them and the SARE practitioner. It's a collaborative conversation. It's up to them. It'll never leave the room, whether they engage or not. But it is a really good opportunity to discuss maybe some harm reduction advice, for example, or because a lot of people for whom SARE and brief interventions work really well are that cohort that don't come forward looking for treatment at all. So it's important that we can give that information and reinforce positive behaviours as well, but that'll be a matter between those people in that room.
And why is that important? That it's based on consent and confidentiality. Why is that important for the programme?
Why is it important for any programme? We're not mandating anybody to do anything health related. This is an option, and it's a new frame around looking at drug use and for people who don't necessarily need treatment. And consent and confidentiality is the cornerstone of all health services, so that will continue for this.
Can I just ask Nicola, just so we're all clear as members of the Assembly, when you say the health diversion programme hasn't been rolled out, it hasn't been rolled out because the legislation that was developed, or proposed legislation that was developed in 2017 and agreed by government in 2019 hasn't progressed anywhere? That's the reason why the health diversion programme hasn't progressed?
That's correct, but in anticipation of it, we have said we have the
No, I just want to be clear what's holding it up,
yeah.
which is progressing.
Mm-hmm.
Just briefly, Leilani, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, is it 1 per county you're looking for? Is it?
No, it's 9. So it's 1 per community healthcare organisation region. And there'll be an additional 1 in Cork. So there'll be 1 specifically for health diversion in Cork, in addition to the SARE workers they already have for the court piece, because these are separate referral pathways. Yeah.
So do you envisage that's enough then? 9 is enough?
We'll have to really closely monitor it and see. That's what we have the funding for.
But if the health diversion legislation was in place, there could be more demand?
It could be.
You would expect.
Yeah. But I think it's really important, like one of the reasons why you monitor and evaluate things is so that you can put a case together if you do need more resources to go back and say, this is what's happening, these are the numbers, here's who's attending, here's the waiting list. Do we need to to bring more people on board? That's why it's important to have that monitoring piece in place.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why you don't have the numbers
okay,
already.
Sorry, Alana. I'll have to try. We'll try, and we can have more conversation after as well. Rebecca, and then Noel, and then Aveline. Rebecca first, Noel, and Aveline.
Just speak to the point.
Just 1 second, Rebecca. You just might get a microphone. Stand up. You can stand up if you like. It's easier.
Nicola, just to address the question that you just mentioned about the importance of having the information, how can we have faith traditionally in the HSE that they don't already have that information? Surely there have been studies and research and figures and numbers. I don't believe that 9 individuals for 26 counties is enough. If even we were to say it was 10% or under, it's not enough. It's not adequate. Can we please take our heads out of the sand for once and for all? It's wonderful. We appreciate what you're doing here. It's great to have you on the panel, but it's time to actually stop lip service and tell us things are working. We've had people here talk to us about CAMS. CAMS doesn't work. We know that there are aspects of the HSE that doesn't work. We're here to discuss a health-led approach on a health service that is already unfit for purpose.
Noel, can I go to Noel, and then think, Aveline, do you want to come in as well?
Hi, Ian, a question for you. You've probably heard the various inputs from previous assemblies, from previous sessions with the Gardaí and with the Justice representations. Given that you're kind of an independent party from Maynooth University, but you still have expertise in criminology and the justice system. Was there any information imparted to us from those two, from the Gardaí and the justice people, that you found particularly valuable, or conversely that you found particularly problematic?
Okay, and just one more question. The mic. Table 3 here, if we can bring the mic up, one more.
Just for Nicola, just to ask, who actually are the people, the health diversion officers? Are they registered nurses? Are they anyone with a psychology background who's actually doing that work?
Okay, so 3 pieces here. One very strong statement, I think more than a question, as much as a question. Rebecca's saying it just doesn't seem like 9 on the scale of what we've heard, and this is not, Nicola, your issue, not directed at yourself, but I think it's a challenge that statutory bodies and non-statutory bodies come to us and say, call the issues out, give us a chance to make the case for you, and for other people as well. But 9 just doesn't seem on the scale from everything we've heard here in the last few months at this stage. So I'm going to put that to you, as well as the other one, just on what's the specialist skills of the 9 recruits, and then we'll go back to Ian. That's okay?
Yeah, and I really appreciate that statement, you know, as a member of the public myself, as well as working for the HSE. I work in the HSE National Social Inclusion Office, so our concern and what we do is advocate for access and equity of health services for people who are marginalised, for vulnerable groups. And that includes people who use alcohol and drugs. And we've consistently supported a health-led approach to all aspects of drug use, and that's why we're involved in this piece. And myself and my colleague Professor Keenan have been involved in the Health Diversion Implementation Group since 2019, and it has been frustratingly slow. But we've gone ahead and put whatever structures we can in place with the limited resources that we do have. There's a lot of unknowns. The knowns are the efficacy of a brief intervention. And the knowns are that we can tell and we can support people who do need an onward referral. The unknowns are what those numbers are going to be, how long it's going to take to get this off the ground and running, and what resources there will be in the future for this. But like I said earlier, all we can do, you know, I mean, I think your guess that 9 practitioners isn't going to be enough is, this is a pilot. We have to gather the numbers and go back, and that's what we do. We do it really effectively in social inclusion anyway for all of our groups, and we'll continue to do it for this. And that's all we can do is advocate to get more resources and funding for an under-resourced area.
Just briefly, Nicola, on the type of skills, I think was, type of recruits.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember now the
areas.
specifics of the job descriptions, but they will be people who have a counselling background and have familiarity with SARE as an approach in brief interventions, and who've worked with people before. It's not an entry-level position, so even the 2 that we have already in place are in North Dublin and in the Southeast, and they have many years of experience of working with people who use drugs and alcohol already.
Just before I go to Ian on the next question, Eamon Meehan, who's at the back, Professor Eamon Meehan, Nicola's just referenced it. If I could ask Eamon, not known to be a man to sugarcoat it, any views on resourcing requirements based on the scale? And Eamon has been sitting in on every session, and thank you for that.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, and thanks, Nicola. The presentation was really clear, and I think it puts out exactly what we expect the SARE worker to deliver. 9 SARE workers across the 9 CHO areas is a challenge for the HSE. It's a challenge for those workers to be able to, and I'm looking at some of the geographical spread we have in a CHO area. So we're looking at whether somebody needs to be in Castlebar on Mondays, that person needs to be in Galway on Tuesday, in Westport on Wednesday. So these are the type of things we're grappling with. We did ask for more resources. We got the resources of 9 workers. The other thing is that if we got more workers, if we had 18 workers that we had asked for, and they're sitting there waiting for the legislation to be in place, my fear would be, and having worked in the HSE for many years, that those 18 workers could be moved to plug a gap somewhere else, and suddenly I'd be told, yeah, the legislation now, we're ready to go next Monday, and I'll say, where are the 18 workers? And they say, well, they're doing X, Y, and Z, you know, so then I think that if we have 9 workers, we've got a pilot running. Nicola mentioned our KPIs. So our KPI is a key performance indicator. We do KPIs every 3 months. If our KPI indicates that this is overwhelming for those 9 workers after 3 months, and we have waiting lists that are building up, then we have a real opportunity to go back and say we need the additional money to have another worker in place, because the attention on this programme means that the government do not want this to fail for lack of funding. So I think if our KPIs, if our evaluation that's going to be put in from the start identifies that this is leading to a backlog, we'll be going back for money straight away.
Okay, but I just say one more time on behalf of the Assembly, it's absolutely shocking that a health diversion programme is our strategy, is our policy, and the legislation is sitting on a shelf practically since 2017, agreed by government in 2019. We're heading into 2024, and we're saying we have a health-led approach when we don't. So, you know, it's just...
Could I just make a point of clarification as well, because it came up at the last meeting. Some members asked, well, if there's a health diversion programme that is legislation is planned for, somebody asked the question, why are we here? And I think the answer is, if you cast your mind back to the workshop, health diversion was just one of 5 options, right? And there's more options, in fact, if you think about the pick and mix and the hybrid model. So there are a range of different alternatives that the Citizens' Assembly can recommend, notwithstanding the fact that Model B, as we call it, health diversion, is the one planned for by the government. That doesn't limit or constrain what the Citizens' Assembly can make a recommendation about.
Absolutely. Okay, Ian, just the issue of previous statements by Garda Síochána, and here any issues that you take with any of them, or all of them maybe, but I think the question was posed in relation to some statements made by Garda Síochána, if I'm rephrasing correctly, at the last meeting, and if you've took any...
Yeah, and all the criminal justice stakeholders. So I think it was very useful that the Department of Justice recognized that there are going to be challenges around there being different legal frameworks in different jurisdictions. That is an issue. I think it was very useful for the prisons and the guards to talk about rolling out naloxone, which is absolutely an obvious thing that should be happening. So it's really great to see that's happening. I also think it was really useful that the guards talked about that they need to be able to stop and search people for drugs so they can harass young people in working class areas. That's very, very refreshing honesty from them. That's my argument. So I think it was very useful that they said that. I also, I think it's the wrong thing to do, but I think it's very useful that they said that. And I think it was probably much less useful, however, that there were very, very clear assertions made that criminalization deters problem use, and also that violence and criminality is worse here than in Portugal. Those statements do not align with the international evidence, with the criminological evidence. So I really appreciate the question. Thank you.
Okay, I'm very conscious of eating into your time deliberations at the table, but I do feel there's great value in the questions and answers. It's raw, it's just issues being expressed and concerns being raised, so it's very good. So can I just thank our panellists, Roger, Ian and Nicola, again for presenting today.
The HSC psychological supports are on site as well.
Okay. And just to remind everybody, Carl's just reminded me, the HSE supports, psychological supports, are with us again on site, and thanks to the councillors who are here again today. Anybody needs any dialogue, discussion, it's here for your supports. Live session. If I can just get everybody, please, to take the seats. Okay, we're now in our final session today and continuing the whole theme of prevention. And we've, again, an interesting set of panel speakers who I'll introduce as they come to the podium. In the first instance, can I ask Father Peter McVerry, who will be somebody who's well known to you, probably one of the greatest advocates of issues around social justice and actions to alleviate some issues of social justice. So, Father Peter McVerry, if I can ask you, and as Father Peter's coming to the stage, a very innovative panel, Fiona Ward, who's speaking later, has given 2 minutes of her time to Father Peter McVerry, who now has 12 minutes. Good start. Thank you. Thank you, Father Peter.
Good afternoon. I've been working with drug users for the past 40 years. Since heroin first came into the inner city of Dublin in the 1980s, my whole focus has been on trying to reduce the use and the misuse of drugs. Our trust runs 5 drug and alcohol treatment centres. And I have 2 strong convictions from that experience. First is that what we're doing now isn't working. We have spent 40 years and billions of euro primarily using the criminal justice system to reduce drug use. And the outcome? A wide variety of drugs are available in every village in Ireland. My second conviction, and you'll have heard this from other speakers, we need to treat drug use and misuse as a health problem, not a justice problem. I was in court with a young man. He was charged with the possession of cannabis to the value of €2. The case was adjourned 5 times. The Garda spent 5 mornings in court. The young person was given free legal aid, all at state expense. Judge asked for a probation report. Total, utter waste of money and of time. Parents ring me up all the time to say they've discovered their son or daughter is using drugs. They're not looking for the number of the local Garda station. They want to know what treatment options are available. No parent wants their child to have a criminal record all their lives because they were caught with the possession of a small amount of drugs for their own use. Every drug user is someone's son or daughter. But on to prevention, or as I would prefer to call it, reducing drug use. I've lived for the past 40 years in both the inner city of Dublin and Ballymun. So I can't talk about preventing people in Dublin 4 or Dublin 6 from using drugs, probably cocaine. But it is drug misusers from deprived areas who fill our prisons and cause most concern to our society. Often they cannot pay for their drugs without robbing, unlike drug users in Dublin 4. The temptation to use drugs is often stronger in deprived areas, as such areas will have a higher rate of poverty, early school dropout and higher unemployment, which can lead to drug use as a way of escaping from the reality of their lives. Tackling deprivation would undoubtedly reduce drug use, but I'm not going to suggest how to do that. The only people who know how to reduce deprivation are those living in deprived areas themselves. But they may never be given the resources or the power to enable them to do so. So here I'm looking at reducing drug use in a more limited way. Most drug misusers start using drugs early. We've worked with people who started smoking cannabis at 9 years of age. Many started using hard drugs in their mid or late teens. And they usually started because their friends offered it to them. For teenagers, the peer group is immensely influential, and nothing we can do can counteract that peer group influence. Educating young people about drugs, talking about the danger of drugs is very worthwhile, but it has very limited effect in reducing drug use. The only influence that may counteract the peer group is the family. I have the greatest admiration for parents in deprived areas who are often worn down, struggling financially, and worrying every time their child goes out, wondering what they may get up to or who they may meet. And I have particular admiration for single-parent families. I simply don't know how they cope. Many parents need support if they're to steer their children away from drugs. But family support services in deprived areas are often non-existent, and those that do exist have often experienced cutbacks. When money is scarce, family support services are the first to go. Of particular concern to me is preventing people who have gone through a treatment program from relapsing. Now, if you live in a disadvantaged area where drugs are widespread, you cannot return to that area after becoming drug-free. That's where your drug-using friends live, and your drug dealer may live around the corner from your house. They need drug-free accommodation elsewhere, but the accommodation may not be available. For example, if you're homeless and you come out of treatment drug-free but still homeless, and you're looking for a bed for the night, where will you be given a bed? Probably in a hostel full of drugs. You may even be sharing a room with 2 or 3 others who are using drugs in front of you in the middle of the night. And that's a scandal, because you won't stay drug-free for longer than 48 hours. Those who believe you should just say no do not understand addiction. You also need something to do during the day. Boredom is the biggest driver back into drug use. When you're using drugs, the day is full. You get up, probably in the middle of the day. You have to go out to get your drug money. Then you take your drugs. And when they wear off, you have to start all over again. But when you're off drugs, what is there to get up for in the morning? Without something to do during the day, a job or a training program, the risk of relapse increases exponentially. Hence, reducing drug use requires coordination between all the relevant services: drug treatment services, accommodation providers, training or employment services, social welfare services, and mental health services. And if you can get government departments and statutory bodies to work together, you'll win the Nobel Peace Prize. And finally, to our prisons. A lot of drug misusers from deprived areas end up at some stage in prison. There are over 4,000 people in our prisons today, 70% of whom have an addiction. There are 10 or 12 beds in the prison service for those who want to address their addiction. There are drug counsellors in the prison service, and you wait 4 or 5 months for a first appointment with a drug counsellor. The vast majority of drug users who go to prison get little or no help with their addiction while in prison, and they get released again with an untreated addiction, and then we're surprised that they reoffend. I think the one single thing that we could do most effectively to reduce drug use is this. In the 1977 Misuse of Drugs Act, and there were no drugs of any consequence in Ireland in 1977, some far-sighted civil servant included a section which allowed judges to remand a person to a custodial drug treatment centre. The intention being that if a person successfully completes the treatment programme, then an alternative community sanction could be imposed instead of a prison sentence. 46 years later, there is still no custodial drug treatment centre. In my experience, the vast majority of people with an addiction who go to prison would prefer to address their addiction rather than spend time in a drug-filled, violent, boring prison environment. In the Scandinavian countries, a person with an addiction who is sent to prison is guaranteed a place in a treatment programme within 4 weeks of going into prison. Every drug user that I have ever worked with comes to a point in their life when they want to come off drugs, but the odds are stacked against them. They may wait many months to get into treatment. The circumstances are against them when they come out of treatment, and they can't even get treatment when they are incarcerated in the care of the state. So the 3 things I would like to emphasise: 1 is family support services to prevent young teenagers, to reduce the chances of young teenagers getting involved in drugs. Secondly, without coordination between all the relevant departments and services, we're going to go nowhere. And thirdly, so many people from deprived areas who have an addiction end up in prison, and that's an opportunity. Go to prison for 12 months, 24 months, there's an opportunity to try and help them to address their addiction, but that opportunity is wasted. We can reduce drug use, but we have to do things differently. The question is the political will to do so there? Thank you.
Well done, Father Peter. A very powerful presentation. Every word, I think, was glued to by everybody here, because we know you're very close to everything that you say. There's nothing conceptual about anything, so really powerful and well done, and thank you very much. And I know we'll have time in the Q&A for further dialogue. And you didn't even use Fiona's 2 minutes, so I'm just going to tell you. So Andy O'Hara next. Andy's been with us previously from Ishka, an advocacy group for people who use drugs, and he's going to, again, talk about some of the wider issues.
How you doing, folks? Listen, thanks, Paul, and there'll be some similarities between what I'm saying and Peter McFerry is saying, but I'll start out by saying I want to propose 3 broad themes for prevention that I think all the recommendations you make should be guided by, and they should be used to measure success going forward, that keep people alive, promote broader well-being, and improve quality of life. And we do that by decreasing generational trauma and promoting equitable well-being for everyone. In the 80s, we know heroin hit Dublin like a bomb, but heroin didn't actually create the problem, it just filled the void of poverty and trauma. Now, we know heroin made it worse, and we know some of the policies we developed also made it worse. Back then, we had high unemployment and poor quality of housing. Now we have high employment, but more and more people from all classes are actually struggling to survive, and there's massive issues with housing. So our issues are evolving, but are they improving is the question. And we now have more potent and a wider selection of drugs available, and they're in every city, town and parish in the country. We have an increase in drugs, an increase in people presenting with issues around drugs and mental health, and an increase in deaths and violence in our communities associated with drugs. Many of the areas that heroin originally hit in the 80s had regeneration projects, and there was a massive progress made. But if you talk to people in those communities, like I'm from myself, people will tell you that a lot of the issues have actually got worse. So they say that is because in some areas they got a physical regeneration, but not a social regeneration. Within that, there has been good work and progress, which we must promote and build on, but we also must look at what's not working to get the solutions. We're all aware of the scenes in Dublin at the minute in the media related to drugs and crime, and this usually hypes up a response that is based around fear and a lack of understanding of the issues, which then leads to actions that basically further stigmatise and further punish people, which usually ends up with just moving people and locking them up, when in fact that makes things worse. And we see that now, where people are moving out of the city centre into already further marginalised communities. And trust me, I know what shame and punishment does. As a person who used drugs for many years, the worse I was treated, the worse I felt, and the more drugs I took, which brought me close to death on many occasions. And what you're actually seeing in Dublin is examples of what happens when we have a lack of social policies, a criminalised approach, and a lack of community-led analysis that informs responses and interventions. And that is the same in rural and urban communities across the country. If we're going to talk about prevention, we need to look at why people use drugs. People use drugs to seek pleasure. And the people who are seeking the most pleasure are those that are struggling the most. So you have people who are trying to escape from their current reality, and then people who are taking drugs to in fact survive and stay alive because of the amount of trauma they've experienced. The first thing we need to do is prevent people who don't use drugs from using drugs. I don't want my kids to take drugs, and I also don't want them to have to see and experience the things that I had to. To do that, we have to address poverty and environmental factors of trauma. We have to create equal opportunities for people to be able to progress in life. What we need to do as a society is create the conditions for people not to need to take drugs, to cope with the everyday life, or in fact to survive. We then need to prevent people from moving from recreational drug use to drug dependence. 90% of people who take drugs do so recreationally. Now in our service, we are seeing more and more of this cohort who are veering towards drug dependence, And, you know, if people can't get housing or a good standard of living or the type of life we all want, they struggle, and then they turn to drugs as a coping mechanism. We had an example of one chap that we're working with at the minute. 8 months ago, he was arrested for half a gram of coke. He went up in front of court. He was told it was a serious problem and he needed to do restorative justice. He would have had to go to that for 6 weeks and take time off work. He couldn't take time off work, so he got sacked so he could do it, so he wouldn't go to prison. He's now lost his job, lost his home, and he's living in homeless accommodation, and he's now taking drugs to cope with that, while his daughter, or his newborn baby, who's under the one, and his partner is back home living in their parents. Criminalising has not worked up until now. So let's not target and criminalise people who take drugs but do not have an issue with drugs. If they don't have an issue with drugs, don't bring them through the criminal justice system. And we want to prevent people from accessing the system. We're working with many, many women whose story is this: grow up in a disadvantaged area, experience trauma, commit crimes, take drugs to cope with the trauma, commit crimes, end up in front of court, get sent to prison for petty, petty crimes, come out of prison months later, they're homeless and their kids are in care. They take more drugs to cope with the trauma of that. Their kids who have gone into care sometimes take drugs, and then some of them go on to actually sell drugs on the streets of the city. So we can see that doesn't work for the parent, the child, or the community. And what we're doing there is we're making lifelong victims of the system, when they're the very people we need to be keeping out of the system. We know incarceration is an ineffective prevention model, and a review of compulsory treatment research found no improved outcomes from forcing treatment. Some studies actually found it harmful, and it impacts a person's ability to find employment, maintain family regulation, and navigate health systems. And the last thing we need to do is prevent people who are drug dependent from escalated harm. And we have to create services and responses that are built around the needs of people, and trauma-informed, and a use of a human rights-based approach. That's not currently in place. We say it is, but it's not. And then to save people now, we need street-level drug checking intervention so we know what is in the drugs. Naloxone currently needs a prescription. That needs to be over-the-counter like in North America. Safer injecting facilities that were waiting six years need to be here now, but they need to be safe consumption rooms so that people who are smoking drugs across the city can access them. And we need to recognise that what these places do is they save lives, and they actually offer people pathways to recovery. And we need to take away the barriers for people accessing treatment. I previously said we don't want to force people into treatment who don't have a problem with drugs, but for large numbers of people who have issues with drugs, the waiting lists are far too long and the criteria is far too high. To do all this, what we need to do is implement the social determinants approach. The WHO says the environments we grow up in influence our outcomes. They state social determinants are non-medical factors that influence health outcomes, such as educational attainment, employment status, housing, whether you experience discrimination. And these are created, this is important, by social policies and norm, economic factors and political systems that shape the living conditions of people's lives. And we know the initiation of drug use can be driven by these very same environmental factors. And we see this play out in the prisons and the care systems all the time. We have a never-growing population of people going into prison and going into the care system. And 80 to 90% of them come from the very same communities that we're talking about. And I'm here to tell you from personal experience and from the experience of the majority of people we work with, most people who go to prison get worse, and they don't get the help they need. So if we're fooling ourselves into thinking people need to go to prison to get help, we're mistaken. Structural violence, substance use and trauma left unaddressed, that will lead to generational impacts. And what we usually do as a society then is we blame individuals for generational outcomes. We punish them, we re-traumatise them, and this leads to poorer outcomes and a breakdown in our communities. There's been a lot of talk about the 90% and the 10% of people who use drugs, and we're actually seeing more and more people who are employed and educated who have massive barriers to progressing in their lives. They're actually struggling with housing, the cost of living, childcare and access to medical care, and they are moving from recreational drug use to drug dependence. So we need to decrease generational trauma and promote equitable well-being through a social determinants approach, so we can actually prevent the never-ending cycle of people who are taking drugs to soothe the pain from environmental trauma or to actually just escape their current reality, and offer better opportunities to people who see selling drugs as an economic opportunity.
Just about a minute and a half, Andy.
Grant. And I'll just finish on this. We've heard the term, it's a wicked problem, And I just want you to encourage us not to think that this is too complex to solve. I'm here to tell you there are solutions, and we have them already. Uisce submission, it's based on living experience of people, and it's backed up by research, and it provides evidence-based solutions. And it's proof of what happens when we have a ground-up approach that has the most impact and with the most knowledge driving the change. It's why Uisce is actually so successful in what we do. We see people with living experience as our biggest asset, so they lead out on everything we do. That's actually a process that needs to be rolled out through a national independent framework. And that gives people a voice, it gives people a role, and it gives people a stake in our society. And that's how they become actors for change in their own lives and our communities. The research is being done, folks. The evidence has landed, and the recommendations are here, and they're ready for implementation. What we need is cross-departmental support to implement broader social policies. Remember this, policies create environments, environments create trauma, and trauma leads to drug use and drug dependence. We need an increase in funding in the short term. Yes, projects like Uisce may struggle going into 2024, but we need to have an aspiration to have less services in 10, 15 or 20 years. Like our goal in Uisce is that there is no need for Uisce, that people are not stigmatised, discriminated and criminalised, where we see people with vital expertise as the solution and not a problem, where people who use drugs, families and our communities are leading out on a process that heals our communities and builds a more connected society. Let's end the moral crusade against people who use drugs, create a system that supports people, not punishes them, and empowers us to build stronger communities together. I might just finish on this quote. A recent report by the UN Commissioner for Human Rights and the challenges of addressing the world drug problem urged policymakers to shift towards a health and human rights centred approach. I urge you to do the same. I'll leave you from a quote with that report. Shifting away from punitive models is critical to addressing all human rights challenges that arise from or are facilitated by the implementation of punitive drug control policies. Drug control policy should be understood as a way of achieving broader objectives, including the protection of human rights, in particular the right to health, ensuring equality and non-discrimination. For more information, read our submission. Thanks.
Thank you, Andy. And you did, as you said, Andy, followed well from Father Peter McVerry's presentation and talking about some of the wider social detriments. Now I'm going to ask Fiona Ward from the Department of Social Protection, who's going to outline some innovative initiatives related to drug use and getting people some employment supports. Fiona.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks very much, Paul. Yes, my name is Fiona Ward, and I'm head of, I have responsibility for employment services in the Department of Social Protection. And I'm here to give you a quick overview of the employment supports and services that the Department of Social Protection provide to people in recovery from addiction. So the Community Employment CE programme is the primary vehicle through which we provide employment supports for people not only in recovery from addiction, but to people who are at a distance from the labour market. It is our primary contribution to the actions arising from the National Drug Strategy. CE, as we call it, is a wide-ranging employment support service based, I have to hold it up here so I can read my writing, based around part-time work, 19.5 hours a week, and training, where participants are encouraged to avail of training and development opportunities to improve their opportunities and prospects of securing sustainable employment. CE schemes are typically voluntary and community-based organisations with focus on delivering benefits for local communities, and they're fully funded by the department to do that. We have a dedicated drug rehabilitation CE stream within the CE structure, and CE participants in recovery have additional flexibilities in terms of accessing the CE scheme, their attendance requirements, and indeed the work and personal development requirements. And because these schemes are locally based and have all the connections built within their local communities, they're really well suited to supporting people in recovery. And the department meets with the Drugs Advisory Group regularly to review progress and to ensure that our programmes are supporting the sector. Now, just the next few slides are where I outline to you the additional flexibilities that apply to the CE drug rehabilitation schemes over and above the mainstream CE schemes. So there are 1,000 CE drug rehabilitation places. They're ring-fenced for people in recovery to assist them, I suppose, have something, as Father Peter said, when they, I suppose, come out of their treatment placements, and it gives them kind of a focus and kind of a next step, a stepping stone, as we hope that they will be able to secure the skills they need to obtain sustainable employment. The 1,000 places equate to about 5% of the total number of CE places across the CE network nationally. And currently around 900 participants in recovery are engaged in the CE schemes. In relation to the CE drug rehabilitation schemes, there's 45 of those nationwide at the moment. And the staffing ratios for participants to CE supervisor is much more favourable than those in the mainstream CE schemes, with a participant to CE ratio of 7.1, participants to one supervisor. Within the mainstream CE schemes, it's 25 to 1. And this is in recognition of the additional barriers to employment and personal development that people in recovery face. People who go on a CE scheme, if they're in recovery, they don't necessarily have to go to one of the drug rehabilitation schemes. They can access a mainstream CE scheme, and the flexibilities that apply to those other schemes apply to that. In terms then of the qualifying conditions to access a CE scheme, again, there are flexibilities for those who are in recovery. So a person in recovery can access a CE scheme at the age of 18 if they're referred by a recognised drug rehabilitation service, and there's no waiting time. They don't have to be on a qualifying payment for any particular timeline. Whereas on a mainstream CE scheme, the person has to be 21 years and they have to be on a qualifying payment for 12 months. In addition, the duration a person can remain on a CE scheme if they're in recovery. They can stay on a CE scheme and remain attached to a scheme for up to 4 years, and in certain circumstances actually up to 5 years if they're, for example, completing an educational training programme. Whereas for a mainstream CE scheme, the maximum a person can remain on a scheme is for 3 years. So again, it's just recognising the additional barriers that a person in recovery faces. We also work closely on their additional flexibilities for ex-offenders who, as Father Peter said, many have addiction issues. So if an ex-offender can participate again in a CE scheme from the age of 18, but they must be referred by a number of agencies such as the Probation Service, the Irish Association for Social Inclusion Opportunities, and indeed the Prison Service and other services. And they don't need to be in receipt of an underlying social welfare payment to access a CE scheme, and they can participate, as I said, from the age of 18. But ex-offenders who are not referred by these services can also access CE from the age of 18. They do need to be in receipt of a qualifying payment, but time spent in prison is regarded as meeting the criteria towards that 12-month rule. And in addition, prisoners who are on temporary release can also access CE. So I suppose the benefits for people participating in CE are many. They allow somebody to undertake and gain meaningful work experience and have an opportunity to develop their skills. It allows them to build their self-confidence, self-esteem and self-worth. They're working in a very supportive environment with the coaching and mentoring that comes from the staff working in those schemes who are highly trained. They can access and they get the financial supports to access education and training. There's flexible working hours, and I suppose ultimately the hope is that they will be able to build the skills and expertise to enable them to secure meaningful full-time employment. In addition then to the dedicated CE drug rehabilitation streams, the Department's Employment Service staff also adopt a very flexible approach in their engagement with vulnerable and marginalised customers of the department, including those with addiction issues. And these are people obviously who have significant barriers to securing employment, and they allow for them to participate in rehabilitative support such as AA, Narcotics Anonymous, etc. And there's no reduction in their payment. They can continue to attend all those without any impact on their payment. There are also payment supports for those undergoing residential rehabilitation. So a person who is in a residential rehabilitation treatment centre can continue to receive their job seekers payment for up to 14 weeks, so that they, I suppose, to take that financial worry from somebody who's seeking treatment. In addition, employers then, if they, we have a number of incentives to incentivise employers to recruit people from the live register. So we have a scheme called the Jobs Plus scheme, which is it's a grant-based scheme. So an employer, if they take somebody from the live register, can get a grant paid over 2 years of €7,500 or €10,000. And if an employer recruits somebody who has a history of drug addiction or who has a prison record, the employer will be able to access the maximum amount of funding, a grant of €10,000. So these are kind of the supports we put in place to encourage people, employers to look and recruit.
Just 2 minutes, Fiona.
Okay.
Please.
And then our staff work very, on the last slide almost, they work very closely with local and national partners to ensure that, as Peter said, that there's a lot of cross-working and that we're all, that everybody kind of cooperates, and there's cross-agency engagement. And for example, we work very closely with the local SICAP, the local development companies, and we refer our customers to initiatives that they have, such as that Red Door addiction service. We also have a protocol in place with the Irish Association for Social Inclusion Opportunities, the Prison Service and the Probation Service, in our engagement with ex-offenders to ensure that there's a streamlined approach and a flexible approach taken to our engagement with ex-offenders. So I'd just like to finish up by saying that the department works across with multiple bodies across the system, both statutory and non-statutory, to ensure that there is that cross-agency cooperation in the provision of employment and training opportunities, so that we can, I suppose, to ensure that we get the best outcomes for the people that we serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fiona. I think some good initiatives that may not have known to all of us in terms of supports for people going through addiction or marginalised individuals in marginalised communities. Okay, next up our presenter is Jim Gavin. Jim will be known to many of you, and if not all of you, as a previous Dubs player and very successful Dublin manager. May not be known to many of you as a previous chairperson of a Citizens' Assembly, small group of us on the Dublin elected mayor. But now is presented to us today in terms of his chairperson role of the North East Inner City Initiative. And Jim, I'll warn you in advance, there's a few Mayo people in here as well, and Kerry people, and anybody else. All there. Jim, it's all yours.
Thanks, Paul, for the introduction. Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Gavin is my name. I'm the chair of the North East Inner City Project Implementation Board. Delighted to be here back again with the Citizens' Assemblies, and great to see so many familiar faces in the audience. Over the 10 minutes, I'm going to cover off what we do in the North East Inner City and talk about topics that are related to your particular assembly. As I said, I'm the chairperson of the NEIC PIB. I was appointed on a pro bono basis in May, like yourselves. I volunteer myself for this role. And our vision and aim is to make the North East Inner City a safe and attractive and vibrant living environment for the community and its families, with opportunities for those to live full lives. Picture of Sheriff Street there on the slide. Just to talk about the scope and the geographical area of the North East Inner City in terms of the PIB, the Project Implementation Board. On that map, that's the North East Inner City there. The area encompasses just west of O'Connell Street, so Marble Street, up to Parnell Street. It swings across to Clonliff Road. It just wraps around Croke Park, up to Ballybock, where it meets Fairview. Swings back down around again, around O'Connell Station, down towards the Liffey, and back again up towards Talbot Street, and joins again at Marble Street. The history of it was that it was created in 2017, and the background was that it was identified by a government task force led by the Taoiseach of the time, and Taoiseach Enda Kenny. That particular area, and it kind of ties in with some of Andy's sentiments, that particular area was lacking attention really from a government level. So Mr. Kieran Mulvey was brought in, produced a report, and based on that report from Kieran, the North East Inner City Initiative was born, and a strategic plan was developed up to 2022 because of the pandemic. We're now rolling it out to the end of 2023. We're going through a strategic review process which will set the aims up to 2026. There are 6 groups in the task force. It covers off everything from crime and drugs to education, family well-being, enhanced well-being and physical environment, substance use, misuse and social inclusion, and indeed alignment of services. And in terms of the working groups, the strength of the North East Inner City Project Implementation Board is that it's cross-departmental, it crosses the community, and it brings other agencies of the state, including NGOs, into the mix, as you can see in the slide that you'll have available to you to review all of the various stakeholders. In terms of drug impact on the NIC, they have had a major detrimental impact on the area. The legacy is the heroin epidemic that Andy referred to in the 1990s. There was widespread and still is widespread availability of drugs in the area, linked to the transport hubs in Dublin, indeed Dublin Port, and the associated intimidation, the violence, and the community, the criminal gangs who controlled that drug trade in the particular area. And from 2016, identified by Mulvey, and that has been one of the major focuses of the task force. In terms of your assembly, subgroup 5 is led by Mr. Jim Walsh from the HSE. Jim does a phenomenal job on that subgroup. The NEIC supports a health-led approach to drug use in the area, in line with the National Drug Strategy, reducing harm and supporting recovery that was already referenced. Policing obviously is an important role, but in the long term, the PIBS and the NIC's view is that we must treat drug use as a health issue. We need to make people safe in the communities, and it goes hand in hand with recovering from drug use. And the NIC, and I'm going to show you now in remaining 6 minutes, the range of initiatives that the NIC has supports to meet the health and social needs of people who use drugs in the area. The first one is our Inclusion Health Hub. This is a one-stop shop with a range of personal centred health and social care services for vulnerable groups within the area. The facilities of the outreach work, we can see the facility there in Summerhill, supports public health initiatives. There's a number of health professionals, physiotherapists, social workers, and homeless care workers in that particular facility, and there's a strong emphasis, as we can see, on integrated collaboration. The next initiative is the case management for people with high drugs dependency. This case management is a shared framework for management of the care of people who use drugs with a high complexity needs. Includes many areas, including assistance with housing, health, education, employment, addiction, mental health, social welfare, social work, and probation services. And it needs to engage with service users from drug clinics, community-based drug services, and we also have referrals from the public services such as the probation service and the HSE. And then since 2019 to date, we've had over 800 client assessments and 18,000 sessions within the NIC catchment area. And this, both myself and Father Peter were at a Chrysalis initiative a few weeks back. It's funded by the HSE and delivered by Chrysalis, the Community Drug Project. In terms of employment access program for people under recovery, this is called Careers Edge, and it's a focus on a program to support those to give them enhanced employment prospects for people who are recovering from substance use. And it's bridging that gap between rehabilitation and treatment support and mainstream education and employment issues. We've got a 20-week program. It offers strength and capacities. It's got one-to-one support. And the focus is really on the question of what matters to you rather than what's the matter with you. And the outcomes are that we've had a 50% progress to employment, which I think is an excellent statistic, and 40% have progress to education. And you can see one of the partners there, Ballyfermot and Chapel Hill Partnership. We have an assertive on-street outreach to vulnerable groups, and this program supports those people who have complex and multiple needs, and it helps them engage effectively with the support services, often for the first time, and identifies how they can achieve their goals. It's known as LEAR, the Law Enforcement Assistant Recovery, and it's again supporting people to move away from criminality and antisocial behaviours and help them on their personal journey to recovery, something which Father Peter is passionate about. The LEAR programme has worked with 380 people in the NIC area and in the wider Dublin 1 community. And again, this is part of the Anna Livia project. We have a case management for people in private emergency accommodation. And again, it provides case management support to the high concentration of homeless people and private emergency accommodation in the NIC area in Dublin 1. Again, we're offering support and care to planning for people who have issues around housing, addiction, physical and mental health, and helps them on a legal basis also. Since 2023, or to date, we've had close to 900 initial assessments with 649 offered case management services. And again, this is funded by the HSE in partnership with the Dublin Regional Homeless Executive, and again, it's delivered by Anna Livia. We've got a residential drug treatment service. We've got a 10-bed stabilisation unit within the NIC. It's a 5-week programme offering for stabilisation amongst those particular areas. We've got, you need to be level 2 prescribed with GPs on clinic for on-site help on a 24-hour basis. And we also have nurses who operate under full HSE clinical governance. And again, the references must be met from the HSE clinics or the community drug services within the NIC.
Just a minute, Jim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And since Jan 22, you can see the statistics there. So other related drug initiatives you can see there, we've got the healthcare navigation service. We have the drug-related intimidation and violence engagement. We have Frontline. We have Recovery College. And finally, we have the Health Communities Project, which tackle health inequalities in the NIC areas by building community capacity to address health issues affecting them. So you can see we've got a wide and diverse challenges within the NIC area, and later on I will be delighted to take any questions from you. To finish off though, just want to mention one thing in terms of your work as a former chair, and I know that the current chair has been a phenomenal job, and I've been looking in and seeing the work that you've completed. And for me, I learned an awful lot about the deliberative democracy process during my journey with the Dublin Citizens Assembly. You are, I suppose, leaving a legacy for the future generations. And what I learned in my assembly was that it's the responsibility of human beings to be great ancestors. And the work that you've done, in society we often have people putting their hands out. You put your hands up, and to make Ireland a better place for us all. So I just want to congratulate you. I wish you the best in your deliberations in session 6, and Berbua August Bannock. Gurmagad.
Well done, Jim, and great examples of a holistic and, I suppose, a human approach to many of the challenging and issues in terms of the area of the North East Inner City. And thanks for your comments related to the Assembly, and well done to you and your work in the previous Assembly last year. Just before I go to the floor, which we will do again straight away for a random Q&A, I just want to call on Carl Duquet. Carl is one of our lived experience people who shared experiences with us before. And just if Carl wants to add anything to the whole issue of prevention, and particularly with youth people that he would work with. Carl, the floor is yours.
Yes, thanks, Paul. It was great seeing the prevention all day, and thanks to the panellists as well. And I was thinking of my own experience of preventions I would have had. It's great to see how far prevention has come since I was 16, and I suppose my mother brought me to a GP, and the intervention what was made, that GP put me on a methadone program at 16 years of age, which was shocking, and I remember even going back to that GP in recovery and challenging her, and she came at me with legislation from Holland in the 1970s, and to me it's proven how far we have to reach with this, and how many people we have to kind of get on board with. And when I was thinking of when all the projects were up there talking, I couldn't stop thinking about early school leavers and people in isolation that we haven't spoken about, and looking at, I suppose, the interventions and the prevention out there on the ground at the moment. with youth work, community-based groups out there, I suppose, reaching these people. And even the prevention of, like, you know, when one of the citizens asked for the outcomes, you know, I was thinking, I have outcomes with my project where I've put people through college, and they're now youth workers alongside me, which is great. But some of my best outcomes, I suppose, was with young people who are probably still doing bad things by selling drugs and all, but they're a stay-at-home father. They bring their kids to school, you know, and to reach that level of an intervention with some people, you can't explain that to a department, you know. You can't quantify that, and you can't say, well, this is what I aim to do. But that's some of my best outcomes, you know. So, yeah, I suppose I was just looking at, like, to talk a little bit about the work being done on the ground out there, and, like, I suppose to highlight the fact that we need to be looking at the people in isolation and the early school leavers that we haven't talked about out there as well, you know. So,
thank you. Thank you, Carol. And you make a very good point about the people that we don't know, or we haven't seen, or we haven't come through the treatment as well, or haven't been through prevention. So thanks very much. So again, I'm going to go across the tables in a more random fashion. So please just put up your hand. We're going straight into Q&A, and this one again. Yeah, we're going straight into Q&A again. So just put up your hand. It's not restricted to one per table. Please just put up your hand, and we'll come to you. We've a roaming mic. And okay, table one, please.
Hi, thank you. Just a question for Jim. Jim, this morning we heard one of the speakers talking about primary, secondary and tertiary interventions for prevention. A lot of what you're talking about, to my hearing, is kind of tertiary interventions, and I was wondering what's been done to develop community supports to direct people away from the risks in the first place, such as social clubs or sports clubs and all that kind of stuff, and is that part of the programme?
And just before I call you in, Jim, I'm just going to take another one from the floor so we can keep a mix across the panel. Yeah, Zin and table 12, I think it is.
Thank you. I have a question to Fiona. As we talked about the qualified condition to enter the CE, so they need either the receipt of the job seeker payments or the family support payments or some reference. But if someone becomes homeless and they don't have an address, so they cannot have a bank card, so they cannot receive any benefit payments, and could you please actually clarify that? How can the homeless people receive the payments of benefits? And if in this case, if no one is referring them either, and they don't have receipt of the benefit payment, then how can they qualify the
Thank you, Zin.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm actually going to take one more question as well, because I want to keep the panel for a few minutes. One more question from the floor, if we have one. Yep, please.
Hi, this is Director Tandy. Are you getting any? Have you submitted like your solutions to the government? And do you get any funding or anything? Or
okay,
I'm just wondering.
Okay, yeah. No, I'll call them in now. Don't worry. Okay, so first one was to Jim. Jim, in terms of the community supports, you know, diverting people away from the risk in the first place. What exists?
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and great question from Table 1. So, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we have 6 subgroups across the NIC Project Implementation Board. The second group focuses on family well-being and the youth and family. So, we not only do we have after-school services, but we also got what we call HAY Youth Division projects. We have a strategy around after-school care, youth clubs. So there is a lot of focus, not only from the PIB, but also through other intergovernment agencies to provide a safe space for kids and young adults in the NIC area to have after-school and to have services during the evening time to keep them occupied. The budget for the entire programme, we currently have a budget of 7.2 million.
Thanks,
yep.
Jim. Fiona, just in terms of access to CE schemes, if you're homeless or not able to meet certain criteria, what flexibility is there?
Well, I mean, well, in terms of the question was asked about how people can access their payments. They can access their payments through the post office network, you know. We actually have homeless sections actually within the department, and they look after people who are currently homeless. In relation to qualifying for CE, I mean, if you are referred through one of the various rehabilitation services and agencies, or referred through the Irish Prison Services and some of those agencies, there's no waiting period, and you don't have to be on a qualifying payment to access the CE schemes. And generally speaking, if you're referred from an agency, there's no waiting period, so you can access CE immediately. It's seen as a progression from our perspective. Yeah.
Okay, Fiona, thanks. And just, sorry, the next question, which I know was posed to Andy, but I'm also going to ask Father Peter if he wants to make some comments, but it was generally the solutions that you both have seen can work, have those being presented to the political process. And I think I know the answer, but you might just relate, Andy, first.
Well, look, first of all, we are struggling for funding. Well, it's been recognised that we're underfunded and under-resourced, and we've been told that will be rectified, but I think it's more about what ISCA is and how it works, and it's a process, and it's independent for a reason. I think if people remember back to the Ryan report in 2009, that was the investigation into the institutional abuse. One of the findings was that the guards, TUSLA, or whatever they were called, and all the services couldn't manage the internal mechanisms of listening to people, so it had to be so one of the recommendations, they had an independent advocacy service, and that's not an organisation called EPIC now, so it's independent of the state, funded by the state, there to critically analyse what's going on from this perspective of lived and living experience. Now ISCA is independent, and it's the only independent organisation out there, but we would just be worried about protecting that process. Like, our process is that we do outreach, we do groups, we do research, we set up structures, and it's all based around living experience. People come in, we start out with the issues, and we build it around them. So everything is from the ground up. And at times we think, look, there's good, well-meaning projects that are being developed by the state or the services, but they're internal mechanisms. And we know from people who use drugs, they have poor experience and poor outcomes in these services, in these structures. So the ability for them to have a voice within that is problematic. So protecting the independence and also the process is very important, because what we do find is it can be very, very challenging that we do raise stuff, and at times, we feel like the levels of participation are low, and maybe we might get a seat at the table, but we're not sure if much of it's being listened to. Like, look, there's great programs out there. The NEIC is an example, and we've seen other ones, but again, we have to be realistic about the outcomes. The NEIC has done fantastic work, and there's been really good initiatives, but has it really improved the outcomes, and has it increased the participation of those most marginalised in that community? We have to be critical and say not yet, although there has been successes. And I'd say one of the things we would be working with, and again, we work well with the department, we work with the DPU, we work with the HSE, like, we wouldn't be involved in the NEIC, for example, even though we're based in the north in our city, and we are a national organisation, and their very particular way in which we operate is unique. It's a community development process. Now, there is state-run or state-designed service user groups which are in there, and we would say there needs to be that little bit of an independence. And just go back to say, like, some of the, and it's not about having a go at people or attacking, because I think there's a little bit of, there's challenging times in these spaces, because there is a lot of polarisation, and I would say we need to have ownership collectively, whether that's services, the state, and say, look, things aren't working, and we need to cooperate more, because the people need it, the people are looking for it. And I would just go back to, like, if you think back to the 90s when we had the starting up of the drug task force, there was a very simple but really effective message from them. The community had realised through the drug marches and the vigilantism that they couldn't resolve the problem on their own. The state, which had realised this problem had got out of control and was seeping out of these communities, realised they couldn't do it without the input of these people. So the whole task force was set up on a collaboration approach. Okay, the issues are raised within the community, Andy, and then solved by all the stakeholders. But we need to go back to some of that.
Andy,
now.
I'm trying to be fair to all panellists. Father Peter, can you make some comments generally, please?
Yeah, I'm very frustrated. I don't think there is a political will to address this drug issue. To me, I've often said it, I think the drug issue is a far greater threat to the stability of this state than the IRA ever were. In deprived areas, the intimidation is immense. Drug debts are rife. Drug dealers are smashing up homes, they're threatening people's children, they're destroying community, because in a community like that, you don't want to know your neighbours. You don't want to get to know your neighbours. So I just find it very, very frustrating. We have lots of people on a waiting list for drug treatment. As I say, we have 5 treatment centres, but they're waiting 4 and 5 months. And when somebody does come to the point where they want to go into treatment, you only have a small window of opportunity to get them in. And if they're on the thing for 4 or 5 months, many of them will drop out. They'll get despondent, they'll get fed up. Many parts of the country have no treatment services whatsoever. And then when you come out of treatment, you come out very often back into the same neighbourhood that you are living in, where drug use and your friends exist. I just find it extremely frustrating working with drug users when the services are so. 10 beds for the North Inner City, 10 stabilisation beds for the whole North Inner City. Most drug users today are on polydrug use, particularly tablets. Tablets are the hardest and the most dangerous drugs to come off. And for the North Inner City, there are 10 beds. I think that is absolutely disgraceful. It's great there are 10, there should be 100 if we are seriously going to make a dent in the drug use.
Thank you, Father Peter. Jim, do you want to come back in on any of that, Justin?
Yeah, just maybe to give it a little balance. Like recently, we met within the NEIC, the network of principals. We met them in Croke Park. So you got 10 primary schools and 6 secondary schools, and they, from a youth perspective, going back to Table 1's question in terms of what's been doing for the youth, they have a very positive outlook in terms of the NEIC. And I take Andy's point that there a lot of good work has been done, but there's a hell of a lot of work to be doing. That's why we're going through this review, Andy, to see those exact points that you've raised. Where can we make? Where have we seen the challenges? Make an assessment. Has it been impactful? Yes, no, and then how do we realign that? But there is, in the northeast inner city, which I can only speak of, there is a very positive story in terms of the youth, people having not only good leadership results, but just in general the educational system that supports them now. So there are green shoots. I think those of you who are familiar with the northeast inner city, you'll be aware that not only from a capital investment from an infrastructure perspective and the environment, but also in our schools. And I think that's ultimately that education will certainly help this issue.
Well, thanks very much. And I think it is important that the project that Jim chairs has.
Can I just say one quick thing?
Sorry, one chair. Okay, one chair. I think Jim's point is there is a whole wrap of a whole set of state services working together, which, that's what we would all like to see across the board. Sorry, Andy.
It's just quickly now, because it's just to say, because it's not just about the NEIC, like again, that they do good work, but the NEIC as a model in and of itself isn't set up to look at the underlying causes. So even like the HSE, it's a service delivery model. They can't do it on their own. The DPU can't do it on their own. If we're going to address the underlying cause and have the proper prevention, it does need that cross-departmental support,
Okay. Okay, going to go back to the floor, please. Anybody with question? Yeah, yes, table 9, sorry. Again, I'll take 2 or 3, so if anybody wants to just put up your hand ahead, table 3.
I'd like to ask Father Peter McVerry, I remember, it just came to my mind there, the Gregory deal long ago, and I was just wondering, how with the benefit of hindsight, how you feel about it, and would there be any lessons that could be learned from it for today's problem?
Just 1 second, Father Peter, and we'll come back to you on that one. So, good question. Lessons, the Gregory deal, as it was referred to. Had we got table 2?
Just to ask Peter, how much money would it take you to run a really efficient drug rehabilitation system in your empire?
So, actually, Father Peter, these both are for you. I'm going to take one more question, if anybody's ready with a question. Yeah, sure. And then
it's just more maybe of an observation. We spoke earlier, or we listened earlier to a lady from the Department of Education, Celeste, and up until 16 children will go to school. So we jump forward to the age of 18, and this is when people that maybe have gone through the services can now avail of community employment. We're just missing from 16 to 18, those 2 years, and we haven't really delved too much into data that would suggest, what age drug addiction starts. but we're fairly sure it doesn't start the minute you turn 18. So looking back, it's sort of at the age of 15, and like there's a couple of years there where we're not really thinking about that. And if anyone has any comments, that'd be great, but just an observation really, is there anything being done for these young people? Because neither meat nor milk. They don't have to go to school, but they're not adults.
No,
Thank
very
you.
good, very good point. And
Thank
lots
you.
of services, there is that gap, health services in particular. Anybody else there? No? Okay, we'll just pose those three. Father Peter, the whole issue around the Gregory deal, learnings, and also how much money
The
do you
Tony
want?
Gregory deal was unique and has never been repeated again. Tony Gregory had the balance of power. His vote would determine. And Tony Gregory was refused admission to the Dáil after he was elected because he wouldn't wear a tie. He said, my constituents don't wear a tie, I'm not going to wear a tie. And then one day came and they needed his vote. So they let him in without a tie. And that broke, so he was in. So anyway, it was a unique situation. One thing Tony Gregory did call for was that CAB, you're familiar with CAB, Criminal Assets Bureau, they go after the big drug dealers. But Tony Gregory said, we need localised cabs to go after the street drug dealers, because these young people in deprived areas, like the inner city or Ballymun, they see these 15, 16 and 17-year-olds who are selling drugs, making a lot of money, wearing a lot of jewellery, driving flash cars. This becomes a role model. And his emphasis was, look, let CAB go after them and show these youngsters coming up that drug dealing doesn't pay. And they've never really done that. As far as I know, they haven't done that. But every area should have a CAB going after the street drug dealers who are making an awful lot of money. How much would it cost? Drug treatment is very expensive. Our drug detox centre costs about $750,000 a year. We'd have maybe 70 or 80 people would go through that per year, so it's very expensive. But you need staff there looking at, you need counsellors, you need a doctor, you need nurses. It's very expensive, but we have to pay the price. It's very expensive not paying that. It's very expensive in terms of crime, people being robbed, people's houses being burgled. It's very expensive in terms of the criminal justice system, because if people commit crimes under the influence of drugs, then of course the criminal justice system comes into play. As I say, 70% of those who go to prison have an addiction, and they're there because of their addiction. So it's very expensive not paying for drug treatment services.
Fiona, thanks, Father Peter. Fiona, can I just ask you this issue of a gap between 16 and is there a gap as Joanne outlined?
I can take that one, yeah. Just there is the Youth Reach programme that the Department of Children, Equality, Disability, Integration and Youth, I had to write it down because we call them DESID in official services, circles. They have responsibility for, and they have programmes for early school leavers. And the staff, my team in the Employment Services engage very closely with Youth Reach to try and see what we can do when people who are leaving that Youth Reach programme at age 18. We also have commenced actually engage with them in relation to CE and whether we could see what we could do in there in terms of offering some CE places. We do have young people on CE, though I would say that apart from people who say have very significant barriers to employment, such as people who are in recovery or ex-offenders, CE isn't really something that we would be prioritising for a young person. We'd much prefer a young person to go into education and training and that. So it's really about striking a balance. But Youth Reach is there for that kind of in-between gap.
Okay, can I just again catch somebody on the hop? Johanna Ivers again, who's from the North Inner City. And plenty of experience. Just in terms of what your experience, Johanna, was about, what's working, what you're seeing from the North Inner City project, but what your experience has been and what the needs are, which is representative of an area of high social deprivation.
Paul, this is getting personal.
You can stand up now. You can stand up. Stand up, and then I can see how have you.
I suppose when we look at the North East Inner City Initiative, the outcomes are not there because it's quite a new initiative. What I would say is in my in my last address to the Assembly, I would have asked for political will. I would have asked for bringing along the people it affects the most, and I would have asked for an evidence base. And I think the North East Inner City Initiative, while it's not perfect and ticking all the boxes, that there's a real micro example of that. And lots of people talked about political will, and I've always talked about political will, and again, that's an example of where we've had political will, okay, on a small micro level. We've had investment, we've had the people around the table that need to be. I know there's other people that's been kept out, that's a different issue. But again, it does represent a micro example. Given that it's now, what time is it? I assume this is the last question.
No, we might get one more. We might catch you on the hop again, Johanna. Okay. Okay. Anybody else from the floor? Yeah, it's Colin first of all, and then we go to you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for your time. Our remit is to give recommendations how to tackle illicit drug use. What one recommendation would you give?
And you're putting that to the panel? One recommendation to each. Okay, I'll come back to that in a second. Colin, sorry.
There's been a drug policy in this country for many years, what did they say, 2017 onwards. How, in your opinion, after all the recommendations are going and everything, can we assert leverage on the government to have them accountable for their actions going forwards?
Okay, and I think they're kind of across the board. Can I ask each of the panellists on the first one, starting with yourself, Father Peter, but again, in succinct for each, so I can get everybody in. What one recommendation would you ask us?
I thought you'd let me go last. What one recommendation? Gosh, it's. I don't think there is one recommendation. This is a multi-dimensional problem. I think we need to invest in services much more adequately than we are doing at the moment. You know, there was, I can't remember when, but it's about 15 years ago, one of the drug strategies suggested, and maybe this would be my recommendation, it said that nobody should wait more than 4 weeks for drug treatment after being assessed. Now, that's a joke at the moment. Many, 15 years later, that just doesn't happen. It happens in some areas because there is no drug treatment available, so you're not waiting more than 4 weeks. But I would say that would be we should be aiming for a situation where nobody who is assessed for drug treatment would be waiting more than 4 weeks to access drug treatment.
Thanks.
The other question was...
And we come back in a second. So, well, actually, while you're here, I'll ask you really quickly again, but just how, out of this process, can government be held to stronger accountability, considering 2017 a policy in place and some things haven't happened?
Well, if you all tied yourself to the railings of Dáil Éireann, maybe something would change. But short of that, I'm not sure. To be honest, you know, the big problem is deprived areas. That's where most drug misuse and the problem drug use occurs. Most politicians don't live in those areas. They live in nice houses in nice areas. They're distanced from the reality of the consequences of drug misuse. And so it's very difficult to get them to, I mean, I think they should all go and live in the North Inner City for a month.
Okay.
But so it's I don't know how you get them to.
Thanks, Father Peter. And Andy, again, briefly on both, one big recommendation and, you know, stronger accountability.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, look, I'll pick just one of our 7, and I think you have to implement the raft of them for them to work, but the one we would pick is to implement the social determinants approach, which can address inequalities, promote broader well-being and improve quality of life. That's the underlying causes, and I would just say that process has to be informed by a strong ground-up process, which is heavily designed, delivered and evaluated by people who use drugs, families and the communities that are most effective. And in regards to holding the government to account, I'd go back to the 3 themes I said. I think you should have underpinning themes that overarch everything. 3 of them we've said would be keeping people alive, promoting broader well-being and improving quality of life. And again, we have to be critical as a collective, as a community, as a society, not like attacking or finding anyone at fault, but collectively we don't achieve those 3 for the majority of people we're talking about since the last 30 years. So again, the NEIC model, it's only 6 years in existence. In 5 years, 10 years, every 5 years, let's have a committee that centrally, let's put together a cross-departmental committee that oversees this implementation. And every 5 years, let them go back and see, have we met those 3 themes in the communities that we're talking about? And if we haven't, we need to reevaluate why. Because I'll say a lot of the time when things aren't working, it's because we're not listening to the people who are the most impacted.
Thanks, Andy. Fiona, again, briefly, feel free to comment on both or either, but certainly, what one thing would you be asking from your perspective of the Assembly?
Well, I suppose to echo what Father Reid said, is timely access to services, within a reasonable time frame, and also to ensure that that cross-government, cross-organisational working and cooperation is kind of embedded, and it's just done systematically within the system.
Okay. And
I'm not going to make any comments on holding government to account. I'm going to step back from that one.
Okay. But I can do it now. It's great. Yeah. Jim.
Thanks, Chair. What I see in the NIC is that, and you've seen it as well, there's a multitude of departments involved in this particular challenge. There's NGOs, there's different community representation groups. It's a complex area. For the legislator who will you give your recommendations, it's up to the Attorney General, the politicians to define the policy. For me, it's having that strong, the recommendation will be, to answer that question, is having strong local representation, including people with lived experience. And I think that lived experience bit might be missing. Father Peter referenced it there. Politicians, most of them don't live in those deprived and socioeconomic deprived areas. It's people with lived experience need to be at that table to inform the policy. That's one recommendation I would suggest. In terms of holding people to account, it's about delivering results. When you look at the programme for governments, which that's where when we go to vote, I'm assuming everybody here votes on that programme for government, or their ambitions, they should be tangible, a target set. For example, if Father Peter's saying we need 100 rehabilitation beds, they're measured on that. So it has to be tangible measurements for the government rather than broad philosophy and concepts. I think that's that's the only way we'll hold people accountable.
And certainly having legislation in a drawer since 2017, and not progressing, and no sign of it emerging in the next foreseeable future. It's shocking. I'll get off my horse. Sorry, I'm conscious now we've eaten into your time. Can I really thank the panellists that we have here for the last session today? It's always a tough session at the end, but we've had some really great insights, and thanks to you all indeed. So at your tables for the next 20 minutes or so, and we'll finally wrap up. I know it's been a long day, so thanks again. One message, well, two messages actually. First of all, it's amazing the amount of consistent themes and words that are coming through. If you're a wordsmith, if we were to do a wordsmith of what's coming through in all the assembly meetings today, but I'm just listening today, stigma keeps coming up, trauma keeps coming up, marginalisation, issues around the services, social deprivation, policy deficiencies, services gaps, and indeed hope, you know, in terms of some of the prevention issues and supports that we've seen here as well today. So look, that's all from me. Second thing I do really want to say is you've put in a tremendous shift again today. People are tired talking to people. I know we all, you know, we all feel like how do we ever get there, get to October and be in a position to recommend and ballot and vote? We will. Everything you've put in, trust me, will come together. And you will, and you'll have to call some things, and you'll have to make a judgment, and you'll have to go with your hunch on some issues. But you've certainly put in a tremendous shift again today. So look, thanks very much. We're going to close the live session, and well done to everybody again. Thank you.
And